Chapter 2768. The dangerous aura did not come from other people's sneak attacks, but from the ancient tree king in front. Green lights appeared one after another in front of them. These green lights wrapped around the powerhouses who were trying to avoid them at an extremely fast speed. Caught off guard, 2 level 5s were already trapped by the green lights and were being dragged toward the ancient tree king. In addition to these green lights, there were also palm prints falling from above. At this time, everyone could not care less about the 2 level 5s and dodged. The ancient tree king's attack method was obviously different from before, and Zichen became more vigilant. Boom! Boom! Powerful energy kept surging. The 2 trapped level 5s tried to break free from the green lights, but it was useless. During this time, they took out their weapons and slashed at the green lights, but they could not break them. The toughness of the green lights was far beyond their imagination. Seeing this, many powerhouses' expressions changed drastically, and they became even more cautious. Zichen was even more vigilant. He directly used the 9 thunderbolts, and flew forward like a flash of lightning. The ancient tree king this time was different from before. Those green lights were too difficult to deal with. Once trapped, it would be very difficult to escape. Zichen did not intend to delay. No one was sure if the ancient tree king would use other methods the longer he delayed. Whoosh! In the midst of dodging, Zichen took the lead. The energy above his head vibrated, and another huge palm print appeared. This palm print was like the one that crushed the eagle earlier. It was very powerful and terrifying, occupying half the sky. It fell very quickly and was almost impossible to block. Buzz! Thunder wings appeared on Zichen's back, and lightning flashed. He used his speed to the extreme, and it was as if he teleported. He dodged the attack and was the first to reach the tree's shadow. As soon as he entered, he felt a terrifying pressure. This pressure affected his extreme speed and slowed him down a lot. As long as he was given some time to adapt, he would be able to display extreme speed again without being affected by the pressure at all. However, it was a race against time. How could he be given more time? Saber domain! Therefore, when he reached the shadow of the tree, Zichen did not hesitate to summon the 8 saber ancestor tablets to form a saber domain. The 8 ancestral steels emitted an ancient aura as they revolved around him, bringing his body forward. Pa! A beam of energy fell on the saber ancestor's tablet, causing a loud bang. The saber ancestor's tablet, which was rotating around Zichen, suddenly stopped. 1. The steel of the saber ancestors shook violently again, bursting with dazzling light. However, the saber domain did not shatter. It rotated at high speed again, and Zichen continued to rush forward. Pa! The second attack soon hit the saber ancestor's tablet, and the saber domain trembled again. Although Zichen had used his extreme speed, he was still slower than the level 6 person with the calabash. Therefore, he was hit twice by that force before he could get close to those fruits. Unlike the level 6, his defense had not been broken through, so he still had time. However, time was limited. He immediately reached out and grabbed the fruit in front of him. However, unlike the previous level 6 divine general, he did not reach out one hand but 2. One on the left and one on the right. He turned to the 2 fruits. Many of the experts below were shocked when they saw this scene. At the same time, they were speechless. One hand was not enough, so he stretched out 2. Wasn't this too greedy? Don't draw water with a bamboo basket and end up with nothing. Just when they thought that 2 hands was the limit of Zichen, the space above his head began to distort, and a black hole appeared. Then, from the black hole, tentacles appeared one after another. Those tentacles were extremely fast, turning into palm rules and grabbing the other fruits. Zichen and the Brew Mother had worked together for a long time, and both sides had a tacit understanding. The Brew Mother knew what to do at this time. Although it could have more tentacles, in order to have full confidence, it only stretched out a dozen tentacles. The experts below, who had turned back, looked up and saw this scene. They all widened their eyes in disbelief. Wasn't this too crazy? Others only want to get one, but you want to get more than that. This greed shocked everyone, but it also made everyone excited. At the same time, their hearts were abnormally excited. After all, Zichen was only level 3. He was no threat to them at all. No matter how much he gained, he was destined to be fought over. Exclamations were heard again. When the tentacles appeared, Zichen's body suddenly shone with a strong light. When the strong light left his body, it turned into doppelgangers. These doppelgangers rushed up again to grab the fruits. The experts who were extremely shocked were now speechless. It was extremely rare for a person to be so greedy. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened very quickly. Everything was completed in an instant. When Zichen entered the range of the tree's shadow, he summoned the blade domain and approached the fruit. When he stretched out his hands, the brewmother and doppelgangers appeared. During this time, a third sound was heard. Bang! This sound was even louder and clearer. Zichen could even see that it was a beam of green energy that had struck the ancestral steel. The blade domain trembled, and the blade ancestral tablet showed signs of losing control. However, it still blocked the attack. To be able to withstand 3 attacks from the opponent, the blade domain's defense was stronger than the level 6 gourd from before. Zichen, hurry up. The domain can't hold on any longer. At this time, the voice of the sword spirit sounded in Zichen's mind. The blade domain was now controlled by the opponent. If it was Zichen, it would have been dispersed long ago. Go! Zichen shouted loudly. His hands glowed brightly, and a powerful force surged out. In an instant he took the 2 fruits. The brew mother above also exerted her strength. The more than 10 rule palms began to drag more than 10 fruits and began to return. At this moment, those clones had also made some progress and returned one after another. Pa! Another sound was heard. The blade domain shattered, and 8 blade ancestral tablets entered Zichen's world. Zichen, who had begun to retreat, was ready to recall these doppelgangers and escape. Bang! 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 Sounds rang out one after another. Those clones exploded one after another. The fruits in their hands also fell to the ground. The experts who had been watching this scene from afar had their eyes lit up. They rushed forward without hesitation. Some flew toward the fallen fruits, while others went straight for Zichen. During this time, Zichen only had time to recall 1 doppelganger. The other doppelgangers were shattered. At the same time, his body disappeared into thin air and reappeared hundreds of meters away. When his body disappeared, an even more powerful beam of green light brushed past his body. After stabilizing his body, he turned and used his extreme speed. He pushed the heavenly thunder wings to the extreme and flew into the distance. The level 6 expert from before had only obtained 1 fruit and retreated decisively. He had already obtained nearly 20 fruits. Naturally, he had to run faster. Wait! A level 6 divine general shouted and chased after Zichen. Zichen did not even turn his head. Waiting at this moment was simply courting death. Stay! Leave the fruit. Little brother, wait. I can use resources to buy 1. Powerful auras surged from behind. Almost all of them were level 6 experts. Some of them directly expressed their intentions, while others appeared to be very hypocritical. Could such a thing be bought with resources? Perhaps Zichen's actions had completely infuriated the ancient tree king. An angry scream came from behind, followed by the terrified cries of the other divine generals. There were also mournful screams. A powerful fluctuation appeared from the forest below and headed towards Zichen. It was the ancient trees in the forest that were also launching attacks at him. Buzz! Zichen's body flashed. The space in front of him distorted and a space portal appeared. He entered the portal directly. When he reappeared, he was already thousands of miles away. In the sky above this forest, he could use his world to escape. As long as he wanted to run, no one could catch up with him. The level 6 experts from before could barely catch up. However, after Zichen's multiple teleportations, they had completely lost track of Zichen. They stopped their pursuit, and their expressions became extremely ugly. However, their target had disappeared. They had no choice but to return. When they returned, they saw the ancient tree king attacking the divine generals ferociously as if it had gone mad. Many of the divine generals were dragged away by the green light. However, it was also because of the ancient tree king's rage that some people took advantage of the opportunity. They nimbly dodged and obtained the fruits one after another, then quickly retreated. Looking at the current situation, the longer they stayed here, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Therefore, they did not care about anything else and immediately rushed forward to fight for the fruits. Swoosh! 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 Beam after beam of green light shot forward in an attempt to entangle even more experts. During this time, some managed to dodge while others were hit by the attack. Those who were hit could not break the green light and were pulled back by the ancient tree king. The battle lasted for a very short amount of time, less than 2 hours. However, the number of experts that died was as high as 40%. As for the remaining 60%, 30% were fortunate enough to obtain the fruits and quickly left. The remaining 30% didn't obtain anything at all. Just as the remaining 30% were extremely depressed, they saw the ancient tree king in front of them suddenly tremble irregularly. It seemed that something was wrong. During this time, a divine general boldly stepped forward and easily obtained a fruit after encountering some resistance. Such a scene made the eyes of the other divine generals light up and they all rushed forward. This time, it was indeed easier. Some even obtained 2 or 3 fruits. However, the ancient tree king's sudden change was only temporary. After it erupted again, more than 10 experts were dragged away by the green light. At this point, the other experts had all retreated. The will of the forest that had disappeared earlier reappeared this time. After the will of the forest appeared, the ancient tree king's entire body emitted light. Many corpses were trapped in the intertwined roots. These corpses were glowing as their vitality was absorbed by the ancient tree king. At the same time, the ancient tree king, which had lost many fruits previously, began to form new fruits. When the new fruits formed, the ancient tree king's branches and leaves began to shake. One fruit after another fell down as if they were ripe. Chapter 2769. The fruits that all the powerful beings had been fighting for had turned into human figures after landing on the ground. If there were any powerful beings who were present to witness this scene, who knew what they would think of it? These fruits turned into human figures. They were naked and flashed with green light. They all looked up at the ancient tree king. 2 eyes appeared on the ancient tree king's body. These 2 eyes emitted a cold green light. Go, kill them! These fruits that turned into human figures disappeared into thin air. It was as if they had teleported and disappeared without a trace. The sky was dyed green by the life force. The sea of trees stretched for miles. The surroundings became quiet again. The ancient tree king was still absorbing the life force of those experts. Those experts who were motionless twitched from time to time, but they did not make a sound. All living things that step into my world must die. The cold and harsh laughter broke the silence. The ancient tree king closed its eyes again, and the green light on its body faded away. The net had been cast. Next was to wait for the harvest. Obtaining almost 20 fruits was definitely a big gain for Zichen. After escaping, he kept teleporting until he felt that he was far enough away, safe enough, and no one could catch up with him. Then, he stopped and re-entered the forest. After entering the forest, he first killed a few ancient trees. The life force of the ancient trees was absorbed by the mother nest. Soon, this area was cleared, and he flashed into the world. At this time, Shadowless was observing the harvest. Zichen asked, "Do you feel any use?" Shadowless stood up and said, "There's the power of rules inside, and also a strong life force. There should be many uses. Try refining one first." The fruit of the ancient tree king was naturally extraordinary. Zichen believed that it was the fruit of life. This strange thing was beneficial to him. Zichen took one and started refining without hesitation. "I'll go check out the surroundings," Shadowless said and prepared to leave Zichen's world. "It's only been a while. They shouldn't have caught up. Zichen looked at Shadowless and said, "It's never wrong to be careful." Shadowless disappeared. Zichen thanked him in his heart and began to refine the fruit. The fruit emitted a green light as if it was alive, and when it entered his stomach, it turned into a surge of energy. Among these energies, there was pure rule power as well as pure vitality. As this energy spread out, Zichen felt as if he had come to a world full of vitality. All the life forms in this world were full of vitality, and their vitality was surging. In such a world full of vitality, it was as if everything was eternal, immortal and indestructible. This energy entered his body and was absorbed by the yin and yang energy. This yin and yang energy was slowly undergoing a fundamental change. It seemed to have changed from hard to soft, combining both hard and soft. The effect of the fruit of life overlapped with that of the heart of the ancient tree, but it was more comprehensive. Not only would it allow him to become more familiar with his own energy perception, but it would also deepen his understanding of the world's rules. His general level Saber Tao would also improve. As the refinement continued, the parts that Zhang Xian didn't quite understand gradually became clearer. It took Zichen 7 days to refine this fruit before he completely exhausted the fruit's energy. When he opened his eyes, a green light flashed in them. He had not broken through and was still a distance away from becoming a level 4 divine general. However, this fruit had improved him a lot, and his combat strength had increased significantly. He slowly stretched out his right hand, and 2 streams of yin and yang energy appeared in his hand at the same time. These 2 streams of energy were spinning in his palm, and their speed was getting faster and faster. 7 days ago, when Zichen had not refined the fruit, it was impossible for him to control 2 types of energy with one hand. As his spiritual thoughts moved, the yin and yang energies quickly condensed together as they spun, turning into a small lotus. It was the yin-yang thunder lotus. Following that, Zichen's spiritual thoughts moved again, and the thunder lotus that had just formed dissipated again. It turned into 2 types of energy again and spun around his palm. Finally, the 2 streams of energy disappeared from his palm. Now, he had reached the point where he could retract and release them freely. His improvement could be said to be great. In addition to his control of energy, he had also improved in other aspects. The most obvious one was his general level Saber Tao. He was also closer to comprehending his 4th Saber Tao. Refining one fruit had such an effect, and Zichen's heart was filled with excitement. At this moment, he still had nearly 20 fruits. Once he refined all of them, would he be able to break through? His heart was filled with anticipation. Not only that, but he also thought of the ancient tree king. On its huge tree body, there were no less than 10,000 fruits. If he could obtain all of them and refine all of them, how much progress would he make? Even if he could not refine all of them, everyone could refine them if he brought them back. Waking up from his fantasy, Zichen continued to refine the 2nd fruit. In fact, Zichen did not know that these fruits could help all the powerhouses here improve. If a divine general at the peak of level 5 who had reached the bottleneck refined them, it would be enough to help him advance to level 6. It could be said that this was an opportunity to break through, and it was extremely rare. Even for level 6 powerhouses, this fruit had a great effect. Even if it could not help them break through, such an improvement would allow them to see the path to level 7. This would allow them to take fewer detours in the future. Of course, this was only under the condition that he obtained one. If he obtained more, then the better. However, this time, most of the powerhouses only obtained one fruit. They did not refine all of these fruits. Some were waiting to refine them when they reached the bottleneck, while others wanted to get more and refine them all together. In this special world with only ancient trees, the world was quiet. The will of the forest fell again, and the ancient trees covered the sky again. Suddenly, a rare breeze blew through the quiet forest. A figure appeared in one of the ancient trees. That figure was inside the ancient tree, and only a clear human face could be seen. He was turning his head, as if he would walk out of the ancient tree at any time. Sweeping his gaze around, his silhouette disappeared from the ancient tree. A gentle breeze blew past, and he reappeared in another ancient tree. he continued to look around. He was invisible, and he did not need to walk. His body could change positions among these ancient trees at will. After changing positions many times, he appeared in another ancient tree. Finally, he found his target. It was a figure of light, sitting cross-legged on a withered tree root. Divine light swirled around his body. A gentle breeze blew past, and a leaf slowly fell from above. That figure appeared above the drooping leaves and lowered his head to look at the motionless figure sitting cross-legged below. As he approached the figure, a ball of green light appeared in his palm. The green light turned into a short dagger, stabbing toward the back of the level 5 divine general. Puff! Without a sound, the short dagger broke through the divine light on the surface of the figure's body and pierced into his back. The figure let go of the dagger, and his figure disappeared. The level 5 divine general suddenly jumped up. His body shone with divine light. He raised his head and looked up. He did not see any danger. The short dagger still in his back turned into green light again. It turned into energy vines, piercing through his skin and growing out. A terrified scream came from the forest, and the quiet atmosphere was broken. The loud cry that broke the silence quickly disappeared. The level 5 divine general fell to the ground. His body had turned into a tree ball, and his vitality was suppressed. The silhouette that had disappeared earlier reappeared from the trunk of the tree. He stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Green light flickered on his fingertips. Rays of light shot out one after another, dragging the ball of tree towards this side and merging into the roots of the ancient tree. After killing the level 5 divine general, the figure that did not show his true body moved forward again with the help of the ancient trees, looking for his second target. At this moment, there were too many figures moving with the help of the ancient trees in this forest. Their bodies were silent, and there was only an imperceptible breeze wherever they passed. Sitting cross-legged in the world, Zichen had refined the second fruit. He had made great progress, and he was very satisfied. Then he would refine the third and the fourth. As long as he had enough time, he would refine all of these fruits. At this moment, several of his clones were comprehending the general level saber-will. Green light flashed on their bodies. They had mobilized part of the fruit's power. In this world, only Zichen, who had more than 20 fruits, could be so extravagant. In the forest, those figures were still moving forward, taking care of one opponent after another. Some were killed without making a sound, while others were a little more strenuous. A breeze blew again. A level 6 divine general opened his eyes. He turned his head and looked around. His thick eyebrows furrowed slightly. It seemed that there had been a breeze in the forest these days, and the occasional exclamation made him feel a little uneasy. There was an upside-down gourd above his head. The gourd hung down a curtain of light, protecting him. He looked around but did not see anything unusual. At this moment, he felt a change in the curtain of light. He looked up abruptly, and saw a glowing green figure grabbing his gourd with both hands. It seemed that the figure was trying to pull it away by force. "You're courting death!" The level 6 divine general and the green figure were both startled when they suddenly saw the green figure. The next moment, there was a loud shout. The gourd exploded with divine light, and the green figure disappeared. A powerful aura surged from the level 6 divine general. The divine light emitted by the gourd became even more dazzling, dyeing the ancient trees around them with colors. The green figure disappeared, as if it had never been there. The gourd turned into a beam of light and fell into the level 6 divine general's hand. Divine light spewed out of the gourd's mouth, and a large amount of divine fire appeared. The divine fire set the ancient trees around them ablaze. The ancient trees, which had been motionless before, began to struggle and twist. They let out shrill screams. At this moment, the glowing figure appeared on top of an ancient tree in the distance. It stared coldly at the level 6 divine general who had set the fire. Chapter 2770. These days, strange sounds kept coming from the forest, so Shadowless went out to investigate. Today, he happened to run into that level 6 divine general. Shadowless remembered him because he was the first level 6 divine general to get the fruit. He purposely followed him for a while, but when he realized he wasn't heading towards Zichen's hiding place, he decided to leave. After walking for a while, he inadvertently saw a figure looking around from the top of an ancient tree. Shadowless's expression changed. He was very surprised. For a person to be able to hide in the ancient tree and not cause the ancient tree to retaliate, this made him feel extremely strange. Therefore, he followed the light shadow back and saw the light shadow trying to snatch the level 6 divine general's gourd away. The surrounding ancient trees were set ablaze by divine fire. The level 6 figure stood in the middle of the divine fire, releasing a powerful aura. Shadowless's enemy watched all of this coldly from afar. This continued for nearly 15 minutes. When the burning ancient trees in the surroundings had all died, the light figure retreated. Shadowless was able to track him down, so he followed him. If he guessed correctly, this shadow was the main reason for the strange noises that had been coming out of the forest recently. Shadowless didn't notice when the figure was above the level 6 divine general. Shadowless followed the figure, and he ran into other figures. When they met, they didn't talk and went their separate ways. Soon, the figure found another target. It was a level 5 who was refining the heart of the tree. The figure silently appeared on top of the ancient tree near the target, then on top of a branch. The branch began to fall without making any noise. Half of the figure's body appeared from the branch. From afar, it looked like half a body had grown out of the branch. As he descended, a green light appeared in his hand. The green light turned into a short dagger and stabbed at the level 5's back. Puff! The dagger completely pierced the level 5's back. Shadowless's eyes narrowed. How could a level 5's defense be broken so easily? Even if the target didn't notice, it wouldn't be enough. Clearly, the dagger in the figure's hand was very strange. Or rather, it was unusually sharp. Shadowless kept looking at him, wanting to know how he disappeared, but as he disappeared again, Shadowless still couldn't figure out what the problem was. The level 5 warrior let out a roar and fell to the ground. The green light that had turned into a dagger earlier had turned into a vine this time. It grew out of the warrior's body and wrapped around him in layers. Finally, it turned into a tree ball. When the tree sphere was formed, the surging life force belonging to the level 5 was suppressed layer by layer. The silhouette appeared again and dragged the tree ball back. The tree ball merged into the roots and disappeared. After doing this, the silhouette moved forward again. Shadowless followed the figure for 2 days. After 2 days, he quickly returned because he realized that the figure was approaching Zichen's direction at this moment. At this time, Zichen was already refining the 6th fruit. He had made great progress in the past few days, and he had not encountered any danger during this period. Zichen! Shadowless's voice suddenly rang out. Zichen opened his eyes and opened the world. This is bad. I don't know why, but many lights and shadows have suddenly appeared in the forest. Shadowless entered the world and told Zichen what he had discovered in the past few days. He explained in detail, including the methods of the lights and shadows. Zichen frowned. If he could use any of the ancient trees to escape, then it would be difficult to catch him, let alone kill him. On the other hand, if he was targeted, then it would be a huge problem because no one could guard against someone who could appear anywhere silently. Do you have any ideas? Zichen looked at Shadowless. I don't have any ideas at the moment. As long as there are ancient trees, he will keep disappearing. His speed is faster than teleportation. Shadowless said in a low voice. Why don't you leave before they find you? Zichen nodded. If what Shadowless said was true, then in a situation where it was almost impossible to kill him after encountering him, the best solution was to stay away. Zichen still had half of the fruits left to be refined, so he could only save them for when he found a relatively safe place. Just as Zichen chose to leave, the other elites in the forest also discovered the existence of the lights and shadows. Then they found that they couldn't do anything to these lights and shadows. They weren't very strong, but they were silent. They could pass through the ancient trees at will, and it was almost impossible to lock onto them. So, these elites chose to form an alliance. Their teams continued to grow. Of course, they had to find someone they could trust. For example, the gods formed a team, the celestials formed a team, and the battle beasts formed a team. As for the scene of these three factions forming a team, it hadn't appeared yet. However, the two sides didn't fight for the time being. With Shadowless acting as a lookout for Zichen, not only did Zichen not need to form a team with others, he even deliberately stayed away from them. During this time, because he still had to refine the fruits, Zichen walked and stopped. Finally, he was spotted by a light and shadow. "It's here!" Shadowless's voice came from outside the world. Zichen stood in the world and waited patiently. Through Shadowless, he knew that his world wasn't a secret. It was as eye-catching as a lighthouse in the dark. That light and shadow would definitely be able to see it. If the other party could break in, then it would be great. When the light and shadow arrived, it saw a ball of light in front of it. It could feel a familiar presence from that ball of light. So, it used the leaves above to lean down. A short dagger appeared in its hand, and it instantly pierced the ball of light. Boom! There was a loud sound. Zichen's world trembled. Outside the world barrier, a green light of energy appeared. It wanted to invade this world, but it failed. "He's very careful." He disappeared again. Shadowless spoke again. His voice was very loud, and Zichen heard it clearly. Zichen, who was standing in the world, wanted to bring the other party in the moment he sensed the abnormality, but it was too late. Hearing Shadowless's words, Zichen didn't appear. Instead, he opened a gap to the world where he was hiding. At the same time, he connected the entrance to the world to nothingness. The surrounding spiritual power of heaven and earth entered the world through the entrance. The light and shadow in the distance were still on guard. Time stopped just like that. The light and shadow didn't give up on leaving. Zichen had Shadowless's report, so he wasn't in a hurry. He even started to refine the fruit again. The light and shadow finally couldn't wait anymore. Its body flashed, and it teleported to the top of a nearby ancient tree. It carefully observed for a while, and when it didn't sense any danger, it went down. "It's going down again. But don't act rashly. Its speed is faster than teleportation," Shadowless said. If this light shadow that was carefully bending down with the help of the tree branch knew that its every move was being observed by someone else, who knew how it would feel. It swooped down and reached Zichen's hiding place. The surrounding spiritual power of heaven and earth was still entering, and this place had become a tunnel. A ray of light appeared in its hand. The light entered its body, and like a branch, it extended into Zichen's world. Zichen's spiritual senses immediately sensed something strange. The power of the rules of his world filled the surroundings, sensing the branch and analyzing its attributes. The branch was very tough. Zichen sensed at least 10 types of rules from it, and many of them were related to killing. No wonder Shadowless said that this person could silently break through the defense of a level 5. This branch was very unusual. It was like a weapon that could change shape at will. Since he sensed the opponent's attributes, he naturally couldn't let the stalemate continue. Zichen's aura appeared. With a shout, the branch disappeared, and Zichen appeared in the forest. He disappeared again. "He's so fast that it's almost impossible to defend against him," Shadowless, who was standing beside Zichen, said. Zichen didn't say anything. He looked around cautiously. At the same time, his spiritual senses also locked on the surroundings. He didn't find anything strange. "He can merge with the ancient trees. It's impossible to detect him. The opponent's speed is too fast, and the activation time of the blade territory is too slow. Unless we open up the territory first, lure him in, and then activate it." What Shadowless said was a method, but it was obviously unrealistic. Since these silhouettes were so careful, they obviously weren't stupid and wouldn't fall for it so easily. Both sides couldn't let the stalemate continue. Zichen looked around. After finding nothing, a cold light appeared in his eyes, and he attacked the ancient trees. The power of yin and yang gathered together easily, forming a blade that slashed at the ancient trees in front of him. During this time, the ancient trees put up a defense. However, it was useless. After refining the fruits, Zichen's combat power became extremely strong, and he easily destroyed them. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 ancient trees around him were all killed by Zichen. At the same time, he kept the ancient trees in his world. Next, the Brew Mother would refine the life force and leave the heart of the tree for him. More than 10 ancient trees were cut down, and an empty space appeared in the sky. The sun shone down from above. This was one of the few times Zichen saw the sun since he came here. At this moment, the sun shone on his face, and it was warm. According to Shadowless, the silhouettes were already far away because there were no more trees nearby. Looking up at the blue sky, Zichen's eyes suddenly lit up. He stretched out his hand and released a ray of energy. The power of Yin and Yang appeared, turning into a thunder lotus that flew toward the empty space in the sky. When the thunder lotus reached the sky, it came into contact with the barrier formed by the will of the forest. The two sides clashed. Boom! The thunder lotus exploded with a bang, and the power of Yin and Yang swept toward the barrier. Under the ravaging of this energy, cracks began to appear on the barrier. It really works! Seeing this, Zichen's face showed a hint of joy. Then, another attack went against the sky. Bang! Chapter 2771. The barrier was broken, and sunlight shone down smoothly, illuminating the forest. The will of the forest here became blank. Zichen's figure flashed, and he soared into the sky. At this moment, he stood above the forest and looked around. He saw an endless sea of trees. Suddenly his pupils shrank. At the end of the sea of trees, he saw a green light. That green light was the only thing higher than the sea of trees. The green light flickered. It was obvious, but it was not clear. Zichen's expression changed slightly. He was a little surprised. If he guessed correctly, that direction should be where the ancient Tree King was. However, he could not see the ancient Tree King before. Why could he see it this time? Last time, Zichen kept moving forward and only found the ancient Tree King when he reached the end of the Sea of Trees. However, he was at least 108,000 miles away from the end of the Sea of Trees, where the ancient Tree King was. He did not expect to see the ancient Tree King. Could it be because of the will of the forest? After all, the will of the forest had disappeared when he went in last time. Zichen, come back quickly! Shadowless's voice came from below. Zichen looked down and saw the leaves in the distance start to extend in this direction, about to fill the gap. Once this gap was filled, the will of the forest would reappear. By then, he would not be able to go down. Zichen's figure flashed, and he returned to the forest. Shadowless said. He retreated far away. Zichen nodded and smiled bitterly. I was thinking of breaking this will of the forest, and then killing it. Previously, his idea was very simple. He would cut open a circle in the forest, and leave a dozen or more ancient trees in the circle. The rest of the area would be empty. If the silhouette entered the circle, he would use his blade domain or his own world to trap the silhouette. Without the will of the forest, his world could be opened. Swallowing a dozen ancient trees would not be a problem. However, looking at the speed at which the ancient trees were extending, it seemed that this method would not work. Shadowless smiled. If you really do that, it will be a huge project. It will take a lot of effort and might not be effective. Zichen nodded. This was only his conjecture. Whether it would succeed or not, he actually wasn't sure. Although he has retreated, no one knows when he will catch up. Did you feel anything earlier? Shadowless walked over. His attack was very strong. It contained many attack rules. Most importantly, because of the environment here, his attack will be stronger. Within the range of the forest's will, the attacks of these light shadows were just like how Zichen used his saber after he activated his saber domain. What do you plan to do now? Shadowless asked. Zichen shook his head. The entire forest belonged to them, so there was nothing he could do. However, he still needed to break out of this situation, so he thought for a while and said, Why don't we go to the edge? This sea of trees seemed endless, but it wasn't really endless. Just like the ancient tree king at the other end, Zichen wanted to go to the end opposite the ancient tree king to take a look. Normally, the closer you are to the edge, the less dangerous it is. You don't have many fruits left. This is not good for your improvement, Shadowless said. Although Zichen had yet to encounter such a situation, this was the case according to common sense. Zichen had not seen how difficult it was to deal with the figures of light, but he had heard a lot from Shadowless. There were many of them, and they could not be killed. If they kept pestering him, he would be in big trouble. Now one figure of light had retreated. Perhaps more would come. When that happened, Zichen would only be able to deal with them. He would not have the time to improve his strength. Other than retreating, he had a second option, which was to form an alliance with others. After all, there were many teams here. There were also God Generals teams. However, this option would not work for Zichen. He did not trust those God Generals. He could not be sure who was coming to kill him. Therefore, he had to leave even if he did not want to. Let's go. But before we go, let's collect some resources. The hearts of the ancient trees here were useful to him. The vitality of the ancient trees was useful to the broodmother. Now, it was relatively easy for Zichen to kill these ancient trees. Under the interaction of yin and yang, the ancient trees were cut down one by one. After that, Zichen put the cut ancient trees into his world for future cultivation. This time, Zichen did not deliberately choose a location. The more ancient trees he killed, the more empty the area would be. Even if the will of the forest could cover up the area again, he only needed to kill the few trees with the most luxuriant branches and leaves to create a large area. While Zichen was killing these ancient trees, Shadowless was on guard not far away to see if the figures of light had returned. Those figures of light did not return. Instead, there were other humans here. They were God Generals of the God race. They must have heard the commotion here and came over. There was only one person. When he saw Zichen, he was very surprised. Why is there a level 3? He was stunned. However, when he saw the ancient trees that were cut down, his expression changed slightly. Although the opponent was only level 3, he was not weak to be able to kill so many ancient trees. Seeing this level 6, Zichen's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He had an impression of this person. He was the first person to obtain the fruit. According to Shadowless, this person should be in another direction. He didn't expect to come here. Meeting in this strange place, everyone was on the God race's side. However, Zichen did not show any joy. Instead, he was cautious and retreated to the outer area. After retreating into the forest, he teleported away with Shadowless. During this time, the level 6 God General watched him and did not make a move. Not long after Zichen disappeared, footsteps were heard from behind. Another God race team had arrived. This time, there were quite a lot of people. There were 20 of them. 5 of them were level 6, while the rest were level 5. When they arrived, they saw the level 6 standing there. Obviously, they all had a deep impression of this person who had obtained the fruit first. Not for anything else, but for the gourd alone. Since they were on the same side, there was not much hostility between them. The level 6 leader looked at the other and said, "Are you here to chase after the figures of light?" The level 6 leader with the gourd did not answer. "Don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything else. My name is Kennedy. I was chased by the figures of light. Now I'm here to chase after them," said Kennedy. "Roy. I was also ambushed by the figures of light," said Roy. "Those figures of light are very difficult to deal with." "Are you alone, or are you with another team?" asked Kennedy. "I'm alone," said Roy. "Then let's form a team. There is more than one figure of light. They are silent and very difficult to deal with. We have more people, so we can be stronger. Now, everyone in this area has started to form teams." Kennedy looked at Roy and said. Roy did not immediately agree. He was somewhat hesitant. Kennedy looked at the roots in front of him that had obviously just lost their vitality and said, "You have friends?" Roy shook his head and said, I'm alone, but when I came here just now, I saw someone in front of me. When he saw me, he retreated vigilantly. Oh? Is he a god? Asked Kennedy. No, he should be on our side. But it's strange that his level is very low, said Roy. Kennedy's expression changed slightly when he heard that. He said, The person you're talking about is only level 3, right? You know him? Roy looked at him in confusion, and then he noticed that the expressions of the people behind Kennedy had changed. Kennedy said, You were the first to get the fruit at the ancient Tree King's place, so you left early and did not see what happened next. Everyone used all kinds of methods to fight for the fruits. That level 3 guy you saw just now got dozens of fruits alone and then retreated. What? He got dozens of fruits alone? Roy's expression changed. Yes, at least dozens of fruits, not including those that fell on the ground. Don't be fooled by his low level, but his methods are very strange. One of his defenses could withstand several attacks from the ancient Tree King without collapsing. Roy was very surprised when he heard that. He was already very lucky to get one fruit, but he did not expect that the other party got dozens of them. Do you know which direction he went? Kennedy asked again. The expressions of the people behind him changed. During this period of time, everyone had been looking for Zichen. After all, he had gotten dozens of fruits. In addition, Zichen's defensive methods were also very tempting. With level 3 strength, Zichen could get so many fruits. If they could use them, wouldn't they be able to resist the ancient Tree King's attacks? At that time, wouldn't they be able to pick so many fruits at will? Roy pointed at the direction Zichen left. At the same time, he also joined the group and chased after Zichen. During this time, Kennedy said, If we can find him, it would be best if we can exchange for a fruit. Even if he has already refined it, we can still cooperate to go deeper. Roy nodded, very much in agreement with this idea. Zichen did not know that someone was chasing in his direction. Even if he knew, he would not care, because it was something that would happen sooner or later. Next, he kept moving forward, changing direction several times, and then he killed a large number of ancient trees and stored them in the world. Only when he had enough resources could he reach the outside world with peace of mind. The area of the world was infinite, and he killed the ancient trees very quickly. It only took him a few days to get enough resources, and then he chose to go to the outer area. Under the will of the forest, his teleportation distance was limited, but it did not affect him. He just needed to teleport a few more times. Chapter 2772. After coming to the outer region of the forest, Zichen saw tall but withered ancient trees. Apart from a small number of withered leaves, most of the ancient trees had thick trunks and sparse branches. There was a thick layer of fallen leaves on the ground, and the bottom layer of leaves had already decayed. This was something that he had never seen before. This was because these ancient trees were all alive and would not have leaves falling. Not to mention fighting, it would be difficult for these ancient trees to even survive. Did they encounter a battle? As he continued walking, Zichen saw some very short trees that had withered and died before they could even grow. After coming here, the will of the forest had become so weak that he could not sense it. He continued to walk and did not encounter any danger. In fact, he wondered if these ancient trees would attack him. This withered area was dozens of kilometers wide. Although Zichen had some guesses about the situation in the periphery of the forest, and even believed that there shouldn't be too much danger here, he definitely didn't expect the situation to be like this. Not to mention great danger, there wouldn't even be any ordinary danger. Fortunately, he had brought many ancient trees with him, or else cultivating would have been a problem. Shadowless stood beside Zichen. Seeing this scene, he also felt incredulous. Most of the ancient trees here have lost their life force. Did they encounter an enemy and fight? Even he couldn't explain the real reason. Even if it's an enemy, they shouldn't just devour life force, right? To the existences who came to this place, the vitality of the ancient trees was not very useful. What was truly useful was the tree heart. However, looking at these ancient trees, it seemed like none of them had their tree hearts taken away. All of them had their vitality greatly reduced. Or perhaps there's some kind of creature here that feeds on the ancient tree's life force? Shadowless said. This was very likely. After all, they had not seen a single native creature in this world. A creature that fed on the ancient tree's life force. Zeichin braced himself, and was once again on guard against his surroundings. His immense spiritual senses swept out and probed the surroundings, but he didn't find any signs of life. This world was quiet, so quiet that there was not even a light breeze. The already weak will of the forest had completely disappeared. Zeichin flew into the sky and stood above the forest. He saw a large area of withered yellow. Under the sunlight, these withered ancient trees were like a huge golden wave that spread into the distance. It was also boundless. This discovery caused Zeichin to feel deeply puzzled. The ancient trees in the entire outer region were all withered and yellow. Could it be that there really was a creature that fed on the vitality of the ancient trees and slowly nibbled away at this forest from the outer region? This was very likely because this world was full of life and should not only have these ancient trees. He inadvertently looked back and saw the ancient tree king in front of him. It was clear yet blurry, as if it was at the end of his vision, but he could not see it clearly. Zeichin knew very well how far the ancient tree king's true body was from where he was currently standing. Even if he activated his world and chose to teleport, it would take him a long time to reach it. Such a long distance had long surpassed the range of what the eyes could see. He called Shadowless to come up and see what was going on. Shadowless flashed up and saw the withered ancient trees. He was also surprised. Look over there. Zeichin pointed at the ancient tree king. What? Shadowless looked at the direction Zeichin was pointing at. Other than the endless forest, there was nothing else. The ancient tree king is in front. Can't you see it? Zeichin asked in surprise. Shadowless looked back at Zeichin. Are you serious? Ever since Zeichin met Shadowless, Shadowless could see everything he could see. However, Zeichin might not be able to see what Shadowless could see. Zeichin nodded. There's a large green light in front. It looks like the ancient tree king we met. Shadowless shook his head. I can't see it. This was indeed the case. The ancient tree king was too far away from this place. Under normal circumstances, it was indeed impossible to see it. However, Zeichin could see it. It did not mean that his eyesight was good. It only meant that everything was not normal. The only difference between him and Shadowless was that he had refined those fruits. The two landed again. Zeichin frowned. It's either an illusion or because of the fruits. Shadowless smiled. It's obviously the latter. You know very well whether it's an illusion or not. Zeichin nodded. He was very sure that what he saw was not an illusion. Shadowless said. Actually, there was something suspicious about what happened before. Why did the will of the forest suddenly disappear? What did the others discover that led them to go deeper and see the ancient tree king? The ancient tree here is very strong. It gave us a lot of trouble when we first met it. As the ancient tree king, it should be even more terrifying. However, it did not display its strength, or rather, it did not display its strength from the beginning, allowing us to obtain a lot of fruits. Those silent shadows only appeared after we obtained the fruits. Coincidentally, you were able to see the invisible ancient tree king after refining the fruits. Does that mean that the ancient tree king has some kind of reaction to the energy of its fruits? Is it because of this reaction that those shadows came to us? Zeichen's expression changed when he heard this. You mean that all of this is a conspiracy? It's all a conspiracy of the ancient tree king? I can't be sure if it's a conspiracy or not, but it's not normal for you to be able to see the ancient tree king. Perhaps the ancient tree king can sense your existence through the will of the forest. Shadowless said. It's very simple to verify this point. Just wait here. If the shadows can chase us here, then it's naturally because you refined the fruits. Shadowless continued. Of course, we can't rule out other factors. For example, the disappearance of the will of the forest last time, and the ancient tree king did not appear strong at the beginning. Perhaps something happened to it, such as leveling up, or some other reason causing it to be weak. But no matter what the reason is, the appearance of those shadows should be incited by the ancient Tree King. In order to verify Shadowless's guess, Zichen stayed in this area. He walked forward and was very close to those withered ancient trees. He did not encounter any attacks. He stopped beside a thick ancient tree. This ancient tree needed more than a dozen people to hug. Although it could not be compared to the ancient Tree King, it was still much thicker than ordinary ancient trees. This tree was already on the verge of death. On the bare trunk, there were less than 6 branches, and on the branches were only a few yellowed leaves. He had already walked past this place and did not encounter any attacks, so he was extremely safe here. Of course, this did not exclude the possibility of other creatures. Zichen stayed under this ancient tree. Shadowless was on guard. Zichen entered the world and continued to refine those fruits. The fruits could allow him to improve quickly and even allow him to break through, so he had to refine them first. The Brood Mother was in the depths of Zichen's world. Its size had become extremely large, and its realm had reached level 9. It was moving toward level 1. It used to be at the general level, so there was no bottleneck. Everything just needed to wait for the right conditions to allow it to level up. Although it would still be at the general level after leveling up and would not be of any help to Zichen now, if it was released to the outside world, it would show its true terrifying side. As long as it had enough time, it would create a general level army. Its scale would not be weaker than the general level Brood Mother that Zichen had taken down last time. Green light flashed on Zichen's clones. It was the remaining energy of the fruits. They were using this energy to comprehend the general level saber intent. This was the fastest way for Zichen to break through. He did not need to work hard to comprehend all kinds of rules. He only needed to comprehend the saber intent in the Saber Ancestor's tablet to promote the transformation of his soul and level up again. Because he had refined the fruits earlier, he had made some progress in comprehending the general level saber intent. He was not far from fully comprehending it. Therefore, when Zichen returned to his world, he did not try to control the yin and yang energy again. Instead, he went to the Saber Ancestor's tablet and jointly comprehended the general level saber intent with his clones. He closed his eyes, and a green light flashed on his body. A general level saber intent appeared in Zichen's mind. The general level saber intent was very fast, and it carried an extremely strong power as it shuttled through his sea of soul. Zichen's soul could only comprehend it through the aura left behind by the saber intent in the beginning because it could not catch up with the saber intent at all. Now, his spiritual senses could barely keep up with it, and he was constantly perceiving the changes in the saber intent. Although he had already comprehended 3 saber intents, as his realm increased, the difficulty of comprehending the saber intent also increased. The further he progressed, the more difficult it would be to comprehend it. For Shadowless, time passed as he waited. During this time, he did not see any creatures approaching this place, nor did he see any light or shadow. Zichen was still comprehending the general level saber intent. At this time, his spiritual senses could already catch up with the saber intent and wrap around it. Buzz! The saber intent trembled, and a sharp saber light swept past. Zichen's spiritual senses were instantly cut off, and a sharp pain came from his mind. Comprehending the saber intent was to constantly hone one's soul. During this period, one's soul would become stronger and stronger, and at some point, it would reach a critical point of transformation. Shadowless had been waiting nearby for a long time, but he did not see any light or shadow. He also did not guess that the creature he thought was devouring the vitality of the ancient trees. There was no danger here, so he tried to go deeper to see if there were any abnormalities. As he went deeper, he found that some of the lush ancient trees seemed to have withered at this moment. He did not see any abnormalities. The vitality of these ancient trees was flowing away on its own, which made Shadowless feel very incredulous. He continued to move forward and then found traces of humans. Some people had also arrived in the outside world. This discovery made him immediately retreat. No matter what the purpose of these people was, he had to inform Zichen. As soon as he returned to Zichen's world, he saw that new changes were taking place in Zichen's world. A pressure that belonged to a fourth-level general was raging in this world. Chapter 2773. The aura of a level 4 ancestral general surged in Zichen's world. Zichen's world was undergoing earth-shattering changes. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that came from outside the world flowed into this world, causing the world to become more stable, and its laws to become stronger. Zichen stood in the center of the world. 4 general-level sword intents circled around his body, indicating that he had reached level 4. This general-level battlefield was indeed a place that could train people. Under great pressure, Zichen had advanced several levels in a very short time. If he was still in the realm of the gods, he might not even be able to reach level 2. Shadowless stood in the distance and looked at Zichen. He nodded in satisfaction. In the depths of his world, the Brew Mother, who was refining the ancient tree, opened her eyes. When she saw the changes around her, she was extremely shocked. "He's broken through again so quickly? What kind of speed is this?" In addition to being shocked, she was also deeply grateful. The stronger Zichen was, the safer she would be. She could also find more ancient tree life force similar to this one for her. Next to her were tree hearts, which were left for Zichen to refine. The changes in the world had been going on for a long time. It would continue for a long time. Now that Zichen had advanced to level 4, he could hide in his world again. Some level 5 god generals might not be able to sense the location of his world. In the eyes of some level 5 god generals, his world was no longer as conspicuous as a lighthouse. He finally had a way to hide. Of course, in the eyes of level 6 god generals, his world was still conspicuous. Zichen's face lit up with joy at the breakthrough in his strength. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. Although the price for this pleasant surprise was that he had consumed more than 20 fruits, the increase in his level meant that his combat power had increased exponentially. Now that he was facing a level 5 god general, he believed that everything would become easier. Even if he encountered a level 6 god general, he would have the power to fight instead of running away whenever he saw one. Looking at the 4 general-level sword intents circling around him, Zichen's face, which had been full of joy, revealed a hint of regret. "What a pity! If only I was at level 5, I would be able to activate the general-level domain." 5 ancestral saber tablets could activate the saber domain. Although Zichen could now summon 8 ancestral saber tablets to fight, the foundation was the saber intent of 8 oracle saber tablets, not general level. Once he reached the 5th level, he would be able to control the 5 general level ancestral steels. Then, the general level domain he could display would become even more powerful. "You're already very fast." Shadowless, laughed when he heard Zichen's Shadowless. The general level broadsword will on Zichen's body was withdrawn. He still needed some time to allow the yin-yang energy in his body to advance. "Shadowy figure is here?" Shadowless god. "Ah. Look, Shadows is." Trouble Zichen let out a helpless sigh. How good would it be if there was an absolutely safe place? That way, I could continue to improve my realm. Shadowless smiled and said, "If there really was a safe place, your cultivation speed wouldn't be so fast. Only when there was pressure would one's potential be truly stimulated. Once it was easy, it was almost impossible to advance quickly. Of course, if you were to comprehend the ancestral winged steel now, I believe that you would be able to improve quickly, but this is only limited to the true meaning of the divine envoy level." Zichen nodded. He understood this logic. "Well, since they're here, let's go out and take a look. If they're enemies, we'll just eliminate them. If they're allies... I don't think I'll meet any allies here." He flashed out with Shadowless. The golden sunlight shone on his body. He had stayed here for a long time. He knew that this place was strange. It was always daytime. He had never seen nightfall. Zichen turned his head to look at the thick ancient tree beside him and said, "It's really hard to imagine how much life force this ancient tree, which is second only to the ancient tree king, had been sucked away to become like this. Did you find anything else recently? Shadowless said. I didn't see any other life forms, but I found some ancient trees losing life force. I couldn't sense anything strange. Oh? Zichen heard this and asked curiously. So they lost their life force from underground? Should be. Shadowless nodded. He suddenly thought of a problem and said, the experts killed by the light were all pulled underground by the ancient trees. At first, I didn't feel anything strange, but now that I think about it, it doesn't seem right. Those experts' bodies contained vast amounts of life force and energy. Were they all refined by the ancient trees nearby? Zichen looked at Shadowless. What did you think? Shadowless said. Could it be that the corpses of those experts were taken away from the underground? For example, to the ancient tree king? It's so far away, can it be moved there? Zichen frowned. What if all the ancient tree roots are connected together? Shadowless looked at the ground and said, whether or not it's true, you'll know when you try. Zichen bent over and squatted on the ground. He extended his right hand and pressed it against the ground. In the next moment, streaks of energy flowed along his arm and gathered on the ground. Like tentacles, they entered the ground to investigate. 1. But just as the energy reached a few hundred meters, the ground shook slightly. A repulsive force came from underground and entered Zichen's palm. Streaks of energy surged on Zichen's palm and formed a wave of energy that swept in all directions, sweeping up large amounts of leaves. How is it? Shadowless looked at Zichen. Zichen stood up and looked at Shadowless. There's something strange underground. It's like the wool of the forest, but it's even stronger. It's like there's a dense net of laws covering the entire land. Looks like there really is something strange, Shadowless said. Then let's go outside. Zichen nodded and changed direction with Shadowless. They walked past many places with withered trees. Zichen reached out and sensed the abnormality in the ground. The repulsive force came and Zichen pulled back his hand. They looked dead on the surface, but the roots still contain life. The situation here is the same as before. The two continued walking outside and saw many withered trees along the way. Zichen tried again, but it was still the same. Then he used teleportation and finally reached the real outside. There were no trees here. It was empty as far as the eye could see, but this was also the end of the world. If they kept going forward, it would be endless space turbulence. Zichen sensed again. This time, when the energy entered the ground, he didn't feel any repulsive force. The energy could move freely underground until it met an obstruction. Then, he followed Shadowless for another 2 miles. Zichen pointed at the ground and said, "There's something strange here." With that, he sent out a beam of energy. The energy entered the ground and exploded. Smoke and dust flew in all directions, and a pit that was dozens of meters deep appeared on the ground. Zichen and Shadowless jumped into the hole. As they went down, they saw many tree roots that intertwined like snakes. They released light and kept wriggling. This is the end. If we keep going forward, we'll encounter a repulsive force. Zichen pointed at the wriggling tree roots and said, "If I'm not wrong, the tree roots keep intertwining from here until they reach the ancient tree king." Shadowless nodded. This was very likely. It seems that the life force of these ancient trees wasn't absorbed by other creatures. No creature can absorb the life force of these ancient trees in this situation, Zichen said. If it has the power, it doesn't need to absorb underground. It can just come up. Shadowless nodded again. He had guessed this possibility before. Then, it was very clear that the life force of the ancient trees in the outer regions was flowing to other places through the roots, or rather, to the depths. At this moment, the two of them saw a sudden suction force coming from the wriggling roots. The spiritual energy in the deep pit quickly gathered towards the roots and turned into earth energy. Finally, it condensed into soil and gathered more and more on the roots. It's absorbing the familiar power of the earth. It wants to fill up the hole here. Zichen was very surprised. The two of them stared at the deep pit for a while longer. Above the exposed tree roots, more and more earth attribute energy gathered. If this continued, the deep pit created by Zichen would soon be filled up again. After discovering another secret of this forest, the two didn't feel relaxed at all. Instead, their hearts became heavier. Not only was there the will of the forest in the sky, but there was also another law net underground. It could gather the roots of the entire forest, and even gather all the life force together. Under this situation, it would be very difficult to kill an existence. Zichen suddenly said, "The life force here is disappearing so quickly. There must be a place that needs too much life force. Could it be that the roots of the ancient trees we killed before absorb it?" Shadowless pondered. "Now that you mention it, it does seem possible. When we came out, we didn't find a single hole. This is abnormal," Zichen said. "That must be the case. Although the ancient trees here are dead, their roots are still alive. When we killed those ancient trees, we only destroyed their life force and took away the trunks. We didn't dig out the roots. The life force here is disappearing so quickly. The roots must have absorbed the life force and grown new ancient trees. If they turned back now, they would know." However, neither Zichen nor Shadowless chose to go back. Chapter 2774. The Level 5 Celestial rushed toward Zichen. His body was shrouded in light, releasing a powerful aura. In this strange world, in this strange and dangerous environment, all outsiders should stick together. In fact, everyone did the same. Whether it was the Celestials, or the battle spirits, they did not attack when they met. This was restraint. However, Zichen was definitely not included in this group because he was only level 3. Everyone who saw him was like a hunter who saw his prey. They all wanted to kill him. This Celestial was the same. His body moved forward quickly. The light in his hand surged, and the energy turned into a solid longsword. The sword shone with a cold light as it slashed down. The longsword cut through the sky and reached Zichen's head. Zichen clenched his fist to meet it, and the light of yin and yang shone. With a loud bang, the sword light exploded, and the destructive energy wreaked havoc. The withered ancient trees around them snapped, and the withered leaves danced in the air, covering the sky. The Level 5 Celestial retreated, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He looked at Zichen and said, "Level 4? Obviously, his opponent was no longer the level 3 he saw when he was snatching the fruit. Zichen did not say anything. He took a step forward and disappeared. The extreme speed of a level 4 was like teleportation in the eyes of a level 5. He appeared in front of his opponent in an instant. Punch! The light of yin and yang shone again and shrouded his fist, releasing a destructive wave. Sensing the powerful energy in Zichen's fist, the level 5 Celestial's expression changed slightly. The energy in his body became violent, and he also punched out. The fist went straight forward, and the space around it distorted. An ancient word appeared on the fist surrounded by energy, making the fist even more powerful. The two fists met, and a powerful shockwave spread out from the center of the two, forming an even more powerful and terrifying destructive force. This force was like a sharp blade, cutting down all the ancient trees around them. The endless leaves were also shattered in an instant. Zichen stood in place and did not move. The level 5 Celestial opposite him coughed up blood and was sent flying. In a situation where there was a difference of one level, the level 5 Celestial dared to fight Zichen head-on. Naturally, he would not have the upper hand. As his body flew backwards, a look of shock appeared on his face. He did not expect to be suppressed by absolute power. At this moment, Zichen continued to charge forward and threw out another punch. The pupils of the 5th level Celestial shrank. He did not choose to fight head-on. Instead, he formed a seal with both hands to form a defensive barrier. After witnessing Zichen's strength, he knew that it would be very difficult to kill him. Therefore, he chose to defend himself and wait for his companions to arrive. At this moment, within the range of Zichen's spiritual sense, he had already sensed some auras fluctuating. There were other Tian Clan S approaching in this direction. His fist whistled as it landed, and the yin and yang forces on the surface of his fist erupted in an instant, forming a destructive wave that swept through the defenses of the level 5 celestial. Boom! The level 5 celestial's defense instantly exploded, and a terrifying destructive energy enveloped the opponent's body. The other party coughed up blood and was sent flying again. His face was filled with horror. If he had not experienced it himself, he would never have imagined that a mere level 4 celestial would possess such terrifying combat power. At this moment, he saw a flash of light from the corner of his eye. Following that, a dangerous aura descended. His expression changed drastically, and he formed another seal with both hands. At the same time, his body emitted light, and his body quickly changed direction in midair. Poof! A cold blade flashed past his body in an instant, and one of the Tian clan's arms was cut off. Looking at the severed arm, Zichen's eyes flashed with surprise. As expected of a Black Order celestial, his reaction was fast, and his speed was not slow. Stop! A loud shout came from behind, and a powerhouse was approaching. Zichen's lips curled into a sneer. His figure flashed and disappeared again. Then, an even sharper and faster blade light slashed through the body of the level 5 celestial. This time, although the level 5 celestial had put up a defense, he could not block the blade. Moreover, he did not have time to dodge, and his body was split into two. The power of yin and yang in the blade quickly rushed into the opponent's soul, extinguishing his life force. Whistling sounds could be heard, and other celestial clans came from afar. Zichen walked forward as if nothing had happened, and kept the spoils of war. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? It was the same voice from before, and it came from a level 5 celestial. He quickly came in front of Zichen and looked at him angrily. Zichen looked at him and said indifferently, He wants to kill me. Why should I stop? The level 5 celestial's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then, the light flashed again, and other celestial clans arrived. Obviously, they had come here together. There were more than 10 of them, and they were all level 5 celestials. Such a team was enough to protect themselves here. After they arrived, they surrounded Zichen. Of course, they were familiar with Zichen. The scene of him snatching the fruit was still vivid in everyone's mind. His defense had left a deep impression on them. They, who had refined the fruit, were very clear about its use. Naturally, they wanted more. This is a dangerous place. We should help each other since we're here, said the level 5 celestial. Helping each other? Zichen looked at him with a smile on his face. The level 5 celestial looked to his sides, and 2 celestials immediately retreated into the distance. That's right. We should help each other. Even if we belong to different forces, we should fight to the death in the outside world, not here, said the level 5 celestial coldly. Zichen's gaze swept past the other level 5 celestials, and he said indifferently, But he wanted to kill me the moment he arrived. I don't see him wanting to help me. The level 5 celestial frowned. He was dissatisfied with Zichen's answer. At this moment, the 2 celestials who had left earlier returned. They shook their heads at the level 5 celestial, and their eyes were cold. The level 5 celestial nodded slightly, then looked at Zichen and said, So you don't agree with what I said? It's not that I don't agree. I strongly disagree, said Zichen. Then you can go to hell. The level 5 celestial's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He took the lead and rushed toward Zichen. At the same time, he shouted, Let's kill him together! Although they had seen with their own eyes that Su Enmo had killed their comrade, they did not think that a mere level 4 celestial would be able to do anything to them. Moreover, they had sent people to check the surroundings, but they did not see anyone else. It was obvious that Zichen was alone and had no companions. Zichen's smile turned into a cold sneer. His body shone brightly, and the yin and yang forces each occupied half of his body. The long saber that he had just put away fell again. Go to hell! A terrifying saber light slashed down. It was the level 5 celestial who had spoken first. Zichen unsheathed his saber. The yin and yang energy on the saber flickered as it met the saber light. Whoosh! The saber flickered as it met the saber light. Whoosh! The saber light went against the heavens and easily cut through the saber light. It continued forward and landed on the level 5 celestial. When he was at level 3, he could easily kill a level 5 celestial, let alone now. The level 5 celestial's defense was broken in an instant. A deep wound appeared on his abdomen, and glossy blood gushed out. Seeing that his saber did not kill the enemy, Zichen, who had quickly dodged the attack, shook his head and smiled. He said, "It seems that I have to be more serious." After he said that, thunder wings appeared on his back. There were a total of 12 wings, flashing with the light of thunder. After using the thunder wings, his speed was even faster. He cleverly passed through the attacks and arrived in front of the level 5 celestial who had been injured and had a shocked expression on his face. Poof! The saber light flashed again. This time, in addition to the yin and yang energy, the saber light was surrounded by 3 general level saber intents. This time, the saber light cut through the level 5 celestial's body without any hesitation, splitting him into 2. Whoosh! At the same time, his figure flickered again. A sharp net made entirely of rules cut through Zichen's body. The afterimage left behind by Zichen was instantly cut into dozens of regular squares. Seeing that his attack had failed, the level 5 celestial's expression changed. However, before he could launch a second attack, he saw a light appear beside him. The light turned into Zichen's appearance. As soon as he turned his head, he saw the saber light coming toward him. This saber was not only powerful, but it also sealed off all his escape routes, forcing him to face it head-on. Poof! The saber light extinguished the level 5 celestial's attack, broke through his defense, and then cut open his body. The yin and yang energy contained in the saber exploded, destroying the level 5 celestial's life force. Killing 2 people with 3 slashes. Such powerful combat strength made the other level 5 celestial's expressions change drastically. Obviously, they had underestimated their opponent's combat strength. However, it seemed that they could only use their most powerful techniques to kill him. These level 5 celestials displayed their most powerful techniques one after another. In the sky, all kinds of powerful attacks appeared. However, to the current Zichen, these attacks were no longer a threat to him. With the saber in his hand, he slashed down. The saber light was indomitable. It destroyed the attacks in front of it, and killed the enemies behind it. 1 slash, 1 kill. One after another. After the 5th celestial was killed, the other celestials finally showed a look of horror on their faces. They turned and ran. As they ran, they also ran in different directions. Obviously, with Zichen's strength, he could not split his attention to chase after everyone. There would always be someone who could escape alive. As for who would live and who would die, that would depend on luck. However, Zichen did not chase after them. He just looked at them coldly. Beside him, his doppelganger walked out. A divine light flashed and disappeared. The divine light quickly chased after them. Its speed was much faster than those level 5 celestials. In an instant, it passed through their bodies one by one. These celestials who were running away fell one after another. The doppelganger walked forward to clean up the battlefield. Zichen turned back and was surprised to see that the huge ancient tree beside him had only lost some of its trunk after the previous battle. Its roots were not broken. Looking around, the other ancient trees had long been broken. "Your luck is not bad," Zichen smiled. Chapter 2775. This voice suddenly came from the ancient tree in front of Zichen. Hearing this voice, his expression changed. He gripped the long sword in his hand and said coldly, "Come out! Don't misunderstand. I have no ill intentions." The voice came from the ancient tree again. "If you have no ill intentions, then why are you hiding inside?" Zichen's expression was cold. The yin-yang light on his body flashed. He did not notice that there was someone inside before. His doppelganger had already killed all the level 5 sky race. At this time, he did not continue to collect the spoils of war. He turned around and stared at the ancient tree. The through heaven god needle floated beside him. I'm not hiding. I've always been here. The voice came from the ancient tree again. A ray of light appeared from within and turned into a blurry human face. You've always been here? Zichen looked at the other, his expression becoming more and more cautious. I'm the tree spirit of this place. I've always been here, the human face said. I've killed many ancient trees. Why haven't I seen a tree spirit? What's your relationship with those moving shadows? Zichen asked coldly. He did not let down his guard. You're talking about spirit shadows, right? The human face said. I'm different from them. I can't move. Oh? Zichen frowned. The shadows he encountered before all used the help of other ancient trees to quickly change. The other party could not move. However, it seemed to be the case. If the other party could move, they would not have shown themselves. They would have left on their own. There was no need to talk to him before. What kind of existence are you? Zichen asked. I'm an unlucky loser, the human face said. Its voice seemed to be gloomy. What do you mean? Zichen asked, confused. I'm a king who was born a failure. The human face continued. This ancient tree was abnormally huge. Although it could not be compared to the ancient tree king, it was still much bigger than a normal ancient tree. A king who was born a failure. The amount of information in this was too much. Shadowless put away the other corpses and returned to Zichen's world. Although he had broken through with the real body, he needed some time to adapt. What do you mean? I was born different from other ancient trees. I have intelligence and know my future achievements. However, in this forest, there can only be one king. Therefore, I was discovered by them and then erased by them. My luck was pretty good. Even after I died, my intelligence didn't dissipate. I slowly condensed it again. After that, I've been hiding here, not daring to reveal myself. It looked at Zichen and said, I know you've seen a king. You have the aura of a king. Are you talking about the fruit's aura? I have refined the fruit of the ancient tree king. Zichen asked. It's the fruit's aura. It can attract those spirit shadows. You came to the outer area because you encountered a spirit shadow, right? The face said. Zichen said. I don't know if they are spiritual shadows, but they can't be killed. We can teleport with the help of other ancient trees. The human face said. That's the spirit shadow I was talking about. This space has been opened once before, so you all should have come from the outside world. Last time, the will of the forest disappeared, so I'm guessing that you all went to the king and obtained the fruit. That was the king's scheme. It was to let the light shadow find your location and kill you. The energy in your bodies is the king's greatest nourishment. It can help it advance. What it said was almost exactly the same as Zichen's guess. The only difference was that it didn't know that the king would advance. Why are you telling me this? Zichen looked at it. I want to cooperate with you, the face said. How? Zichen asked. I'll help you kill the spirit shadows. You help me kill the king and help me control this forest. That doesn't seem to be meaningful to me, does it? As long as I clear a place, those spirit shadows won't be able to threaten me. As for the king, I don't plan to be enemies with it. Zichen said directly. Even if you don't kill it, it will kill you. You won't be safe here. Most importantly, if the king doesn't die, you will never be able to leave here. The face said. You've always been enemies. Even without me, you would still be enemies. As for those spirit shadows, they can't do anything to you. However, you might not know the value of a spirit shadow. If you kill it, it will turn into a fruit. Just like how your energy is useful to the king, the fruit of the king's energy is also useful to you. Zichen's expression changed. The face continued. If you refine me, it will be of some help to you. However, because of your strength, the help will be minimal. If we cooperate, I can help you kill those spirit shadows. You will definitely gain more than refining me. Is that why you chose to show yourself? Zichen asked. That's right. From the moment you arrived, I've been paying attention to you. This is my only chance because a new erasure is coming. Because of the loss of a large amount of life force, I'm not sure if I can avoid the threat this time, so I can only risk it. The face's words were very sincere and reasonable. This cooperation was a win-win situation for both sides. Whether or not the tree spirit existed, Zichen would eventually kill his way into the depths, kill the king, and take all the fruits. Now that he had an ally, it was naturally for the best. Moreover, this ally could help him kill the spirit shadows and obtain the fruits to cultivate. The reason why he could reach level 4 in such a short time was because of the 20 fruits. Zichen did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. Before that, what do I need to do? Since they had talked about the benefits, it was time to talk about what he needed to do. You need to protect me from being killed by the spirit shadows, the face said. I can only kill them one by one. If there are 2 spirit shadows, I can't do anything. If there are more, I will die. They are all formless. I can't catch them, Zichen said helplessly. If there is only one, that is true. However, I can deal with one. If there are too many of them, they will appear on their own. They won't hide in an ancient tree, the face said. As long as they show their true forms, I hope you can kill them. Zichen's heart skipped a beat. He said, What do you think? He waved his hand. The 8 Saber Ancestors tablets appeared and surrounded the bare ancient tree. Then, Zichen activated the Saber domain. The face hidden in the ancient tree felt a strong pressure. What is this? It asked nervously. It's a technique of my domain. As long as you are in it, you will be trapped and unable to escape, Zichen said. However, it takes a long time to activate, and all 8 tablets must appear. In fact, the activation speed of the Saber domain was not slow. It was easy to trap a human. However, the speed of the spirit shadows was close to teleportation, so it was much slower. That won't work, the tree spirit said. They are very vigilant. When they see that the situation is not good, they will immediately escape, Zichen said helplessly. Then I have no other choice. If you can make them hide, I believe you can trap those spirit shadows, the tree spirit suggested. Hide? Zichen was stunned. There was the will of the forest here. Besides, he was not a formation master, so he did not know how to hide at all. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky. The sun was shining. This was already the periphery. Where was the will of the forest? Let me try. Knowing his situation, Zichen said. Then, he activated the world. One after another, the power of rules sprinkled down from it. The power of rules fell on the 8 tablets. The next moment, the space where the tablets were began to distort, and then disappeared. After the 8 tablets disappeared, the Saber domain activated by Zichen was naturally cancelled. He looked at the tree spirit and said, How is it? I can't sense their existence anymore. There should be no problem, the tree spirit said. The strong people who were still alive now knew about the existence of the spirit shadows. Moreover, these spirit shadows were silent and could not be killed at all. Therefore, they formed a group and headed to the periphery. During this time, the spirit shadows also followed, and their numbers increased. Just as the strong people began to form groups, they also began to move forward in groups. Their lethality was also stronger. Zichen waited outside while Shadowless went out to investigate. Although he had formed an alliance with the tree spirit, Zichen still had some worries in his heart. What if he met other people? Just like the divine ones before, he was now in high demand in the eyes of others. Anyone who saw him wanted to get close to him. What made him feel slightly relieved was that the will of the forest was finally gone. His world could also be fully displayed. This was also his biggest reliance. Time passed. Shadowless returned and told him that many strong people had come outside. Soon, someone would be able to reach his direction. He could not abandon the tree spirit, so he could only deal with it. Fortunately, Shadowless told him another piece of good news. There were already spirit shadows nearby, and they should be here soon. Zichen sat cross-legged beside the withered ancient tree, refining the tree heart. Shadowless was on guard beside him. As for the tree spirit, it had already hidden itself again. A spirit shadow appeared in the distance. It appeared from the withered ancient tree and saw Zichen at a glance. It disappeared in front of him, and then appeared behind Zichen. At this moment, the tree spirit appeared on the tree trunk. On one of the tree trunks, 2 human faces appeared. The human face that belonged to the spirit shadow was trembling at this moment. At Shadowless's reminder, Zichen opened his eyes. He stood up and looked behind him. Finally, he saw the so-called spirit shadow. The spirit shadow was fighting against the tree spirit, and seemed to be in pain. Chapter 2776. Zichen was startled by the sudden arrival of night, and he raised his head to look at the sky. Above his head, it was not the dark clouds that covered the sun, but the real night. The original sun had disappeared, and the moonlight and starlight shone down. How could this be? Zichen's expression changed. Obviously, this was extremely abnormal. The battle between the tree spirit and the spirit shadow continued. Zichen did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the tree spirit at this moment seemed to have become stronger. The spirit shadow's expression became even more distorted. Finally, it let out a scream and completely disappeared from the ancient tree. In the deepest part of the forest, the ancient tree king opened its eyes. It looked into the distance as if it had seen the outermost periphery and everything that was happening there. Finally, I can't hold back anymore. A low voice came from the ancient tree king's body. Then, its body shook, and more fruits fell from above. These fruits emitted a bright light, and after they fell, they turned into spirit shadows. Go kill all the tree spirits! The spirit shadows flashed and disappeared. Then, they teleported to the outside world with the help of the ancient tree. The ancient tree king closed its eyes again. The moment it closed its eyes, the will of the forest disappeared again. At the same time, a huge light shield appeared out of thin air, isolating it from the world. The clear sky turned into night at this moment. The moon and Xingqian appeared in the sky. Day turned into night. The tree spirit in front of Zichen had the upper hand. A fruit emitting a green light appeared in front of him and flew toward him. He reached out and caught it. Using his spiritual sense, he found that it was the same as the fruit he had refined before. The tree spirit looked at the dark sky and murmured, "It's dark." Zichen nodded. "It's been a long time since I saw a night like this. It's like an illusion." The tree spirit spoke again. There was joy in its voice, but also some panic and uneasiness. "What's going on?" Zichen asked. "This situation indicates that the king has fallen into a deep sleep and has no time to manage this forest," the tree spirit said. "Without the king's will, everything will return to normal. At this time, I can also increase my spiritual power and control the surrounding ancient trees. Isn't that a good thing? While it's asleep, you can take its place," Zichen said. "This is indeed a rare opportunity, but at the same time, it also means danger." There was worry in the human face's voice. "What danger?" Zichen asked in confusion. "As the forest expands, the tree spirits will continue to appear. All these years, who knew how many more tree spirits had been hiding in the dark? After the king's will disappears, these tree spirits will appear." Hearing this, Zichen's expression changed slightly. "You mean you're not the only tree spirit here?" "That's right. There are other tree spirits here. Some of them are strong, while others are weak. When the king is asleep, it's the time for everyone to grow without worry. However, there will always be some aggressive tree spirits who want to devour other tree spirits to grow faster and eventually reach the level where they can contend against kings. Aren't tree spirits immobile? How do they devour each other?" Zichen asked, puzzled. The tree spirit said, "After the king is asleep, it won't monitor the spirit shadows. The spirit shadows will only act according to its orders before it goes into hibernation. But without the king's will, our wills are the strongest. After controlling the spirit trees nearby, we can use them to control the spirit shadows." "You mean the other tree spirits will control other spirit shadows to attack you?" Zichen was very surprised. He didn't expect the tree spirits to have such a method. Under normal circumstances, that would be the case. But this time, it's a little different. Because of your arrival, they might use these spirit shadows to trade. You mean the other tree spirits will choose to cooperate with others and let them steal the other tree spirits? That's right. This is what I'm most worried about. In fact, as long as we tree spirits work together, we can fight against the king. Because if we want to be strong, we first need to have spirit trees that we can control. But they don't think so. They always think that by devouring other tree spirits, they can fight against the king. In the years when I awaken my memory, I don't know how many similar situations I've seen. After killing each other, the strongest tree spirit will appear, but it can't do anything to the king. They think they are strong, but in the end, they will be destroyed when the king wakes up. There was too much helplessness in the tree spirit's voice. Zichen said, "Since we can't escape the fate of being devoured, then we can only devour them. Let's wait and see. Maybe this time will be different." The tree spirit said, "Now, we need to find a way to attract more spirit shadows." "Can we?" Zichen asked. "If it was before, it would be very dangerous. But now that the king has fallen into hibernation and won't supervise this place, there won't be any problems." The tree spirit seemed very confident. Then, the tree spirit let Zichen continue to sit cross-legged. The tree spirit was sitting on released a light. This light spread into the distance, as if it contained a strange attraction. The spirit shadows nearby all turned their heads and looked in this direction. Then, they quickly moved in this direction. When they arrived, they immediately saw Zichen sitting cross-legged. Coldness flashed in their eyes. However, there was only one ancient tree in front of them. It could only accommodate one spirit shadow. The spirit shadows that appeared in the surroundings didn't immediately rush up. The light emitted by the tree spirit became more and more intense. Within this light, there was a strong pressure. This pressure was very similar to the pressure of a king. In addition, there was a trace of a king's will in this pressure. Even though these spirit shadows knew exactly where their king was, their emotions were still affected by this king's aura and command. Shadowless stood there and saw many spirit shadows. These spirit shadows were obviously not in the right state. In their cold eyes, there was a hint of anxiety and uneasiness. Their bodies moved quickly as they approached the ancient trees, and the human faces that appeared had some changes of emotions. Shadowless had heard the deal between the tree spirit and Zichen. Now that he saw the state of these spirit shadows, he also felt that the tree spirit was not ordinary. The spirit shadows that were constantly flashing had orders in their minds. They couldn't tell if it was the king's voice or not. Finally, they didn't try to resist and rushed forward. Their shape made it so that they could only appear on one ancient tree. Therefore, after the first spirit shadow occupied the ancient tree behind Zichen, the other spirit shadows appeared one after another and appeared around Zichen. After they appeared, green light flashed in their hands. The green light turned into daggers and silently stabbed at Zichen in front of them. "Zichen, do it!" Before the tree spirit gave the order, Shadowless, who was watching this scene from the side, shouted. "Buzz!" Zichen removed the hidden rules around him, and the 8 saber ancestors' steels appeared. Such a change stunned the spirit shadows. They stopped attacking and turned their heads to look behind them. The saber domain was quickly activated and formed a light shield, trapping all the spirit shadows in it. Zichen opened his eyes and finally saw the true faces of these spirit shadows. They were like humans. Their bodies shone with green light, but their faces couldn't be seen clearly. At this moment, after being trapped by the domain, they looked a little anxious and lost. "Kill them!" At this moment, the tree spirit appeared from the tree trunk and trapped the previous spirit shadow in it. During this time, the two faces kept changing as if they were fighting. After seeing tree spirit, the spirit shadows, who were still at a loss before, revealed a cold killing intent in their eyes. They all charged towards tree spirit. As for Zichen, they abandoned him. Whoosh! In Zichen's hand, the long saber was unsheathed, and the saber light flashed. Inside this domain, his long saber's power was increased, and its speed was also faster. In addition, these spirit shadows didn't attack him at all, nor did they pay attention to him. This made his attack more like a sneak attack. The saber light flashed in front of him in an instant, and 3 spirit shadows were cut open. After being cut open, their bodies turned into light spots and dissipated. At the same time, a bright light appeared in front of him. In the light, there was a fruit. Whoosh! 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 The saber light in Zichen's hand kept flashing, cutting open the bodies of the spirit shadows one after another. In this saber domain, he killed these spirit shadows that revealed their true bodies. It was a complete massacre. During this time, he was worried that the tree spirit wouldn't be able to withstand the siege for a long time, so he attacked even faster. In the blink of an eye, all the spirit shadows were killed. In this saber domain, there were more than 10 fruits floating. Zichen went forward and collected these fruits one by one. Compared to last time, this harvest was not only faster, but the risk was also lower. In the tree trunk, the tree spirit also had the upper hand and suppressed the spirit shadow. After a while, a fruit floated out from the tree trunk. Zichen took the fruit and said, "Don't you need to control some spirit shadows to defend yourself?" The tree spirit shook its head and said, "No, since I've chosen to cooperate, I'll help you wholeheartedly. This is my only chance. If I can't succeed, I can only die." This absolute trust made Zichen feel pressured. He had only known the tree spirit for a day. Moreover, he didn't even know the tree spirit's name. "My name is Zichen," said Zichen. "My name is Jono," said the tree spirit. "This is the name I gave myself. Most of the time, I talk to myself. You're the first human I've met." Zichen looked at Jono. "If you break this ancient tree, you'll die? If that happens, it'll be the time of death," said Jono. "That means you won't die yet, or you won't die immediately? Without the protection of the spirit tree, I'm only a spirit body and have no attack power. Since the enemy can break my body, it'll be easy for them to devour my soul." Chapter 2777. Hearing Jono's words, Zichen's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. No matter what, I won't let you die." He had his own world. If there really was a crisis, he could just bring Jono's soul into it. Originally, he thought that Jono would die once he left the tree. "What do you need to do now?" Zichen looked at Jono. Jono said, "It's rare for a king to be in a deep sleep. I need to use this time to strengthen myself. However, in this situation, my aura will be completely released. The nearby tree spirits might be able to sense my presence. Most importantly, those spirit shadows will come as well. I'll deal with all the problems. You need to strengthen yourself first," Zichen said. "Okay." Jono, who was in the tree, nodded. Then, his figure disappeared. The ancient tree he was in began to emit light. The light grew brighter and brighter. It contained an extremely strong vitality. "Zichen, look!" With Shadowless's reminder, Zichen looked down at the ground. He found that streaks of green energy were gathering towards the ground. Because this life force was so strong, there was a lot of life force that escaped wherever the green light passed. It seems that he's using the roots underground to connect to the nearby ancient trees. At this moment, within a radius of a few hundred feet, there was only this bare tree trunk. The other ancient trees had long withered. The remaining parts were also destroyed by the shockwaves of the previous battle. However, their roots were still alive. When Jono's vitality reached these roots, these ancient trees began to absorb Jono's vitality and grew along with it. The nearby ancient trees began to germinate and grow. A series of changes happened under the naked eye. "Zichen, these spirit trees absorb my vitality. They are the continuation of my life and the foundation of my strength. I hope you can help me protect them." Jono's voice sounded from the tree trunk. At this moment, it was still bare. Zichen nodded. The 8 saber ancestors' steels spread out in all directions, enveloping the 5 ancient trees that had absorbed Jono's vitality. Jono's vitality was flowing faster. The 5 ancient trees absorbed it faster. As they grew, their trunks became extremely thick. At the same time, the top branches and leaves extended into the distance. These branches and leaves swept over Zichen's head. Zichen felt an extremely weak consciousness. It already has a little bit of will. If we help it grow, it will become another king, Shadowless said beside him. Zichen nodded. This should be considered as a king's cultivation. Don't worry about it. Show me what you can do. I can deal with all threats in a short time, Zichen said. Jono did not respond. The 5 ancient trees grew faster. Seeing that they were about to become the towering ancient trees in the depths, Zichen was very surprised. Not long after, the 5 ancient trees were completely formed. The leaves covered the sky and the earth. The consciousness was slightly stronger than before. At this time, the sky was still dark. Seeing the 5 ancient trees, Zichen naturally understood the reason for the large number of ancient trees withered. It seemed that the ancient trees that they had killed before had all been revived. After the 5 ancient trees were formed, they opened their eyes. Obviously, they were the same as the ancient trees in the depths. Next, Zichen did not see Jono increase his strength. Instead, he sent out more vitality. Zichen asked in confusion, "Won't you be weaker by doing this?" Jono said helplessly, "There's no other way. The spirit trees nearby are all dead. There's no more vitality to devour. I can only slowly revive them." "Are you going to use vitality to revive all the ancient trees?" "There's no need for that. Actually, we can use these 5 spirit trees to absorb the vitality around us. However, the spirit trees here are all withered. There's not much vitality, so the effect will be very slow," Jono said. "Because of the structure here, this method of growth will be slower. This is also why the other tree spirits mostly choose to devour each other. If one is strong enough, the consciousness displayed will be stronger. It can also extend further and increase the speed of growth." Zichen nodded. It seemed that he could not help with this kind of thing. He could only protect. Not long after, the sky brightened and the sun shone down. Without the will of a king, this place returned to normal. There was day and night. The energy of heaven and earth from all directions was absorbed by Jono to strengthen himself. At the same time, the 5 ancient trees were also absorbing this vitality. The vitality they absorbed gathered towards Jono through the roots. "You can absorb the energy of heaven and earth from the outside world?" Zichen asked curiously. "Originally, with the will of a king, if I absorb the energy of heaven and earth like this, I will be discovered. But now that the king is asleep, there's naturally no problem. This is the normal growth state of all the tree spirits." Hearing Jono's words and feeling the surging vitality contained in the energy of heaven and earth, Zichen's heart suddenly moved. He said, "Can you absorb all vitality?" Jono did not understand what Zichen meant. Zichen opened his world. A surge of vitality fell from above. It was like a cloud and fell on Jono's body. Jono's tree body was immediately enveloped by this energy. As the cloud and mist spread, a powerful suction force came from his body and began to absorb this vitality. "What is this thing that contains such pure vitality?" Jono's voice was filled with pleasant surprise. The vitality contained in the cloud and mist was absorbed. Zichen saw some green leaves growing on the tree body in front of him. "How is it?" Zichen asked. "The vitality contained in this energy is very pure. It's even purer than the vitality of the spirit trees." "Do you still have this kind of energy?" Jono asked. His voice was somewhat nervous and filled with apprehension. "I still have a lot. Since it's useful, I'll give it all to you." Zichen opened his world again. Even more surging vitality fell. This energy not only enveloped Jono, but also the 5 ancient trees. The vitality absorbed by these ancient trees would also be fed back to Jono. This surging vitality did not come from the ancient trees that Zichen had slain. Instead, It came from the giant mountain peak in the training ground that he and Ichien had gone to a long time ago. That mountain peak was formed completely from pure energy. After it was shattered, it would turn into a body of energy. Back then, no one was able to refine that energy. Zichen had also absorbed that energy into his world. It was also during that training that his clone had obtained the heavenly god needle. His world could actually absorb that energy, but it needed the laws to break it down. It was a little slow, so Zichen had put this matter aside and isolated it all in an independent space. It was only now that he thought about it. What he did not expect was that this vitality would actually be useful to Jono. The energy continued to fall. Jono's body began to grow. The withered tree body began to transform and grow. It did not take long for it to surpass the 5 ancient trees, and it was still growing. As Jono grew, Zichen could feel that the will in the surroundings was becoming more and more intense. Originally, Jono was not sure whether he would succeed this time. However, as his aura continued to grow, his confidence grew. Its branches and leaves began to expand, shrouding the distance. Wherever its shadow fell, it was within the range of its will. Within this range, all the ancient trees were under its control. Of course, there were no other ancient trees in this range except for the 5 ancient trees. However, the roots underground were under its control. It controlled those roots to absorb vitality from afar. Just like how all the ancient trees had absorbed vitality from the periphery to fill the central area under the king's will, the ancient trees in the periphery began to absorb vitality from other ancient trees through their roots. The withered ancient trees began to grow again, turning into towering ancient trees one after another. Such a change in the forest might not cause any abnormal fluctuations to humans, but to the spirit shadows, the energy fluctuations were too great. They sensed the existence of the tree spirits, and immediately rushed in their direction. They were still carrying out the king's order to kill all the tree spirits. Zichen raised his head and looked up. There, Jono's branches and leaves continued to extend. The range was also getting wider and wider. It was originally a few hundred feet. Now, it had expanded to 1,000 feet, and it was still expanding. The world gap that was originally above had now shifted to the bottom because of Jono's change and the appearance of its will. It formed a huge black hole, and vitality constantly gushed out from the black hole. The vitality that gushed out was firmly locked down by the nearby ancient trees under the will of the forest. There was no way for it to escape. Jono's expanded range had already reached 2,000 feet. Under its shadow, all the withered ancient trees were now glowing with vitality and constantly growing. If Zichen flew into the air, he would see that outside of Jono's will, the vitality of the ancient trees was constantly flowing away. However, within the range of its will, there was a surge of vitality. 3,000 feet. Jono's speed of absorbing this spiritual energy became faster and faster. Zichen had no use for this energy, so he naturally wouldn't be stingy if he could help Jono. When it had grown to 3,500 feet, the energy in Zichen's world had been completely used up. "Sorry, it's gone," he said apologetically. "It's enough. Now that the will has spread so far, all the spirit trees here are under my control. I can already grow on my own." Jono seemed very excited. At this moment, it was slightly startled. Then it laughed. "It seems that we caused too much of a commotion and attracted many spirit shadows. However, this time, there's no need for Zichen to do anything. I can deal with these spirit shadows." Chapter 2778. Those lights were all spirit shadows. They were attracted by the tree spirits, aura released by Jono. They were not intelligent creatures and did not know how powerful Jono was at the moment. Everything was done according to the ancient Tree King's orders before it went into hibernation. They quickly arrived at the area under Jono's control. After their figures landed here, Jono's will restricted their movements. Under normal circumstances, they would choose to retreat after sensing danger. However, without the will of the king, they did not retreat. In the next moment, Jono released his aura, and a powerful will enveloped them. All of the spirit shadows appeared on the ancient trees as if they were frozen. They were completely frozen and did not move at all. Then, a second face appeared on the ancient trees. These faces were all the same. They were all Jono's avatars. When they appeared, they fought with the spirit shadows. Under Jono's will, this battle was completely one-sided. Soon, the faces of the spirit shadows disappeared. One fruit after another appeared from the ancient trees and flew towards Zichen. This time, there were close to 20 fruits. Including the ones he had obtained before, there were more than 30 fruits in total. Zichen put away these fruits. Just as Jono said before, this was a win-win situation. He only contributed some energy that he could not use and received dozens of fruits. He might be able to get more in the future. Why not? When the sun set, within thousands of feet of Jono, all of the ancient trees had reached the standard of deep and could attack on their own. Night fell, and the part of the tree trunk that Jono extended out completely retracted. According to what it said, its will had already spread out, so it didn't need to extend its branches and leaves anymore. Jono had stabilized. Even if he faced danger, he would have the power to protect himself. Zichen sat cross-legged under the ancient tree that Jono had transformed into and began to refine the fruits. To him, there was nothing in this world that could increase his cultivation speed more quickly than a fruit. Shadowless walked out again and went to investigate. 10,000 miles away, there was a team of nearly 20 people. They were all from the god clan of the god world. At this moment, they were all standing around a thick and withered ancient tree. Their figures disappeared one after another, hiding in the dark. After their figures disappeared, the ancient tree began to emit light, and then a human face appeared. When the face appeared, a strange fluctuation spread out. Not long after, more and more light shadows appeared in the distance. Those light shadows were using the ancient trees to teleport closer. These silhouettes were the spirit shadows that came from the depths. They quickly came over, and when they got close, they revealed their bodies and attacked the face in the ancient tree. At this time, the sky trembled, and a huge gourd appeared out of thin air. The gourd hung upside down, and a curtain of light fell from the mouth of the gourd, trapping all the spirit shadows around the ancient tree. Immediately afterward, the god clan members who were previously in hiding appeared one after another, and charged toward these spirit clones. Puff! Puff! Divine light flickered, and powerful attacks appeared one after another, slashing apart the bodies of the spiritual shadows one after another. In front of these god clan members, the spirit clones that revealed their true bodies could not resist at all. In the blink of an eye, these spirit clones were all killed, and fruits that emitted green light floated in the sky one after another. Just as I thought! After the battle, these god clan members looked at the fruits floating in front of them with excitement on their faces. Now you should believe me, right? The human face in the ancient tree said. The group of god clan members stepped forward and took the fruits. One of the level 6 immediately nodded and said, "We believe you. This time, we completely believe you. What should we do next?" The other god clan members nodded and looked at the human face that tree spirit had transformed into with anticipation. "Now I need you to help me grow and completely control this forest," tree spirit said. "That's not a problem. I believe that with our protection, no one can hurt you," the level 6 gourd said. He was Roif, the first level 6 to obtain the fruit back then. They came from the depths to the periphery, searching for Zichen, and wanted to make a deal with him. However, they did not find Zichen. Instead, they met Tree Spirit in front of them first, and they made a deal. Next, Tree Spirit began to expand. Its method of expansion was very similar to Jono's. It first revived the ancient trees nearby, then formed its own consciousness space and began to grow. However, because these god clan members did not have Zichen's energy, the tree spirit's growth speed was much slower than Jono's. However, the ancient trees near it were not completely dead, which simplified the process. Although its growth speed was still not comparable to Jono's, it was still not bad. In a very short time, Tree Spirit had grown 5 ancient trees, reaching the standards of the ancient trees in the depths. This shocked the god clan members, and they all exclaimed one after another, Next, Tree Spirit's consciousness began to expand, absorbing the vitality from the other tree roots to strengthen itself. One day later, Tree Spirit had grown a lot. Its consciousness continued to expand. Just as it was expanding, it suddenly felt a strange fluctuation. From this strange fluctuation, Tree Spirit sensed a familiar yet dangerous aura. As a Tree Spirit knew very well what this aura meant, and what danger it meant. While he was shocked, he was also pleasantly surprised. The Tree Spirit had just fallen asleep, and yet another Tree Spirit was growing rapidly, even faster than it. This was the fundamental reason for Tree Spirit's surprise. Tree Spirit was also pleasantly surprised. It wanted to devour the other Tree Spirit to strengthen itself even faster. After all, among Tree Spirits, nothing could grow faster than devouring. I sense the aura of another Tree Spirit. Which one of you will help me bring its soul back? Tree Spirit retracted its consciousness and looked at the God Clan members. In which direction? Asked a level 6 God Clan member. It was Kennedy. Due south, no more than 10,000 miles away. Send some people over, but be careful. You might encounter an ambush because it's slightly stronger than me. The Tree Spirit warned. Kennedy did not mind. He turned to a God Clan member and said, Wilbur, you take a few people with you. When the Divine General named Wilbur heard this, he was startled and asked, Only me? He looked ahead, where 6 people stood. They were the level 6 gods in the team. Apart from the 6 of them, the others were all level 5, including himself. It's just bringing back the soul of a Tree Spirit. How difficult can it be? Just go and come back quickly. If you encounter any danger on the way, just send a message. We will go and support you, said Kennedy. Seeing that the other level 6 gods did not say anything, Wilbur nodded and called for more people. Altogether, there were 5 level 5 gods. The 5 of them rushed in the direction Tree Spirit had mentioned. After leaving Tree Spirit's range, one of the God Clan members complained, There are 6 level 6 gods in the team. It's not a big deal to send one, is it? Another God Clan member snorted and said, Isn't it because of the king fruit? We are all worried that we won't be able to get the next fruit after leaving. There were more than 20 people in the team, but they had less than 20 fruits. Even if they were to divide the fruits, it would not be enough for each person. Besides, they needed Roif's gourd to trap the spirits, so they had to get an extra one. Wilbur's people were the ones who did not get the fruits before. Now that they were assigned to a mission, they could not help but feel resentful. Aren't we going to kill the other Tree Spirit's souls? Why don't we cooperate with the Tree Spirit? Said a level 5 god suddenly. Forget it. Didn't you hear what the Tree Spirit said? It wants to devour the other soul. If we don't return, the others will come. The 5 of us are no match for them. Wilbur shook his head with a wry smile. I didn't say we should cooperate. We can try to trick it first, then gain its trust. As long as we get the first batch of fruits, we can kill it, said the level 5 God Clan member. That's a good idea. Wilbur's eyes lit up. The other level 5 gods were also tempted. After making up their minds, they sped up. Because of the ancient trees, it would take a long time to reach 10,000 miles in the central area. However, in the outer area, the withered ancient trees had no attacking power. Naturally, there was no obstruction. Not long after, they arrived at the area under Chiao Noa's control. When they saw the ancient trees from afar, the 5 rank 5s were shocked. The ancient trees here were luxuriant, and their branches and leaves covered the sky. If it were not for the other ancient trees behind them, they would have thought that they were in the inner area. Damn it! That Tree Spirit dared to trick us. Is this just a little stronger? Next to Wilbur, a level 5 God Clan member cursed as he looked at the ancient trees that covered the sky. Lower your voice, Wilbur reminded him. He looked ahead, and his expression became serious. Look, what is that? Just then, another God Clan member pointed up. Everyone looked up and saw an even taller ancient tree. This ancient tree was much taller than the other ancient trees. It looked like the ancient tree king in the inner area. They could see it from afar. Could this be my goal? The other God clan members were shocked. They were only level 5 gods. Could they kill such a large number of tree spirits? Let's send the message. This is not something we can handle. Let's wait and see. Wilbur led the 4 of them to the side. He wanted to see the real situation of the tree spirit. Even now, he still had other ideas. For example, he wanted to cooperate with the tree spirit and get some fruits first. After going far away, he finally saw the tree spirit's body. It was indeed very thick and strong. It would be difficult to kill it. Just as he was hesitating whether to send the message or not, he suddenly saw a person sitting cross-legged under the tree spirit. Chapter 2779. When Wilbur first saw the figure, he only felt that it was familiar, but he didn't recognize him. He was curious as to why there was someone sitting cross-legged below Tree Spirit. Could it be that he was working with Tree Spirit? Just as he was wondering, he suddenly realized who this person was. His face was filled with disbelief. Just as he was about to remind the others, he saw that their expressions changed. They all recognized him. They looked at each other and saw the disbelief, excitement, and ecstasy in each other's eyes. They recognized Zichin from his back and knew that he was the target they had been looking for a long time. What should we do? Should we send a message back? A god general whispered. Are you an idiot? Wilbur looked back and stared at him. If we send a message back, will we still have anything to do with it? Could it be that you want to hand over the opportunity that belongs to us? He didn't get the fruit before, so he had some complaints. Now that he had the opportunity, he didn't think about them. But if we don't send a message back, it'll be hard for us to kill them, right? A god general said hesitantly. Them? Are you stupid? Who said we're going to attack? We need to use our brains. Do you understand? Wilbur's gaze swept across the faces of these people, and then he looked at Zichin in front of him. His eyes were full of excitement. He licked his lips and ordered in a low voice. Okay, now all of you shut up and watch me. The others nodded. Wilbur gestured for them to stand up and then purposely made a sound. Zichin, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. He turned around and saw 5 members of the god clan walking towards him. Right now, the 5 of them were all smiling. Wilbur, in particular, had a look of pleasant surprise on his face as he said, We've come so far, and we've finally met an ally. Hello, friend. Zichin looked at him with a puzzled expression on his face. Next to Wilbur, Shadowless smiled faintly. They want to get close to you and then kill you. They're probably here for Tree Spirit. They're just part of a team. When they appeared, Shadowless had already noticed them and followed them all the way. During that time, Shadowless had also clearly heard their conversation. In this way, these guys had no secrets in front of Zichin. Zichin stopped Tree Spirit from killing them. He stood up and asked, Who are you? When he got up, he put away the fruit that he had just refined. The eyes of the 5 godly generals lit up when they saw the fruit. Don't misunderstand. We don't mean any harm. My name is Wilbur, and we're a 5-man team. We found many troublesome lights and shadows, so we came here from the depths. You too? Wilbur, who was in front of the 5, asked. Zichin didn't know how to respond, so he chose to remain silent. We don't mean any harm. We just want to form an alliance with you, Wilbur said again without stopping. Alliance? Zichin looked at them. This place is very dangerous, Wilbur said. Those silhouettes are soundless and traceless. Not only are they unkillable, but they are also very difficult to deal with. Once we form an alliance, we can take care of each other. No, I'm used to being alone, Zichin said and turned around. Wilbur's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Zichin's back. If he wanted to kill him, now was the best time to do so. The other 4 all looked at him, waiting for him to signal something with his eyes. You're treating us like outsiders. We're all alone in the general level battlefield, but this place is different. If we form an alliance, we'll have a great advantage, Wilbur said. At this moment, He was even more convinced that Lin Huang had formed an alliance with Tree Spirit. "You guys can go," Zichen said without looking back. "We've seen you before. I think you're only at level 3. Your level is too low. It's better to form an alliance." Wilbur looked back at Tree Spirit and said, "We're all at level 5. We're all black tokens in the outside world. Our combat power is extremely strong. You won't be at a disadvantage if you form a team with us. Moreover, as long as we form a team, the next person who walks out will also join our team. This way, our team will become stronger. At that time, we'll form an alliance to deal with the ancient Tree King in the depths." These words seemed to be directed at Zichen, but in fact, they were meant for Tree Spirit. Unfortunately, Tree Spirit was not a fool. Naturally, it would not change its mind just because of a few words from Wilbur. Most importantly, it had seen Zichen fight before. It was too easy for him to kill a level 5. It didn't even care about these humans, so Zichen wouldn't even look them in the eye. "How many people do you have in total?" Zichen suddenly asked. "What do you mean?" Wilbur was stunned. Zichen turned around and looked at Wilbur. "I gave you a total of 10 seconds to make a move. Unfortunately, you didn't take advantage of it. We're here to form an alliance. Why should we make a move?" Wilbur was surprised. Zichen smiled faintly and looked at Shadowless beside him. Shadowless pointed in a direction. It was the direction the 5 of them came from. Zichen pursed his lips and said, "You all came from that direction, right? How many people do you have in your team? Do you have 20? Wilbur's expression changed slightly. The expressions of the other 4 also changed slightly. However, they would not admit it. Maybe Wilbur was trying to trick them. "Your Tree Spirit should have sensed its existence, right?" Zichen pointed at Tree Spirit behind Wilbur and the other 4 and said, "You're here for Tree Spirit's soul, right? But I'm confused. Why are there only 5 of you here? Attack!" Wilbur no longer held any hope. His eyes flashed coldly. Divine light gushed out of his body as he punched towards Zichen in front of him. Beside him, the other 4 divine generals were already prepared. At this moment, they all took out their weapons and slashed towards Zichen. Zichen tapped his foot and quickly retreated. "What, are you angry?" He did not make a move. He just looked at the 5 people in front of him calmly. The 5 of them came quickly. Behind them, streaks of green light appeared one after another, silently tailing them. Zichen could see these green lights but could not sense them. The 5 in front of him also did not sense anything strange. Whoosh! 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 Before they could reach Zichen, they were entangled by the green lights and dragged towards Tree Spirit. "Damn it!" Wilbur saw this scene and his expression changed greatly. He put 2 fingers on his sword and a flash of sword chi appeared, cutting off the green lights that were entangling him. Puff! Puff! Beside him, the other 4 people also broke free from the green lights and stared coldly at Zichen. Zichen saw this scene and his expression did not change. He stood in the distance and did not intend to help. "Kill Tree Spirit first!" Wilbur shouted. At the same time, he raised his hand and pointed at the sky. A flash of light shot up into the sky. That was his signal. "When our reinforcements arrive, you will all die," Wilbur said coldly. "Is there a level 6 in your reinforcements?" Zichen asked. 6 in total, enough to kill you all." Wilbur's face showed a cold smile. "If you know what's good for you, before the reinforcements arrive you can—" He paused and raised his head to look up. He found that his communication signal had disappeared after flying into the dense foliage. He was stunned. "Didn't Tree Spirit tell you about the existence of Tree Spirit's wool?" Jono suddenly spoke. More green lights appeared from Jono's body. At the same time, many branches and leaves wrapped around the 5 people. The 5 God clan members were quickly drowned by the branches. During this time, divine lights kept emerging from the gaps between the branches. However, as time passed, the waves from the branches became weaker and finally disappeared. Obviously, the 5 level 5 God clan members had all been killed. The branches dragged their bodies back. They would become nutrients for tree spirit and be absorbed by tree spirit. After absorbing them, tree spirit would also grow a lot. Looks like we've been discovered. After the battle, Zichen walked over. Tree spirit had already proven its strength. I felt a wave of energy before, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I didn't expect them to come to us, Jono said. According to them, there are other level 5 God Clan members. I'm not afraid of them, but level 6 God Clan members will be troublesome. Zichen frowned slightly. Don't worry. Even if they come, I have the will of this forest. I won't be afraid of them, Jono said. Zichen shook his head and said, We can't go on like this. If one group comes, there might be a second group. How about this, before they get the news, I'll go and take a look. If there's a chance, I'll kill Tree Spirit. I believe that their cooperation is only based on benefits. They won't insist on revenge. That's good. But will it be dangerous for you to go alone? It's safer if I go alone. Tell me, where is Tree Spirit that you sensed? It's 10,000 miles away. 10,000 miles in the outer region was nothing to Zichen. Even if he deliberately suppressed his speed, he only needed to teleport twice, and he would be able to reach it. In order to avoid too much energy waves, he teleported to 9,000 miles away and walked forward for the remaining 1,000 miles. During this period of time, Shadowless went ahead of Zichen and went to the Tree Spirit's location to gather information. If there was a chance, Zichen would kill Tree Spirit. Chapter 2780. There really are 6 level 6. That guy wasn't lying after all. Zichen frowned. He had thought that Shadowless was exaggerating the numbers to scare him. He didn't expect him to be telling the truth. Not just 6 level 6. One of them is holding a gourd. That's the one we saw before, said Shadowless. Zichen still had a deep impression of that level 6. That gourd was no ordinary gourd. That would make things even more troublesome. Do we have a chance? Asked Zichen. It'll be difficult. Shadowless shook his head. They're all waiting for the Tree Spirit's fruit. If we can't approach them, then we'll have to intercept them halfway? 1C84? Zichen teleported back to tell Jono the news. If that's the case, why don't you let them in? I'll cooperate with the will of the forest and help you, Jono said. Zichen declined Jono's offer. The will of the forest would affect not only the others, but also Zichen. Zichen chose to intercept them halfway. The path he chose was the one they had to pass. 10,000 miles was nothing for a level 5 divine champion. It would take him 2 days to go back and forth. However, when Wilbur and the others didn't return on the 3rd day, Kennedy sensed something was wrong. They're still not back. Could something have happened to them? Asked Kennedy. If something had happened, they would have sent a message, said Roy. Roy said from the side. In the past 3 days, they had waited for a total of 2 batches of spirit shadows. He alone had obtained 4 fruits, which was quite a harvest. If nothing had happened, why haven't they returned yet? Are they still waiting over there? Asked a level 6. Kennedy's expression changed when he heard this. If they could find the Tree Spirit, why couldn't the others do the same? The others in the group also changed their expressions. If that was the case, they had to go and take a look. They might have gained a lot in the past 2 days. The Tree Spirit heard their conversation and opened its eyes. Humph! This is outrageous, Kennedy said with dissatisfaction. Fry, bring some people over to take a look. No matter what, you have to bring back the Tree Spirit's soul. And Wilbur and the others, we must teach them a lesson. The level 6 named Fry stood up and said indifferently, Disobeying the contract is the most shameless act. We can't let such a person go. You guys come with me. Fry picked 5 rank 5 divine generals and walked away. Kennedy looked at Tree Spirit and said, Don't worry. We always follow the spirit of the contract. The Tree Spirit manifested in the ancient tree looked at the others and found that everyone's faces were filled with righteous indignation. It nodded in satisfaction and disappeared again. Fry quickly led his men forward. At this moment, their expressions were extremely excited. That Wilbur sure has guts. He actually dared to scheme against us like this. Fry coldly snorted as they moved forward. Are we really going to kill Wilbur? A level 5 God General asked. There are only so many of us in this area. If we kill Wilbur, won't we lose even more people? Fry sneered. But even if we don't kill them, they will have to contribute their harvest. By the way, why didn't I think of this method in the first place? There are many tree spirits here. We can just find them one by one. After we get all the fruits, we can kill them and take their souls. Isn't that better? They flew at high speed and didn't encounter any attacks. Their speed was very fast. When they were about 3,000 miles away from Jono, Fry's expression changed slightly. He waved his hand and signaled for them to stop. He looked down from the sky and saw a person sitting cross-legged under a withered ancient tree. It's him. The other level 5s also saw the person below. Some of them even recognized him, and their expressions changed. They looked at the level 6 God General. The level 6 God General's expression changed. In the end, he smiled and said, "It seems that we are quite lucky." He waved his hand and the 6 of them swooped down. Whoosh! 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 Light flashed. The 5 of them immediately surrounded Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged. Fry stood in front of him. Zichen opened his eyes. When he saw the people around him, his expression changed immediately. He cried out involuntarily, "What do you want to do?" Fry smiled and said, "It's very simple. Hand over the stone tablet." "That's mine. Why should I give it to you?" Zichen said coldly. His face revealed a touch of anger. "Because I am stronger than you. More importantly, because I can kill you at any time." Fry's eyes flashed with killing intent. "If you don't want to hand it over, we can naturally get it after killing you." Zichen's angry expression suddenly disappeared. He looked at Fry and said calmly, "You don't have to be so direct." Fry frowned. He felt that something was wrong. The space around Zichen twisted and the Saber Ancestors tablet appeared. The Saber Ancestors tablet that appeared enveloped the 6 people around him. "You!" Fry's expression changed. He immediately retreated. Buzz! The Saber Ancestors tablet trembled. Light flowed on its surface and stopped Fry from retreating. "I have been waiting for you for 2 days," Zichen said indifferently. Cold light flashed in his eyes. "I wanted to give you a chance to live. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me." "Kill him!" Fry shouted. 5 level 5 divine generals rushed toward Zichen. Buzz! There was a tremor in the air. A divine light appeared quickly and circled around. Those level 5 divine generals who had just moved fell forward due to inertia. Sensing their vitality dissipating, Fry's expression changed. He looked at Zichen in disbelief. He had killed 5 level 5 divine generals in an instant. What kind of technique was this? Zichen looked at him and said coldly, "It's your turn now. Go to hell." Fry's eyes flashed with killing intent. His body was surrounded by divine light. He rushed toward Zichen. As he rushed forward, he clenched his fist and punched. Violent divine light gathered on his fist, making this punch even more powerful. Zichen clenched his fist. The power of yin and yang surrounded his fist. He punched out as well. Boom! There was a strong shockwave. Terrifying energy spread in all directions. Zichen's feet slid across the ground for dozens of meters. He only stopped when his back was against an ancient tree. The level 6 divine generals in front of him didn't have the upper hand. They kept retreating. He looked at Zichen in front of him with a face full of surprise. When he first saw him, he was only a level 3 divine generals. He didn't expect him to break through. However, when he thought about how he had obtained more than 20 fruits, it was normal for him to advance from level 3 to level 4. What really shocked him was that his opponent's combat strength was on par with his. Whoosh! Zichen, who was retreating, rushed forward again. The power of yin and yang surged crazily on his fist. It circled around his body and released a powerful aura. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. During this period of growth, other than the obvious improvement in his realm, Zichen's greatest improvement was the power of yin and yang. He could now control these two types of energy with ease. With a combination of hardness and gentleness, his power was even stronger. This was the main reason why he didn't lose when fighting against the level 6 divine generals who were 2 levels higher than him. Boom! There was another powerful shockwave. There was a roar and an even more terrifying energy ripple spread in all directions. The fallen leaves in the forest danced wildly. However, they couldn't fly out of the forest because they were blocked by the blade territory. They were shattered and turned into dust. The ancient tree behind Zichen was also broken by the energy shockwave. B68 it fell backward. Zichen used his extreme speed. His body kept flashing as he attacked the level 6 divine generals in a frenzy. Fry shouted repeatedly. During this time, the divine light that surged out of his body transformed into various attacks. Boom! There was another energy shockwave. Zichen's body retreated quickly. After stabilizing his body, he looked at the level 6 divine generals in front of him and said, "You're lucky to have met me today. Coincidentally, I've created a falling rock fist. I'll show you." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw out a punch. The power of yin and yang shone on his fist again and gathered together. However, after that punch, Zichen quickly retracted his fist and threw out another punch. His speed was as fast as lightning. He threw out punch after punch into the void. Every time his fist landed in the void, there would be a yin-yang fist light the size of a fist. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens of yin-yang fist lights. These fist lights whizzed toward Fry. Wherever they passed, the space was constantly distorted. This wasn't an advanced fist technique. It was just a fist light that was quickly released. It was equivalent to throwing out dozens of punches in an instant. This kind of attack technique was inferior. Its power was extremely limited. However, to Zichen, this kind of technique could best demonstrate the power of yin and yang. It could be said that the technique wasn't powerful. However, his own energy was powerful enough to make up for this. The fist lights whizzed toward him, releasing a powerful aura. Looking at these fist lights, Fry's expression gradually turned gloomy. He didn't expect to be entangled by a level 4 divine generals. He shouted loudly. The divine light on his body shone brightly. The divine light quickly turned into a giant bear surrounded by divine light. The giant bear protected Fry in the middle. The aura on its body was violent. It waved its bare paw and slapped forward. Wherever the bare paw passed, the fallen leaves in the forest danced wildly. The violent aura filled every space in the blade domain. The fist lights and the palm print collided. The powerful force collided, causing a violent explosion. The yin-yang fist lights couldn't withstand a single blow from the bare paw and exploded. However, after the explosion, it was time for them to display their strongest power. Amidst the continuous explosion, a destructive energy engulfed the giant bear. The energy continued to explode. Fry kept retreating. As he retreated from the violent energy engulfing him, the energy giant bear on the surface of his body collapsed with a loud bang. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was injured in this exchange. This was the true power of yin and yang. Zichen was still unable to fuse the two types of energy. If he could, his opponent would be destroyed in an instant. Again! Zichen shouted loudly. He clenched his fist and punched out again. It was still the same inferior combat technique as before. He relied on the power of yin and yang. Damn it! Fry wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes flashed coldly. He quickly formed a seal with his hands. 5b4. Chapter 2781. What emerged from the vortex was a large bell surrounded by divine light. This was the divine bell of annihilation, but it was not an oracle-level battle skill. It was a general-level battle skill. The divine patterns on the divine bell shone brighter, and the aura it released was more powerful and ancient. In the oracle level, this technique could only display a trace of the will of the divine bell. At the divine general level, this technique had a prototype of the divine bell. It appeared directly in the blade domain, not outside the domain. Clang! The bell rang, and rays of divine light dissipated, forming a powerful wave. The divine bell fell from the sky, protecting Fry within. The yin and yang fist light landed on the divine bell and exploded. The roar continued, and the violent yin and yang power raged, shrouding the entire divine bell. Zichen stood in the distance, watching this scene indifferently. This was his most basic control of the yin and yang power. However, before coming here, it was almost impossible for him to control it like this. The vibrating yin and yang power dissipated, and a ray of divine light appeared. The divine bell that had withstood so many fist lights was unscathed. In the divine light, Fry stared coldly at Zichen in front of him, and his hand seals were formed again. Clang! The bell rang out once again, and an even more intense ripple spread out in all directions. Under this powerful wave, Zichen retreated directly. The fallen leaves in the forest danced wildly again, and were shattered in midair. Buzz! This wave spread into the distance, colliding with the blade domain, and causing ripples. Seeing that the powerful shockwaves were unable to break through this defense, Fry's face revealed an obvious look of astonishment. He was a level 6, and a Black Order level 6. In the outside world, he could definitely fight a level 7. He did not expect to be suppressed by a mere level 4 here. Didn't this mean that in the outside world, Fan Ning could fight a level 7 above him? The divine bell rang again, and the wave it formed was even more powerful. However, no matter how the wave spread, it could not do anything to the blade domain. As for the destruction of the soul, it was obviously not enough to kill Zichen. Whoosh! 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 During this time, Zichen punched continuously. More yin and yang fist lights appeared and went forward. However, the power of the yin-yang fist light was not enough to break through the God Clock's defense. Within the God Clock, Fry coldly said, "It's useless. You can't break through my defense. If you continue to fight like this, you will be the one to die." "How do you know? Your level is lower than mine, and your consumption is greater than mine. Naturally, you'll be the one to die," Fry said. "You have the combat power of a rank 6. Why don't we work together? Cooperation?" Zichen looked at him. "That's right. Let's work together to find those tree spirits and get more fruits. After that, we'll kill those tree spirits. After we break through, we will go deeper and kill that ancient tree king," Fry said. "You have a strong defense. When the time comes, as long as we work together, we will naturally succeed." Zichen looked at the other party and smiled coldly. "Your suggestion is good, but I'm sorry, I don't intend to cooperate with you." Fry's expression changed as he said, "If you don't cooperate, you can only die." "Is that so?" Zichen said. "I still have a move that I haven't used yet. I'll let you see it today." As his voice fell, the light of energy on Zichen's body surged. The left side of his body flickered with golden light, while the right side was surrounded by silver light. This was his yin and yang power. With a raise of his hand, he shot out one energy ball after another. These energy balls did not form an attack. Instead, they flew directly toward him. During this time, the left and right light balls were the same size. If one carefully sensed them, even the energy was the same. As they moved forward, the light balls on the left and right collided with each other. However, they did not explode. Instead, they kept twisting as if they were devouring each other. In the end, they turned into a palm-sized yin and yang lotus flower. These were all yin and yang thunder lotuses, but their size was much smaller. Under the control of Zichen's spiritual sense, the light balls that were moving forward formed one thunder lotus after another. If the fist technique just now was only the most basic use of the yin and yang power, then the fist technique was also an unorthodox battle technique. However, the yin and yang thunder lotuses in front of him were already at the next level. Not only did this mean that his control of the yin and yang power had improved, but it also meant that the power of the yin and yang power formed by the yin and yang thunder lotuses was even more powerful. Fry's expression changed greatly when he saw these yin and yang lotuses moving forward. Boom! The yin and yang thunder lotuses arrived in front of the god clock and exploded. The energy waves formed by these exploding thunder lotuses were much more terrifying than the fist radiance from before. Zichen stood in the distance as waves of energy swept up his robes. A wretched figure rushed out from the violent energy. It was the level 6 Fry. At this moment, his face was filled with fear as he looked at Zichen in front of him in shock. How is it? Zichen looked at him and smiled. However, that smile quickly turned cold. Go to hell! Fry roared and rushed toward Zichen. As he moved forward, the divine light on his body surged again, and then turned into a giant bear surrounded by divine light. The divine energy surrounding the giant bear was very terrifying. It was like a divine fire shining and exuding a tyrannical aura. Light flashed in Zichen's hand as he unsheathed his long saber. He held the scabbard with his left hand and the hilt with his right. The yin and yang power in his body flowed into the saber through the hilt. At the same time, the 4 general-level saber intents that Zichen had comprehended also gathered in the saber. The giant bear approached and slapped down with its paw. The sky suddenly darkened as boundless pressure enveloped him. Zichen felt a strong sense of danger from this pressure. The divine light covered his body and even suppressed the yin and yang power around him. Fry's eyes revealed a hint of joy when he saw this. Zichen unsheathed his saber. Swoosh! The saber flashed as the yin and yang power swirled around it. 4 general-level saber intents surrounded the saber. The boundless divine light was dispelled, and the yin and yang energy occupied half of the domain. The saber flashed forward like a waterfall. Without a sound, the divine palm separated from the middle. The saber flashed forward and slashed through the giant bear's body. It swept into the distance, and did not stop until it reached the edge of the domain. Zichen put away his saber and looked at Fry in front of him. Boom! The giant bear around Fry's body exploded with a loud bang. Divine blood spurted out of his mouth as he fell forward. However, he did not fall completely. He half knelt on the ground and slowly raised his head to stare at Zichen. What technique is this? It's a technique that matches the domain. Zichen responded, but his expression became extremely grave. At this moment, the seriously injured Fry gave him an even more dangerous feeling. Fry nodded in front of him. His eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a violent aura was released from his body. Divine light shrouded his body once again. As the divine light shrouded his body, it turned blood red, as if it was burning with raging flames. An extremely strong and dangerous aura appeared in Zichen's mind. He gripped the long saber in his hand tightly and took a deep breath. The 8 saber ancestors' steels in the distance emerged from the domain. You should be proud of yourself for forcing me to this extent. Remember, my name is Fry. You can call me Divine General Fry. The blood-red divine light burning around Fry was constantly twisting and transforming. Once again, it turned into a giant blood-red bear. However, this time, the giant blood-red bear was very small in size, and its body was filled with violent power. There were barbs on its body, as if it was born to fight. Boom! It stomped on the ground, and the earth shook as it flew towards Zichen. The remaining leaves in the forest danced in the air. When they encountered the giant blood-red bear, they instantly exploded. Its speed was so fast that the flying leaves seemed to be frozen. It passed through the frozen leaves, leaving a circular hole behind it, and went straight towards Zichen. Zichen, who had sensed that something was wrong, had been on guard for a long time. The 8 saber ancestors' steels that appeared each showed a saber will. These saber wills were all at the divine unveil level. 1 saber will was not powerful, and even 8 saber wills together were not powerful. However, in the saber domain, the 8 saber wills stimulated by the saber ancestors' steels had a great increase in power. The 8 saber wills fell from the sky and landed on Zichen's saber. During this period, the giant blood-red bear rushed forward with a strong momentum, so the saber wills did not fall so smoothly. Fortunately, this was the saber domain, and the saber wills fell on the saber smoothly. Zichen's body shone with the light of yin and yang as he unsheathed his saber. Buzz! The void trembled, and the entire saber domain began to tremble. A strong aura emerged from the saber. A waterfall-like saber light flickered with the power of yin and yang. Together with the 8 saber wills of the domain, it chopped towards the giant blood-red bear. The saber light clashed with the giant bear, and a strong force spread out. The entire domain started to tremble, and the force kept surging. Boom! Amidst the raging energy, Zichen's body flew backward and smashed into the domain barrier in the distance. Pooh! Xiao Chen directly coughed out blood, and his aura weakened. The power of yin and yang in his body burned with a scarlet flame. The energy in Xiao Chen's body was ignited. The giant blood-red bear in front of Xiao Chen was still strong. However, its aura was no longer as berserk. Boom! There was another loud sound, and the giant blood-red bear exploded. Xiao Chen, who was in the middle, also vomited blood, his complexion turning extremely pale. Xiao Chen could no longer stand, so he knelt on one knee again. Zichen staggered to his feet. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "A rank 6 divine general is indeed strong." Xiao Chen looked at Zichen without saying anything. He was severely injured, and it would be difficult for him to speak. Zichen changed the topic and said, "However, this is my home ground, so I'm sorry, but you should leave." Zichen's leave naturally meant leaving forever. Xiao Chen's pupils constricted, and he wanted to make a final struggle. A waterfall-like saber light appeared in front of him and chopped his neck. Pooh! Chapter 2782. A general level 6 had died in Zichen's blade domain. He had paid a high price to kill a general level 6 as a level 4. Sure enough, none of the people who came here were weak. If it weren't for the blade domain, he wouldn't have been a match for the general level 6, even though he was a heaven-defying warrior. After cleaning up the battlefield and putting away the blade domain, Zichen teleported back. He came to the tree where Jonah was. Jonah opened his eyes and looked at Zichen. "Are you hurt?" "I just killed a general level 6, said Zichen. "I'll give you some life force to heal," said Jonah. His body flashed with a green light, which was the life force. Zichen waved his hand and said, "No need. I'll recover soon." He had the world. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury, he didn't have to worry about recovery. Zichen sat down cross-legged to heal his wounds. After killing Divine General Fry, Zichen believed that he should have a few days to rest, or even longer. So far, no one knew that he had killed all the people. One day later, Zichen's injuries were healed. He continued to refine the fruits. After the previous battle, although he could kill a general level 6, he had consumed a lot of his energy. Moreover, he could only kill one general level 6. If 2 general level 6 came, he wouldn't be able to deal with them. His top priority now was to break through again. As long as he reached level 5, he would be able to activate the blade domain again. This time, he would be able to mobilize the general level blade intent. His combat strength would be greatly improved. Zichen didn't know what level 5 meant to others, but for him, it meant a transformation. 3 more days passed. General Fry still hadn't returned. Kennedy and the others didn't urge him, but they would deliberately talk to him. Did something happen? Tree Spirit opened his eyes again and looked at Kennedy. He was very upset. He had paid a lot of fruits, but these humans didn't get what he deserved. Or rather, they didn't give him anything in return. Kennedy frowned and said, "Fry is at the 6th level. There shouldn't be many who can kill him here. If nothing happened, why haven't you returned for 3 days?" Tree Spirit asked in a cold voice. "Can you still feel the presence of the Tree Spirit?" Kennedy asked. "Yes," said Tree Spirit. "Are you any weaker?" Kennedy asked again. "No, on the contrary, He has become even stronger. Kennedy frowned and turned to look at the others. Originally, there were a total of 21 people in his team. Now, there were only 11 left. Among them, there were 5 who were at level 6. He looked at one of the level 6 experts and said, "Ness, go and see what's going on." Ness nodded. As a level 6 warrior, he keenly sensed the change in Kennedy's eyes and understood what he meant. He got up and left. Schwa! His speed was extremely fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This meant that he was in a hurry. Tree Spirit was quite satisfied with this. The next step was to wait patiently. Zichen, someone else is here. Zichen, who was refining the fruit, heard Shadowless's voice. He immediately opened his eyes and asked, "Where?" "It's a level 6 warrior. He's about 500 miles away from here. Let's go!" Zichen's figure flashed and teleported away. He appeared in the level 6? B68? He continued to sit cross-legged and refine the fruit, waiting for his prey to take the bait. As a level 6 warrior, Nessa's divine mind was extremely sharp. He quickly sensed Zichen's presence. He sped up and came closer. The first thing he saw was Zichen refining the fruit. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He felt it was a bit unbelievable. They had been looking for him for a long time without finding him. They did not expect to meet him here. His knowledge of Zichen was limited to the fact that he had a powerful defensive treasure. Apart from that, he knew nothing. In fact, it did not matter whether he knew anything or not. He was a level 6 warrior, and his opponent was only a level 3 warrior. Even if he had the opportunity to reach level 4, there was still a gap of 2 levels between them. In the divine realm, there might be some powerful beings who could fight someone 2 levels higher than them. However, in the battlefield of the general level, such a situation did not exist. Because they were all at the Black Order level, the best among the divine generals. Who could defeat them 2 levels higher than them? Therefore, when he saw Zichen at this moment, even if he felt a little strange in his heart, he did not think too much about it. He just showed up. His figure flashed and appeared beside Zichen like a ghost. Swoosh! A sword light like a waterfall went straight for Zichen. As the sword light passed, Zichen's body was cut in half. Then, it turned into light and dissipated. The withered ancient tree behind him was also cut in half. "You're not slow!" Seeing Zichen disappear, the other party coldly smiled with a trace of disdain on his face. "You too!" Zichen's cold voice rang out. The surrounding space began to tremble, and the 8 ancestral tablets appeared. Seeing the 8 ancestral tablets hidden in the air, Ness' expression did not change. He said coldly, "Isn't this your tortoise-shell defense? Why did you bring it outside? Did you get scared and go in the wrong direction?" Zichen said coldly, "This is not just a defense. It's an absolute domain." As he spoke, he kept appearing, and one yin-yang fist light after another flew toward Ness. In the midst of the continuous rumbling, Ness' expression gradually became solemn. After that, facing Zichen's attack, his expression changed again and again. It changed from seriousness to shock, and finally to despair. Buzz! The light of energy trembled again. The blade domain dispersed, and Divine General Ness turned into a corpse. This time, Zichen was not seriously injured. This did not mean that Divine General Ness' combat power was weaker than Fry's. It was just that he already had experience fighting against a 6th-grade Divine General, and his combat skills were still improving. He turned his head and looked into the distance. He had killed 2 6th-grade Divine Generals, so there were only 4 opponents left. If he used the previous method, he would not succeed. He had to think of other countermeasures. A day later, Kennedy frowned when he saw that Ness did not return. 111C? He said. Something happened. The others turned their heads to look at him. It's been so long, and Ness still hasn't returned. Something must have happened. Kennedy's expression became very unsightly. Royf looked back at Kennedy. Are you sure? Ness will definitely come back with news, whether it's good or bad. But he hasn't returned for a whole day, said Kennedy. But there's no signal, said Royf, puzzled. That's what I'm puzzled about. No, I have to go and see for myself. Royf stood up. This time, Tree Spirit opened his eyes and did not say anything. If something really happened, the opponent must be a strong one. You might be in danger alone, said Royf. I'll go with you. Kennedy shook his head. No need. I'll send a message as soon as I find anything unusual. You stay here and wait for a new spiritual shadow to appear. Seeing that Kennedy was so insistent, Royf did not say anything else. But before Ness left, he asked Kennedy to take a 5th grade Divine General with him. This time, Kennedy did not refuse. The two of them moved quickly toward Jono's location. Along the way, Kennedy scanned the surroundings with his divine mind. Although the battle took place in the domain of blades, he could still see some traces of the battle if he observed carefully. They're dead. During this time, Kennedy found a battlefield, where he saw the blood of the gods. Dead? Why didn't they send a signal before the battle? Asked the 5th grade Divine General, puzzled. Kennedy shook his head. That was something he could not figure out at the moment. They continued to move forward without any accidents until they reached Jono's territory. At that moment, Kennedy's pupils shrank as he saw a person. It's him! The 5th grade Divine General also saw that person. His expression changed immediately, and then a look of greed appeared in his eyes. Kennedy said coldly, Send the signal! Huh! The 5th grade Divine General was stunned. Send the signal immediately. I already know the reason, said Kennedy. Although he was very reluctant, the 5th grade Divine General could not disobey the order. He had to send the signal. The signal exploded in the sky. Roy and the others, who were thousands of miles away, could clearly sense it. Zichen opened his eyes and looked at Kennedy. As expected, this method was no longer effective. Kennedy landed and looked at Zichen coldly. Did you kill Fry and the others? The 5th grade Divine General could not believe it. Zichen was only a 3rd grade Divine General when he first met him. They wanted to kill me. Of course, I had to kill them to save my own life. Hearing Zichen's affirmation, the 5th grade Divine General felt even more incredulous. He really could not understand how this person killed 2 6th grade Divine Generals. At that moment, Kennedy's expression changed. He exclaimed, Watch out! He flashed and came to the 5th grade Divine General's side, grabbing him and dodging. A divine light flashed past where the 5th grade Divine General was standing. After seeing the silent divine light, a look of fear appeared on Level 5's face. Zichen didn't feel regretful that his attack had failed, and the corners of his mouth even revealed a wisp of a cold and grim smile. The void where Kennedy landed began to distort, and the 8 Saber Ancestors' steels appeared. The Saber Domain was formed. He flashed and stepped into the domain. It was too easy for the Heavenly Needle to kill a 5th grade Divine General. If he had not deliberately let Kennedy notice the abnormality, he would not have sensed it. Now that he was in the domain, it was equivalent to being in his home ground. He first killed the 5th grade Divine General with the Heavenly Needle. He could not afford to be distracted when fighting a 6th grade Divine General. The light of the sword flashed in the Saber Domain. Zichen showed all kinds of skills. The battle was very fierce. In the end, Zichen won. This time, his injuries were more serious than when he fought Divine General Fry. But he did not have time to heal, because the other 6th grade Divine Generals had heard the message and were rushing over. Zichen looked back and said to Jono, Be careful, and then teleported away. Him? 5B4. Chapter 2783. This was a trick to lure the enemy away from the mountain. Zichen had already guessed that this trick would not work. Now it seemed that he was right. Since the enemy was already on guard, he had to think of various possibilities and come up with various countermeasures. He would leave a few doppelgangers to hide in the middle of the teleportation and return here to wait for the Class 6 to come. When the enemy sent out the signal, the doppelgangers would monitor the path to see who was coming and who was staying. If the strong ones came and the weak ones stayed, he would use the advantage of teleportation to go and kill the tree spirit first. Otherwise, he would stay here and wait for the weak to come and kill them one by one. Of course, none of the remaining 3 Class 6 were weak. Relatively speaking, the one with the gourd would be much more difficult to deal with. Therefore, Zicheng did not want to meet him first. After seeing Kennedy's signal, Royf immediately stood up and gazed in that direction. He did not expect that there would be a problem. "Let's go!" Beside him, a Class 6 stood up. "Let's go and help," Royf said. "I'll go. Someone needs to stay here." The Class 6 Divine General glanced at Tree Spirit and said, "Then one person is enough. We'll go together. Burrit, you stay here." The Class 6 named Burrit nodded. There were 4 Class 5s left. Royf did not take them with him. Instead, he sped up and flew forward with the Class 6. "They'll be fine, right?" Tree Spirit looked at Burrit and asked worriedly. "With Royf here, they should be fine," Burrit said indifferently. Burrit said calmly. He had confidence in Roy, as his gourd was indeed extraordinary. However, Burrit did not know that Royf and the others were being watched as soon as they left. When they were 5,000 miles away, Zicheng's figure appeared. His previous injuries were slightly healed. Buzz. He did not show himself immediately. Instead, he sent his doppelganger. The latter immediately activated the heavenly needle. The needle turned into a beam of light and flew toward the Class 5 Divine Generals. There were still 4 Level 5 warriors left. They were sitting there and were not very alert. When the Divine Needles appeared, they had already missed the best time to dodge. Their sea of consciousness was penetrated by the Divine Needles one after another, and their vitality was extinguished. Burrit's expression changed when he saw 4 Level 5 experts die in the blink of an eye. Then, he saw a Level 4 Divine General standing in the distance. His heavenly needle turned into a beam of light and returned to his side. At the same time, the other party made a provocative gesture of slitting his throat at Burrit, then turned around and left. When Burrit saw this scene, his expression began to change. He was at Level 6, while his opponent was only at Level 4. Although the Level 4 opponent had killed the Level 5 opponent, he had relied on external objects. In an instant, several thoughts flashed through his mind. At this moment, he felt danger approaching. A long saber immediately appeared in his hand, and he slashed to the side. Clang! Along with the clanging sound, Burrit saw the weapon that had just killed a Level 5 Divine General being sent flying out of his hand. When he saw this, all the doubts in his heart were dispelled. He made up his mind and rushed toward his opponent. This Divine Needle could not kill him, but he could kill his opponent. If he could snatch the Divine Needle, he believed that it would not be any weaker than Royf's gourd. When he thought of quickly? B68? Burrit's mood became very excited as he knew that there would be a supreme treasure on the way. He sped up again. "Come back, be careful. This is a trap," Tree Spirit reminded him, but it was useless. It was just a transaction between them. They had never taken Tree Spirit seriously. Especially after knowing that there were many Tree Spirits here, they did not care about him at all. The reason why they stayed here was to get more fruits. Now that Burrit had a chance to get a treasure, why would he care about Tree Spirit's life? He left. He went to chase after his doppelganger. After the other party left, Tree Spirit was on high alert. Zicheng appeared. He looked at Tree Spirit, who was on high alert, and his expression turned cold. The power of yin and yang flashed out from his body. He rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. As he rushed forward, the power of yin and yang around him formed a blade of yin and yang and slashed forward. The change here attracted Tree Spirit's attention. Its branches instantly extended down and formed a defense under the will of the forest. Buzz! The blade of yin and yang landed on the defense, causing energy to vibrate. His attack was blocked by the defense. Zicheng was not surprised. Instead, he was happy. This was enough to prove that Tree Spirit was not ordinary. Even if the 2 Level 6 experts rushed over, Jono could still hold on for a long time. Swoosh! Swoosh! As the saber light dissipated, the tree spirit launched an attack on Zichin. One branch after another pierced towards Zichin like a long spear. The sound of air being pierced was heard. The surrounding space began to distort. Zichin felt a pressure that affected his speed. The power of yin and yang on his body exploded and surged violently. He then broke free from the pressure and disappeared. The afterimage he left behind was penetrated by one attack after another. With a flash, Zichin appeared in the distance. This was a forest flashing with green light. All the ancient trees had been revived. As soon as Zichin appeared, the ancient trees attacked him. Zichin turned his head and looked coldly at the incoming attack. The power of yin and yang on his body surged again, forming an even bigger blade in front of him. The blade was dozens of feet long. It immediately slashed forward. Wherever the blade passed, the branches that extended over were instantly cut off. Just as it was about to reach the ancient trees, it was blocked by the ancient trees. Whoosh! The blade light did not slow down. It passed through the ancient trees in an instant, and cut them in half. The ancient trees here were all extensions of Tree Spirit's will. As long as they were killed, Tree Spirit's combat strength would be greatly reduced. Buzz! The light of energy around Zichin shone again. It formed another blade and slashed toward the other side. When he was in the depths, he could already easily kill the ancient trees. Now that he was in the outside world, his combat strength was even stronger. It was naturally easier to kill these ancient trees. Puff! Puff! B68 puff! In the blink of an eye, the surrounding ancient trees were all cut down. At the same time, Zichin opened the world and stored the ancient trees inside. The life force in them would be refined by the mother nest. As for the heart of the tree, it would be given to Zichin. Stop! Tree Spirit's angry voice sounded again and again. However, Zichin did not stop. He would occasionally attack Tree Spirit, but he was still unable to break through its defense. The clone had yet to return. According to Zichen's idea, the clone wanted to feel the gap between it and a grade 6. The clone ran in the opposite direction for hundreds of miles. Then it stopped. Barit spread out his divine sense and did not find anything unusual. He stood in front of the clone and said coldly, "Why did you stop running?" "I don't want to run anymore," the clone said indifferently. "Then you can go to hell." Barit's eyes flashed coldly. A long blade surrounded by divine light appeared in his hand. He slashed at the clone. Whoosh! At this moment, he felt a dangerous aura. The god needle was flying toward him again. He shouted angrily. Divine light surged from his body. The blade that was slashing at the clone changed direction in midair and slashed at the god needle. Dang! The god needle was knocked back. Taking advantage of this, divine light lingered in the sky. A palm appeared and went straight for Barit. It was the god trapping hand. It was extremely fast. Barit could not dodge it at all. He was caught by the palm in an instant. Seeing the god trapping hand trap the opponent, the clone did not rush forward. Instead, he formed another seal at an extremely fast speed. Another palm print appeared in the sky. This time, it was not the god trapping hand but the god destroying hand. The palm print fell from the sky. The energy in the surroundings was absorbed by it, causing the aura emitted by the palm print to become more and more terrifying. Boom! A huge energy tremor came from below. The god trapping hand that trapped Barit exploded. He raised his head and looked at the falling palm print. His face became extremely gloomy. Divine energy gushed out from his body. He held the long blade in his hand and stomped his foot. The ground rumbled. He soared into the sky and slashed at the god-destroying hand. A dazzling blade light shot out from the tip of the blade and went straight for the god-destroying hand. The terrifying palm print was split into two. It turned into divine energy and spread out. The clone Zichin looked at this scene indifferently. This was his strongest combat skill. Unfortunately, the gap between their realms made it impossible for these two skills to work. However, he still had more powerful skills, A light flashed in his hand, and the stone blade appeared. This was taken out by his real body from the abyss. It could even be said that he took it out because his real body relied on the heaven god's bone. At this moment, the heaven god's bone was in his body. He stood with the blade in his hand. Divine light shone on his body as he looked at Berit coldly. B68 After Berit destroyed the god-destroying hand, he looked down at the clone in the sky and shouted coldly, "Die!" He rushed toward the clone. The clone also rushed toward him with the blade. In the meantime, Berit swung his blade. A ray of blade light shot out and went straight for the clone. The clone blocked with the stone blade in his hand. With a strong vibration, he slid backward with his feet close to the ground. After stabilizing his body, the clone rushed forward again. Berit saw that his long-range attack did not hurt his opponent. He also moved forward in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the two of them met. Berit slashed at the clone. The blade shone brightly. The clone raised his arm to block. Divine light lingered on his arm. At the same time, he held the stone blade in his right hand and stabbed it toward his opponent's heart. "You're courting death!" Seeing this scene, Berit's eyes flashed with disdain. This was because when he slashed, not only would the clone's arm be broken, but his head would also be chopped off. As for him, he would only be injured at most. His slash instantly broke the defense on the clone's arm. It even cut the skin on the arm. However, when it came into contact with the bone, the powerful slash was blocked and a clanging sound was heard. Puff! Chapter 2784. This was the doppelganger's greatest trump card. The heavenly god's bone. His body and bones came from the heavenly god. They were so tough that they were indestructible. How could a mere 6th-grade divine general break them? He used his heavenly god's arm to block his opponent's attack while the stone sword in his hand moved forward. He easily broke through Berit's defense and pierced through his heart. The stone sword was very sharp and its attack was indestructible. Berit's expression changed drastically after his body was pierced through. He looked at the doppelganger in shock. The doppelganger's expression didn't change. He flipped the sword in his hand and crushed Berit's heart. Divine energy surged toward Berit's body through the stone sword and destroyed his vitality. Boom! Powerful shock. 111C? A terrifying aura surged and divine light burst out. A powerful shock wave spread in all directions. The doppelganger and Berit both retreated. Berit, who was retreating, had a look of horror in his eyes. His opponent had blocked his full-powered attack with his arm. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that a person's bones could be so tough. After stabilizing his body, the doppelganger continued to charge toward Berit. This was the fighting style that Zichen often used when he was in danger when he was still weak. This was a life for a life, to see who had the bigger life. However, the doppelganger, who had the absolute advantage, seemed to be more proficient in using such a move. He charged forward. Terrifying divine energy surged. He never defended and attacked with all his might every time. One attack after another. Facing such a strong attack, the injured Berit became more and more shocked. During this time, he hit his opponent several times. However, he could only break his opponent's defense and cut his skin. Other than that, he couldn't hurt his opponent. On the other hand, his opponent's sword could seriously injure him every time. He became more and more passive. In addition, the elusive heavenly needle also posed a threat to him. On the other side of the battlefield, Zichen's real body was killing the surrounding ancient trees. Every time an ancient tree was killed, the will of the forest would weaken a little. The tree spirit's defense would also weaken a little. During this time, the tree spirit kept screaming. However, Zichen wouldn't stop. When the last ancient tree was killed, the will of the forest had disappeared. The tree spirit's indestructible defense was easily broken by Zichen. Buzz! After breaking through the tree spirit's defense from afar, more yin and yang light clusters appeared in front of Zichen. These light clusters flew forward and gathered into one thunder lotus after another in midair. These thunder lotuses emitted powerful ripples as they charged towards the tree spirit. Whoosh! 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 A jade-green tree trunk extended from the tree trunk, whistling like a long spear as it headed straight for the yin-yang lightning lotus. The thunder lotus was instantly pierced through. The energy within it directly exploded, forming a destructive wave. The shock wave spread out in all directions, destroying the tree trunks. Some of the shock waves were heading towards the tree spirit, but they were blocked by the tree spirit's defensive barrier. Jono had told Zichen that the tree spirit's psychic power was extremely strong. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they should never get close to it. Zichen was seriously injured and his spiritual sense was damaged. Naturally, he could not afford to be careless. The only enemy left was the tree spirit, but Zichen was not in a hurry. He stood at a distance and attacked. Thunder lotuses flew forward one after another, treating this as a way to temper his yin and yang energy. At the very least, his doppelganger had proven that he was not weaker than a level 6. A horrified scream came from afar. Not long after, his doppelganger appeared. He walked over with a stone saber in his hand. His body was covered with wounds, looking very shocking. Although he looked extremely battered, his aura was still strong. Buzz! After he appeared, he controlled the heavenly needle to attack the tree spirit. The heavenly needle went straight for the tree spirit without a sound. As for Barit from before, it was obvious that he had died under Lin Huang's method of exchanging his life for his own. A powerful aura surged in the forest. The real body cooperated with the doppelganger to kill the tree spirit. The doppelganger's hand seals kept changing. The heavenly needle moved faster and faster. Divine light flashed continuously, leaving behind traces. The tree spirit's strength was not weaker than a level 6. In some ways, the tree spirit was even more difficult to deal with than a level 6. Yin and yang energy appeared in Zichen's left and right hands respectively. The yin and yang energy gathered and formed a yin-yang lightning lotus. This yin-yang lightning lotus was extremely large. After it reassembled, there was no powerful shockwave. Zichen's control of this self-created combat technique was almost perfect. Boom! The yin-yang lightning lotus exploded when it got close to the tree spirit. It formed a terrifying storm of destruction and swept toward the tree spirit. The tree spirit let out a scream. Zichen, who had been waiting outside, rushed forward and stood in front of the tree spirit. A saber appeared in his hand and he slashed down. The saber light swept forward like a waterfall. The light on the tree spirit's body continued to circle, forming a defense and blocking the saber. At the same time, the tree trunk 16D0 it extended and turned into various attacks that rushed towards Zichen. Zichen tapped his foot and retreated at lightning speed. One attack after another exploded in front of him, forming a terrifying shockwave that spread in all directions. The tree spirit was unimaginably powerful. All kinds of attacks followed Zichen. Zichen's body flashed. The yin and yang energy on his body formed a saber and swept forward. Master, I can devour its vitality! The Bird-Mother's voice suddenly sounded in Zichen's mind. Zichen did not hesitate and opened a corner of the world. Rays of energy appeared from the opened world and went straight toward the tree spirit. These rays of light met the tree spirit's defense. However, the Brew Mother used some unknown method. The rays of light suddenly burst out with a blinding light and penetrated the tree spirit's defense in an instant. The next moment, these rays of light began to devour the tree spirit's vitality, causing it to scream continuously. At this time, while the tree spirit was distracted, his clone controlled the heavenly needle to go forward. Puff! Puff! The heavenly needle penetrated the tree spirit's body and traveled back and forth in its body, destroying its vitality. As it devoured and destroyed, the tree spirit's aura was clearly weakened. Zichen's body flashed again and approached the tree spirit. He unsheathed his saber. A yin-yang saber light slashed forward like a waterfall. The leaves in the forest danced wildly, and the tree spirit was cut in half. A shrill scream followed. The tree spirit fell to the two sides, and a soul appeared from it. It was the tree spirit's soul. It had been severely injured and was on the verge of death. Its soul was trembling, and sometimes it turned into a human face. It seemed to be terrified. Zichen went forward and sealed the tree spirit's soul. As for what to do with the tree spirit's soul, it was up to Jono. As for the huge tree body, he kept it in the world. This was left for the brood mother. For the brood mother, the tree spirit was also its opportunity. Although the tree spirit was dealt with, the danger was not over yet because there were 2 more level 6 beings left. He rested for a while, then teleported back. When he returned to Jono's side, Jono was fighting against 2 level 6 beings. During this time, many of its ancient trees were killed. The ancient trees in the forest attacked one of the level 6 beings. However, the opponent's combat power was extremely strong. It wandered among the attacks, and from time to time, divine light would pierce through the attacks. Rumbling sounds were constantly heard as the ancient trees were killed one after another. As for Roif, he was focused on dealing with Jono. Above his head, a gourd was hanging upside down, and divine light kept spitting out from the mouth of the gourd. The descending divine light would turn into sharp blades and slash at Jono. Jono's body glowed with green light, forming a defense to block these sharp blades. At the same time, he manifested all kinds of attacks and attacked Roif. However, before these attacks could reach Roif, they were all destroyed by the sharp blades spat out from the mouth of the gourd. If this continued, Jono would definitely be exhausted to death. Fortunately, Zichen came back in time. He shouted at the front, "Stop!" Roif and the level 6 turned around when they heard him, but their attacks did not stop. "It's you!" After seeing Zichen, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. "The tree spirit you were guarding is dead," Zichen said directly. When they heard that the tree spirit was dead, their expressions did not change much. After all, they were only interested in each other's interests. If the tree spirit died, then so be it. What they cared about now was Zichen, or rather, Zichen's Saber Ancestor's tablet. Roif looked back at the level 6 and asked, "Is it him?" "Yes, it's him," the level 6 said coldly. After hearing the level 6's affirmation, Roif stopped talking. The mouth of the gourd immediately aimed at Zichen. "Buzz!" A blade of light appeared from the mouth of the gourd and then swept toward Zichen crazily. He was quite decisive as well. He directly attacked without wasting any time on useless words. Zichen's figure dodged. Wherever he passed, the branches of the ancient trees that had blocked the attacks for him were all broken. Puff! 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 At the same time that the branches were chopped off, several scars appeared on the ancient tree. The blade of light kept chasing after Zichen. Although it did not hit him, Zichen still felt the sharp blade intent. Zichen knew the gap between him and the level 6. The heavenly thunder wings appeared behind him. While dodging, the Saber Ancestor's tablet whizzed out. The blade of light fell on the Saber Ancestor's tablet, making a series of loud sounds. The Saber Ancestor's tablet was drawn backward. When Roif saw the intact Saber Ancestor's tablet, his eyes flashed. Obviously, this was the defense they were talking about. At this time, in Roif's eyes, Zichen was so embarrassed that he could not protect the Saber Ancestor's tablet. Zichen dodged again. The surrounding ancient trees blocked many of the attacks for him, but those ancient trees paid the price of their lives. The gourd was extremely powerful and terrifying. When he could not dodge, the second Saber Ancestor's tablet appeared and was hit by the blade of light again. As for the level 6 in the distance, at this time, he was killing the surrounding ancient trees. These ancient trees could not stop him at all. The third Saber Ancestor's tablet was hit, and the fourth one was hit. Then the fifth and sixth Saber Ancestor's tablet were hit. Looking at the Saber Ancestor's tablet that was hit, Roif smiled proudly and said, "Let's see how many more tablets you can defend." At this time, the seventh Saber Ancestor's tablet had been repelled. The eighth Saber Ancestor's tablet appeared in front of Zichen. This time, the Saber Ancestor's tablet fell directly to the ground. Zichen stood in the middle of the Saber Ancestor's tablet and said indifferently, "A total of 8. As soon as his voice fell, the Saber Ancestor's tablets opened. 5b4. Chapter 2785. The saber ancestors' steels that had been knocked back earlier were now glowing, forming a huge domain. The smug smile on Roy's face disappeared. He had thought that the other party was just running away like a headless fly. He had not expected that the other party had been scheming against him. Now that he was in this domain, Roy clearly felt an extremely strong pressure, but he didn't care. He formed a seal with both hands, glanced at the domain around him, and shouted, "Break!" As soon as he finished speaking, a misty light spurted out from the gourd. The light quickly formed a long sword, which released a dazzling light and went straight to Zichin. Swish! Swish! The sword light cut through the sky, causing the space to distort violently. A powerful pressure swept over. The heavenly thunder wings on Zichen's back flapped, and the power of yin and yang flickered on his body. He broke free from the seal of this aura and turned into a stream of light, disappearing. The sword light came quickly and fell on the saber domain, which began to tremble. The sword light shattered, and the domain trembled. Seeing this, Zichen's expression changed. He did not expect the gourd to be so powerful that it could shake his domain. At this time, he was already injured, so he could not fight a battle of attrition like before. Moreover, the other party's gourd was so powerful that it could even shake his saber domain. He naturally had to use all his strength. A long saber appeared in his hand, which was surrounded by 4 saber essences. He held the saber and slashed forward. The saber light, which was filled with yin and yang energy, emitted a powerful and vast aura, and went straight to Roy. Sensing the power of this saber, Roy's expression changed. He quickly formed a seal with his hands, and a screen of light descended from the gourd, protecting Roy within it. The yin and yang saber light fell on the light curtain, which trembled violently. Roy's expression changed. The energy of the yin and yang saber light was quickly consumed and finally disappeared. The light curtain was still there, and Roy breathed a sigh of relief. The previous gourd let Zichin see the opponent's strong defense, but he did not expect it to show unparalleled defensive power now. Buzz! 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 The Saber Ancestor's tablet, which had been hidden in the domain, appeared and began to tremble. Streaks of saber will emerged from it. Zichin stood in the air, his body glowing with the light of yin and yang like a god of war. 8 blade wills converged toward him and fell into the blade. The long blade in his hand began to tremble. When Roy saw this, his expression became more and more solemn. The gourd above him also began to tremble, releasing rays of misty light. Those rays of light rapidly transformed into a long blade. Divine inscriptions flickered on the blade, and an oppressive aura appeared. Shwa! Zichin unsheathed his long saber and swiftly chopped down. The saber light below also rose into the air at this moment. Saber against saber. Chi! Chi! When the 2 saber lights met, a powerful aura surged out. When the saber lights collided, they formed a terrifying energy wave that dispersed in all directions. The ripples spread out in all directions, and the powerful aura continued to surge, wreaking havoc on the domain and the light shield that the gourd was protecting. The domain kept trembling, and the 8 Saber Ancestors' tablets kept shaking. The defense under the gourd was also constantly distorted at this moment. Zichin retreated, the blood in his body churning. He looked forward. The vibrating energy dissipated, and Zichin saw that the light shield was still intact. He was shocked. The gourd did not look like much, but it was comparable to the 8 Saber Ancestors' tablets. However, the shock in Roy's heart was even more intense than Zichen's. This was because he was at level 6, while Zichin was only at level 4. His gourd was actually unable to break through this domain despite being 2 levels higher. It could be seen that the other party was not lucky to be able to get more than 20 fruits at once. Both sides were shocked, but the battle did not stop. Zichin, who was seriously injured, repeatedly displayed powerful means. Roy's gourd was also counterattacking while defending. Powerful energy kept surging, and it was extremely terrifying. It could be said that the two sides were completely evenly matched in the battle. The battle outside was still going on, but the scene of the level 6 wiping out the ancient trees no longer appeared. With the addition of Jono, the ancient trees had suppressed the level 6 attacks. Just like the battle in the domain, the battle outside was also in a stalemate. As the terrifying energy surged, Zichen's body retreated continuously. The yin and yang energy fluctuated continuously in all directions. Puff! As he retreated, he coughed up blood. There was also blood at the corner of Roif's mouth. He looked up at Zichen and said, "You and I can't do anything to each other. If we continue to fight like this, both of us will be injured." Zichen wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and stared at him silently. "Let's work together," Roif said. "You have a strong defense, and I have a strong attack. If you and I work together, we will definitely be able to sweep this area." Zichen glanced at the tree spirits outside. "We are all outsiders, and in the eyes of these tree spirits, we are all invaders. It seems that we are working together, but this is because they are in a weaker position. Once they become stronger, they will attack us first," Roif said. Roif said, "Cooperating with tree spirit is only based on mutual benefits of deception. This kind of cooperation will never be reliable. Will our relationship be reliable if we work together?" Zichen said calmly. "We come from the same place. What's there not to trust? It's just that you are weaker. If we work together, I will get 70% of the loot," Roif said. "You are quite calculative." Zichen's smile had a hint of sarcasm. "It's not calculative. We are just splitting the loot according to our strength. This is fairer." Zichen frowned and thought. He did not think too much about the so-called 30-70 split. Everything depended on strength. As long as he was strong enough, he would naturally have a bigger share of the loot. But now, the only thing he needed to think about was whether he should work with Roif. Working with Roif was a good choice. After all, both of them were strong. At that moment, the long sword in Zichen's hand began to tremble. The trembling was completely spontaneous. It was not under Zichen's control. The sword spirit, who had been hiding, turned into a ray of light and appeared. He stood on the long sword in the air and stared at the gourd below with a pair of cold eyes. His body released a strong aura. The white robe on his body fluttered without wind. "Senior, why did you come out?" Seeing the sword spirit appear on his own, Zichen was very surprised. "I want this spirit body," the sword spirit said. His cold voice echoed in the area of the sword. When Roif first saw the sword spirit, he was shocked. The aura around the sword spirit gave him a strong sense of oppression. However, when he heard the sword spirit's next words, a look of anger immediately appeared on his face. He said coldly, "Humph, what a big mouth. I can say that I want this spirit body of yours." When Zichen heard what the sword spirit said, he was not shocked. Instead, he was happy. He knew very well what kind of existence the sword spirit was. Since he was interested in the spirit body in the gourd, it was naturally excellent. The sword spirit's gaze swept over Roif. After that, he no longer paid attention to him. He stood in the air, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He shouted, "Buzz!" The sound of trembling came from all directions. The 8 Saber Ancestors tablets that were previously hidden appeared again. When Roif saw this, a look of disdain appeared on his face. "I've just used this trick. It's useless." The sword spirit did not speak. 8 sword intents emerged from the 8 Saber Ancestors tablets. After these 8 sword intents appeared, they flew toward the sword spirit. As they flew forward, the saber wills were fusing and twisting together. When they reached the top, the 8 sword intents gathered and turned into a long sword. The invisible sword intents turned into a tangible long sword. This scene shocked Zichen. This was a step that he could not do. He felt an extremely powerful aura from the sword intents long sword. Roifu had clearly sensed the abnormality from this blade, and a solemn expression appeared on his disdainful face. The sword spirit's eyes flashed coldly. The sword-intense long sword descended from the sky and went straight for the gourd. In Roif's perception, this sword was only slightly more powerful than when Zichen used it. It might not be able to break his defense. However, he still did not dare to be careless. His hands quickly formed a seal. At this moment, a sharp voice came from the gourd. It was a spirit body that emerged. This was a translucent figure. At this moment, it was looking up at the sword. Its body was trembling. When Roifu saw this, his expression changed drastically. From what he could sense, this slash was not very strong, but it had activated the spirit body on its own accord. Through his senses, he realized that the spirit body was trembling in fear. Seize the spirit. As the sword light descended, the sword spirit's cold voice rang out. Buzz! The descending sword light trembled and released an even more powerful sword intent. Its volume also increased in an instant. It became hundreds of feet long and almost completely covered the sword territory. Whoosh! The sword intense descended from the sky. Its aura was powerful. It slashed through the gourd and toward the light shield below. It slashed toward Roif, who was in the light shield. The spirit body on the gourd dissipated like a phantom under this sword. The light shield that was hit by the sword light was intact. Roif, who was in the middle, was also unharmed. He stood there quietly with a look of astonishment on his face. It seemed that the saber did not cause any harm to him when it landed on his body. Next to Zichen, the sword spirit's solid body became slightly dim. This was a sign that too much soul power had been consumed. A beam of light appeared from the gourd below and flew upward. Within the beam of light, a small spirit body could be vaguely seen struggling. This beam of light reached the sword spirit and was swallowed into his stomach. Whoosh! The sword spirit's figure disappeared. The sword territory was still there. The gourd was still intact. Chapter 2786. Roy stood there stunned. His face was filled with astonishment. He had no idea what had just happened. That swift and fierce slash looked extremely powerful, but he did not suffer any damage or discomfort. He was not injured, nor did he cough up blood. Even his defense was not broken. He vaguely felt that he had lost something, but he could not recall what it was. He had even forgotten what kind of move the spiritual body had used just now. It was as if he had lost some part of his memory. Zichen was also puzzled. That slash was extremely powerful. He did not think that the sword spirit would use such a meaningless slash after expending so much soul power. He pointed his finger, and a beam of yin and yang light fell down, landing on the light shield around Roif. Smack! The defense that he had not been able to break through even after using powerful moves was now easily broken by a single finger. Roy looked up at the sky, his face full of shock. He exclaimed, "You broke through my defense. How is that possible?" The next moment, he formed a seal with both hands. A new beam of light fell from the gourd, forming a new defense. Zichen pointed a finger again, and the power of yin-yang formed a finger beam that fell. Smack! The light shield shattered again. It was very easy. Roy's eyes widened. He looked at Zichen in disbelief. "How did your attack become so powerful?" Looking at his opponent's genuine expression, Zichen said, "It's not that my attack has become powerful. It's your gourd that has weakened." "Weakened? How is that possible? My treasured gourd's defense is extremely strong," Roy said. "But it has lost its spirit," Zichen said. "How is that possible?" Roy's expression changed drastically when he heard that. He was in disbelief. However, after releasing his soul perception, he discovered that the spirit in his gourd was gone. "Where's the spirit?" He was extremely shocked. "Did that slash destroy the spirit?" Roy's expression did not seem to be fake. It was as if he really did not know what had happened. Zichen's face revealed a hint of shock. The slash that had landed on Roy's body did not cause him any damage. Instead, it erased some of his memories. At the very least, he had already forgotten what the saber spirit had said earlier. Perhaps, he couldn't even remember that slash just now. The gourd no longer had a spirit body. To Zichen, Roy was like a tiger without teeth and claws. He was nothing to be afraid of. Zichen chopped down with his saber, sending a yin-yang saber light towards Roifu. Roy shouted and reflexively made a hand seal to support the gourd's defense. Pun! As the saber light fell, the gourd's defense was instantly shattered. Roy had no choice but to accept this reality. He raised his head and looked up. The gourd was still shining, but the light had dimmed, and the powerful spiritual body had disappeared. At this moment, the dim light flickered a few times before suddenly disappearing. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the gourd. These cracks spread rapidly and soon covered the entire gourd. Boom! With a loud bang, the gourd shattered and turned into specks of light that disappeared into the horizon. Roy's face was extremely pale. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and a deep cut appeared on his chest. However, he didn't care. Or rather, all of his attention was attracted by the gourd. He had no time to pay attention to his injuries. After all, a grade 6 divine general's life force was extremely strong. He wouldn't die so easily. Roy's eyes were lifeless. The moment the gourd shattered, his heart seemed to have shattered as well. Another attack descended from the sky, and he dodged it reflexively. Energy exploded, and he retreated, coughing up blood again. However, this attack had woken him up. He knew that he had lost the gourd. He could only rely on himself now. Otherwise, even he would have to give up here. Divine light flickered on his body, and the wound on his chest visibly healed. A powerful aura that was close to tyrannical surged out of his body. Roy's eyes became cold. The divine energy on his body was in a frenzy, forming a terrifying tornado. He was at the center of the tornado. Zichen had expected this to happen. To be able to become a Black Order level existence, none of them were weak. They all had their own special means. Aside from some external objects, their combat strength was not weak either. Zichen had been injured before, and after a long battle, he was now an arrow at the end of its flight. His condition wasn't much better than his opponent's. The power of yin and yang on his body flickered again, and then converged on the long saber, merging into the blade along the hilt. At the same time, the 8 saber ancestors' steels reappeared, releasing 8 saber wills that fell on the scabbard. Zichen drew his saber and slashed down. 2238? The sharp blade carried a terrifying aura as it slashed down on Royf below. Wherever the blade passed, the space was wildly distorted as if it was about to be cut into pieces. Royf, who was at the center of the storm, had a cold look in his eyes. He tapped his foot, and the earth rumbled. As smoke and dust filled the air, he rose into the air. The divine light on his body turned into a shining armor. At the same time, a dazzling spear appeared in his hand. He was like a god of war as he charged at Zichen, piercing the sky with his spear. The blade fell from the sky and collided with the spear that was going against the sky. There was a violent roar, which turned into a terrifying wave that spread out, causing the domain to tremble again. Zichen's saber light shattered in an instant. He was sent flying and coughed up blood. His face turned pale as he looked in front of him in shock. He didn't expect that his opponent would still have such powerful combat strength after losing the gourd. The spear in Royf's hand shattered under the powerful sweep of energy. At the same time, the exploding yin and yang energy also swept through his body. His body fell to the ground, and the energy armor on the surface of his body also burst into pieces. He was also injured in this collision, but his injuries were not fatal. On the other side, the space distorted, and the clone appeared. At the same time, the heavenly god needle appeared, and it directly went toward Royf. The shattered armor and spear appeared again. Royf pointed his spear and knocked the heavenly god needle away, but the clone that came right after him slashed down with his saber. Boom! Energy vibrated, and the spear exploded again. Royf's body flew backward and he coughed up blood again. Above his head, Zichen slashed down with his saber again. 4 general-level saber intense lingered on the saber's blade. This saber attack was still powerful. As the energy roared, Roif's body fell backward, and the divine armor on the surface of his body shattered. Pfft! The heavenly god needle that followed directly penetrated Roif's body. The energy contained in the needle destroyed his vitality. With his real body and clone working together, with the help of the saber domain and the heavenly god needle, Zichen had the absolute upper hand. Buzz! The saber light appeared in the sky again. As the energy trembled, the saber intent swept through the entire domain and slashed toward Roif. Pfft! Roif coughed up blood again and flew backward. This time, his injuries were even more serious. This repeated several times. With the help of his real body and clone, his vitality was finally extinguished. Boom! His eyes widened. His vitality was extinguished, and he fell backward unwillingly. Buzz! The saber domain around Zichen trembled and disappeared. The continuous battles had almost pushed him to his limit. Fortunately, he had the support of the world. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured and would have fallen into a deep sleep. He looked back and saw that the battle was still going on. Jono controlled the ancient trees to attack the level 6 divine general and gained an overwhelming advantage. The disappearance of the domain was sensed by the level 6 divine general who was retreating. Just as he was about to ask for help, he saw Zichen standing there. How is this possible? His face was full of shock. At this moment, there was a tremor, and the heavenly god needle flew toward him. Clang! With one blow, the heavenly god needle was knocked away. However, this delay allowed Jono to seize the opportunity and wrap more ancient trees around the level 6 divine general. The level 6 divine general kept resisting, but more ancient trees wrapped around him, trapping him in layers. The level 6 divine general's cries of surprise slowly disappeared, and so did the vibrating energy. The battle was over. With Jono's current ability, it was not a problem for him to kill a level 6 divine general. This time, the surrounding ancient trees were damaged. However, the ancient trees here would grow again soon as Jono could absorb energy from afar through the roots. With the crisis resolved, Zichen returned to Jono's side and sat with his legs crossed. Jono was absorbing the level 6 divine general's vitality. At the same time, there were light spots falling from its tree trunk. These light spots were pure vitality, and they were absorbed by Zichen. At the same time, the vitality in Zichen's world was sending more vitality to him. The remaining energy in his body was expelled. Then, vitality spread all over his body, and his injuries healed faster. Just as Zichen was recovering, a new batch of spirit shadows came from afar. They were attracted by Jono's undisguised aura. As Jono grew, it was like a beacon in the dark, attracting more spirit shadows. In addition to these spirit shadows, there were also tree spirits from other places. After these spirit shadows arrived, they were trapped by Jono one after another. Then, he killed these spirit shadows and obtained a new batch of fruits. A few days later, Zichen's injuries were healed. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was a dozen fruits in front of him. He was very surprised by this. While you were healing, other spirit shadows came and I killed them, said Jono. Zichen got up and put away these fruits. Then, a ball of light appeared in his hand. It was the soul of the tree spirit he obtained a few days ago. This soul had not died yet. At this time, after sensing Jono's aura, it was trembling. Here. Zichen gave this soul to Jono. He could feel Jono's desire at this time. Jono put away this soul and thanked him again. Chapter 2787. Zichen raised his head and looked into the distance. He also sensed a powerful aura. It's a tree spirit, Jono said. Another tree spirit has advanced and is moving toward the king level. Zichen was shocked. If it's already a king level, doesn't that mean it can shake the existence in the depths? The existence in the depths was also a king level. Wouldn't two kings be able to fight against each other? Jono clearly understood the meaning behind Zichen's words. Although they're all kings, there are differences in strength, just like you humans. You're only level 4, but you can easily kill a level 5. Have you also become a king? Zichen asked. Jono shook his head and said, Not yet. One had to know. 5 before Zichen had given Xiao Nuo a fortuitous opportunity, but the latter had not reached this level. Since the other person had already become a king tier, what fortuitous opportunity had he obtained? It's devouring, Jono said. Only by devouring can one grow faster. Zichen said. It seems that he's met a good guardian. Not all guardians were like Roif and the others, choosing benefits in the face of huge benefits. Xiao Nuo's expression turned solemn. Zichen clearly knew what this meant. If Xiao Nuo had started out by devouring, then he would definitely continue to devour to make himself stronger. Jono's previous analogy had described the difference between two kings very well. It was like he was level 4 and a level 5 divine general, unless the other party had extremely strong defenses. What do we do next? Do we also go around and steal tree spirits? Zichen asked. This method won't work. Even if all the tree spirits here are devoured by a king, they still can't deal with the king in the depths. Jono seemed helpless. He had lived through many eras and knew how powerful kings were. Unfortunately, those tree spirits who finally had a chance to fight against kings wouldn't listen to Jono's explanation. This was a dead end. It had been like this for many years. Jono shook his head, indicating that he did not agree with the method of devouring. Protect them. Finally Jono said 1C84. Inch, why don't you gather some people to protect me? Zichen smiled bitterly and said, Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. In the eyes of those humans, I'm like you in the eyes of those tree spirits. I won't have friends, and it's even more impossible for anyone to work with me. Tree Spirit said, I remember you said that you could protect me in case of a crisis. If your soul can leave this place freely, as long as I don't die, you won't die. Zichen said. This was also his promise. Then I have nothing to worry about. I'll rely on my own strength to develop. I'll go as far as I can, Jono finally said. Zichen nodded. He would not take the initiative to attack, but he would continue to protect Jono. At the same time, he had to make himself stronger. Because even if he did not look for others, others would always come to him. He was refining the remaining fruits, trying to break through in a short period of time. 10 days passed quickly. Jono opened his eyes again and said, The second king has appeared. Oh? Will the two kings fight? Zichen asked. That won't happen, but it will increase the speed of the devouring. A few days later, various powerful auras appeared. Among them, there were 5 that were the most prominent. These were all kings. In a short period of time, 5 kings appeared outside this forest. As time passed, Jono also sensed the situation outside through the crisscrossing roots of the ground. In addition to the 5 kings, there were other tree spirits that were on the same level as Jono. However, these tree spirits would change every day. Some would become stronger, some would become weaker, and some would even vanish. Jono still did not advance to the king level, and Zichen did not ask him if he had devoured the previous tree spirits. Spirit Shadow did not appear, and Zichen's fruits were still being consumed. His realm was also steadily increasing. A few days later, some people appeared in the area where Jono was. After they arrived, they killed the ancient trees in the periphery. During this time, they directly opened a path and headed deeper into the forest. Looking at their movements, they seemed to be extremely skilled. They should have a lot of experience. Zichen appeared outside and looked at the people in front of him. The ones who had arrived were the Celestials. Retreat. Zichen looked at these Celestials. The Celestials who had arrived were only at level 5. Now that he could slaughter people of this realm, even if they were not on the same side, he still did not slaughter them as soon as he appeared. When these Celestials raised their heads and saw Zichen, their expressions were startled at first, then they revealed cold smiles on their faces. Naturally, they also knew Zichen. At this moment, they could clearly sense his realm, so their smiles became even more sinister. I don't want to kill anyone. All of you, quickly retreat! Zichen said again. His words had the opposite effect. Those celestials rushed towards him. 1. With a tremor, divine light flashed, and the doppelganger controlled the celestial needle to appear. Pooh! 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 The celestial needle swept past their foreheads. Other than a few who could temporarily block it, the rest were destroyed one after another. After the first wave of attacks, there were only 5 celestials left. The sinister smiles on their faces turned into fear as they retreated one after another. Too late. Zichen looked at them and said indifferently. He did have the thought and plan to let them go, but unfortunately, they rejected him. Along the way, Zichen had killed countless enemies, and was definitely not a kind person. Although he did not kill the innocent, as long as he made a move, he would naturally not be soft-hearted. Another round of attacks passed, and the remaining celestials were killed. Zichen finished cleaning up the battlefield and turned around. The first wave of people died, and he believed that the second wave would soon arrive. At that time, there would definitely be 6th level, and naturally, there would be a fierce battle. He did not have to wait for too long. There were 2 6th level celestials, and 5 5th level celestials. When they saw Zichen, they were extremely surprised, but this time, they did not underestimate him. Retreat. Zichen still said the same thing. Naturally, they would not leave, and even intended to attack. The void trembled, and the Saber Ancestor's tablet formed a domain, trapping those celestials. Zichen's figure flashed and entered the domain. After a quarter of an hour, he removed his defense. His body was covered in blood, and his aura was weak. This was the first time he fought 1 against 2. Although the battle was difficult, he still won in the end. The Celestials lost 2 6th level Celestials, so naturally, they would not give up. Zichen's injuries had almost just recovered when new Celestials appeared. This time, there were 5 6th level Celestials, and a group of 5th level Celestials. As a result, Zichen was completely sure that the person who came was one of the 5 kings. You're the only one here? After seeing Zichen, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the leading 6th level Celestial. That's right, Zichen said. Do you want to fight too? The expressions of the other 6th level Celestials changed. They were very clear about Zichen's realm, but he was able to kill so many of them, so it was obvious that he was not a weakling. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you at any time, Zichen said indifferently. If you want to save your strength to deal with the last king, then please go ahead. After saying that, Zichen looked at them with a calm expression. In the eyes of others, this appearance was completely pretentious, because he was only one person, and was only at the 4th level. How could he fight against them? The eyes of the Celestials behind him were full of murderous intent, but without the person in front of them, they could not act on their own. After thinking for a while, the 6th level Celestial waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The others were shocked. The 6th level Celestial turned to leave, and the other 6th level Celestials followed closely behind. Since the 6th level Celestials had left, the 5th level Celestials obviously would not stay. Although they were shocked, they could only follow. Zichen was surprised by the other party's decisiveness. "My lord, why are we leaving? Can't a group of us kill him?" On the way back, a 5th level Celestial asked. The others were also puzzled, waiting for the 6th level Celestial to answer. "I'm not sure if we can kill him, but I'm sure that those people before were killed by him. And he didn't just kill them," the 6th level Celestial said. "Since he dared to appear there alone, he's definitely not someone to be trifled with. We still have to ask for Lord Goot's opinion on whether we should attack or not." Goots was right below the King Tree Spirit. A King Tree Spirit that had reached the King level had an extremely powerful aura. Under this aura, the Celestials felt extremely uncomfortable when they approached. Therefore, they purposely did not go to the King Tree Spirit. They would only go there when they had to report. Hearing the 6th level Celestial's words, Goots was surprised. A mere 4th level Celestial can protect a tree spirit. No matter if he's really strong or just pretending, it's better to let others test him. What do you mean, my lord? Doesn't he have defenses? I believe many people have them. 5 before you'll be interested, right? Goots smiled coldly. The 6th level Celestial understood and immediately went to do as he was told. After the Celestials left the area guarded by Zichen, some Celestials soon came. These Celestials would not show any mercy to Zichen just because he was on the same side. In the following month, Zichen encountered all kinds of opponents. Naturally, he would not show mercy. Gradually, some of his methods were known by some people, such as the sky-piercing godly needle and the territory formed by the Saber Ancestors tablet. When these factions acknowledged his combat strength, they also envied his powerful methods. This went on for a month. One day, Zichen, who was fighting, suddenly turned his head. He saw a powerful aura coming from afar, sweeping towards the forest. The ancient trees fell in the same direction as if they were worshipping a king, conveying a joyful mood. A smile appeared on Zichen's face. He knew that the 6th King Tyr from the outer region had appeared. Chapter 2788. The powerful aura of a king wreaked havoc, and the ancient trees in the forest fell in one direction. The 6th king of the tree spirits had appeared. Zichen was pleasantly surprised. After so many days of perseverance, he finally saw the results today. He did not chase after the creatures that retreated. Just as the tree spirits had said, their next opponent was the king of the depths. This was everyone's common enemy. After becoming the king, Jono's forest area would be even larger. It could even extend to the depths of the forest. However, it was obviously unrealistic to control the entire forest. Even if all the other kings worked together, they would not be able to control the entire forest. This was the true difference between them and the king of the depths. Unfortunately, those trees, 5 before but Spirit didn't think so. Perhaps after becoming a king, they would feel more confident after sensing their own power. Zichen turned back. This time, he came under the ancient tree that Jono had transformed into. He could clearly feel an extremely powerful aura. This aura made him feel very uncomfortable. He looked at Jono and said, "Congratulations." Jono opened its eyes. There was obvious joy in its eyes. "I have to thank you for protecting me all this time. This is the first time I've become a king after so many years. I didn't expect it to be so powerful." Then it said again, "Perhaps it's because of this feeling of power that the other kings are overconfident and have the illusion that they are invincible. They think they can defeat everything." In fact, at this moment, Jono indeed had the idea of being invincible. Now, if other invaders came, it would be able to take care of them without Zichen's help. However, those invaders were obviously not comparable to the king. Therefore, Jono knew very well that there was still a huge gap between it and the king of the depths. "Unfortunately, this is only an illusion. In the end, I still can't escape the fate of being devoured." Hearing Jono's sighs, Zichen said, "You've just become a king, and your combat power has greatly increased. No matter how bad it is, you'll still be able to protect yourself. There's no need to be so pessimistic. You don't know. The longer you live and the more you experience, the more you know how terrifying a king is. 5 before? I've encountered a similar situation 6 times. In those 6 times, no tree spirit was able to affect the king in the depths. In the end, the tree spirit was swallowed by the king and helped it break through," Jono said. "Although this feeling of power makes me very infatuated, I still don't think I will be the final victor. Yes, if I didn't encounter you, I would absolutely not have entered the king realm." "Why?" Zichen was puzzled. "Isn't it good to become stronger? If you're too strong, you'll be noticed by the kings, and you won't be able to hide. In the end, only death awaits you. This is also the original purpose of the King of the Depths, to give all the tree spirits a chance and then let them be destroyed." Jono was very cautious. During this period of time, he had 6 chances to grow, but he gave up on them all, and thus survived until now. Even though he encountered Zichen, he still observed Zichen for a few days before deciding to show himself. Fortunately, Zichen did not disappoint him. Although he was only one person, he still helped him grow and become a king. The appearance of the sixth king caused quite a commotion in this area. During this period of time, the other tree spirits told everyone which direction the sixth king came from. He nurtured a tree spirit king on his own. Looks like that human is quite extraordinary. On the divine race's side, Goots revealed a cold smile when he heard the news. In the distance, the other divine race's side were obviously 16D0. They were extremely shocked when they found out which direction the sixth king came from. The opponent was only one person, but he had protected a tree spirit to become a king. Moreover, he was a level 4 king. This was too terrifying. In front of Goots, the king opened his eyes and looked at Goots. 6 kings is enough. It's time to clean up. A cold smile appeared on Goots' face. Oh, is that enough? It's useless to have too many kings. In the end, we'll have to fight to the death, said the tree spirit king indifferently. After becoming a king, he had obtained extremely powerful battle strength, so he naturally had a lot of confidence in his words. All right. Goots nodded. At the same time, similar situations were occurring in other places. It was time to clean up. A new battle was about to erupt. Not good. Jono, who had just become a king, hadn't yet recovered from his excitement. At this moment, he couldn't help but cry out in alarm. What's wrong? Asked Zichen. I just received a message from the other 5 kings. They want to kill all the tree spirits here, leaving only the 6 of us. Then, they'll go deeper and kill the strongest king, Jono said. They're too confident and arrogant. They don't know the true strength of a king. Then what should we do? Asked Zichen. There's no way to negotiate with them. However, you outsiders are very meticulous. I hope you can persuade them to stop killing. If we want to win the final battle, we must have an absolute advantage in numbers, said Jono. All right. Zichen nodded. Killing the ancient tree king wasn't just a matter for the tree spirits. It was also an extremely important matter for all the experts here. After all, if they wanted to leave this place smoothly, they had to kill the ancient tree king. Under the guidance of the tree spirits, Zichen walked in the direction of the kings. He was the first to arrive at the king's place, which was guarded by the sky race. In the outside world, these two were enemies who would definitely fight to the death when they met. However, in this strange world, the boundless forest and the threat of the ancient tree king gave the two sides room to ease their relationship. It's you! When the sky race saw Zichen, they were also extremely surprised. Cold light flickered in their eyes. Who has the final say here? Outside the forest controlled by the kings, Zichen looked at the vigilant sky race. What do you want? After a moment, the level 6 sky race that Zichen had seen before walked out. You have the final say here? Zichen looked at him. The other party shook his head and said, My lord is inside. Lead the way. Zichen did not hesitate to walk towards the end of the forest. Everywhere he went, the will of the forest became stronger and stronger. The pressure also became stronger and stronger, but his expression did not change. As he walked forward, even the level 6 sky race was shocked. However, Zichen's expression did not change. Zichen saw someone below the king tree spirit. It was the leader of the sky race this time, a level 6 powerhouse, Goots. He looked at Zichen, who had come alone, and said, You're quite brave to come here alone. The king tree spirit behind him opened its eyes. There was a cold light in them. I'm here to negotiate, not to fight. What's there to be afraid of? Zichen said calmly. Negotiate? Goots laughed and said, If you can't give me a reasonable reason for coming, I believe you won't be able to leave alive. Even if I'm willing to let you leave, I believe our king lord will not agree. The ancient trees around them started to extend their leaves and branches, approaching Zichen from afar. Zichen's expression didn't change at all when he saw all of this. He said directly, If we start to clear out now and only leave 6 powerful kings, it will be very difficult to kill the kings in the depths. Nonsense, the Tree Spirit King said coldly. If 6 kings work together, it will die for sure. Zichen ignored the king. He looked at Goots and said, You should have seen what the king was capable of. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the size of the 2 sides is not comparable. Goots said, Size does not represent fighting power. In terms of size alone, it's too unconvincing. Zichen continued, The tree spirit I protect has lived for many eras. It has seen everything that happened in those eras. It saw all the tree spirits that became kings get killed by the king in the depths. Nonsense, the king tree spirit said again. It told me that if the tree spirits born on the outskirts of the forest want to defeat the king in the depths, they have to rely on numbers to barely win. It might even be impossible to win. Zichen said, I'm here to ask you to stop killing. I want all the tree spirits on the outskirts to unite and fight the king in the depths with us. Nonsense! What nonsense? The king tree spirit said coldly. Zichen still ignored the king tree spirit. He looked at Goots and said, This is not only a battle for the king's interests. It is also very important to us. If the king in the depths does not die, we will never be able to leave this place. Goots fell silent. Humph! If we go in, it will die for sure, the king tree spirit said. Don't listen to his nonsense. Hurry up and kill him. As he spoke, the king tree spirit's branches extended towards Zichen and attacked. Before Zichen looked at Goots. His expression didn't change much. He didn't try to dodge the attacks that were coming at him. Goots waved his hand and said, It doesn't matter if it's true or not. It's never wrong to be careful. Don't be fooled by him, the tree spirit king said unhappily. Goots said, There's nothing wrong with leaving them alive. Once the battle breaks out, they can be the first to act as cannon fodder and exhaust the king in the depths. Don't worry. If the king in the depths dies, you will be the new king. Then, he looked at the level 6 in the distance and said, Go and call the others. It seems that we need to discuss the preparations to attack the king in the depths. Now is the best time to kill it while it is asleep. The level 6 turned and left. Chapter 2789. There were 6 tree spirit kings here. Other than the 2 tree spirit kings that Zichen and Goots were guarding, there were 4 other tree spirit kings. 4 of them were the guardians of the 4 factions. 2 of them were from the Protoss, 1 was from the Celestial, and the last was a creature from the general level battlefield. When they heard the news, they immediately headed towards Goots' location. Zichen stayed here. As long as the tree spirit kings didn't attack him, the other tree spirits wouldn't choose to devour each other. There were already 6 tree spirit kings here. There could only be 6 tree spirit kings. There couldn't be a 7th. The 6 tree spirit kings gathered to discuss how to deal with the tree spirit kings. They were the guardians of the tree spirit kings. Naturally, they were the most powerful beings here. Other than Zichen, the others were all level 6. As representatives, they were naturally the most powerful beings in the group. They were the leaders. Interesting. I didn't think there would be a level 4 among us. One of the level 6 Protoss looked at Zichen and sneered. I find it strange too. If this is a meeting between tree spirit kings, why would they bring a level 4? Are they here for the fun or to make up the numbers? Another level 6 asked. These 2 level 6 divine generals were from the Protoss. Strictly speaking, they were on the same side as Zichen. However, at this moment, they seemed to be targeting the level 4 Zichen. Brother Blake, Brother Ander, don't underestimate Zichen. He's the only one among us who's managed to protect a tree spirit king with his own strength, Goots said. When the others heard this, they all looked at Zichen. A strange light flashed in their eyes. Oh? Are you saying that a level 4 like him can compare to you and me? Or is he the equivalent of a group of tree spirit kings? A cold voice sounded. It was Blake of the Protoss. He was the strongest in the group. Naturally, he didn't think much of a level 4 Zichen. Zechen glanced at Blake but didn't say anything. At this moment, he was thinking. Back when he was heading towards the depths of the king's realm, someone had ambushed him. He guessed that it might have been either Blake or Andy. Guts said, "It's hard to say who's stronger, but Zechen's combat power is not to be underestimated. Let's not talk about anything else. Just on our side, a few level 6 experts have already been killed by him. Oh, then I'm even more curious. I want to know what a mere level 4 is capable of," Black said coldly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Previously, I also wanted to experience it. Since Brother Blake is interested, then you can go first. Let's see if he's just here to make up the numbers," Andy said. Bly stared at Zechen and said coldly, "Do you dare?" Zechen glanced at the provocative Bly and said indifferently, "If you have the energy, then go deal with the kings in the depths." "Humph!" Black snorted. At this moment, both sides faced each other, but the other two did not speak. Clearly, they were happy to see this happen. After all, out of the 6 kings, the divines took up 3 of the spots. This was slightly disadvantageous for them. "All right, let's not talk too much. This time, I called everyone here to discuss how we should form an alliance to enter the depths and kill the ancient tree king." Guts glanced at everyone and said indifferently, "I believe that everyone has already refined the fruits of the ancient tree kings. You should know the use of those fruits." At the mention of the ancient tree king's fruits, everyone's eyes flashed slightly, but they did not say anything. Even Blake kept his mouth shut and did not provoke Zechen. Goots looked at Zechen and said, "Zechen, why don't you share your thoughts and suggestions with everyone?" Zechen nodded slightly and said, "If we want to leave this place, we have to kill the ancient tree king. But with our strength, the difficulty is not small. Therefore, we need to form an alliance with the tree spirits. Of course, it's not limited to the 6 tree spirit kings, but also all the tree spirits here." No one said anything to disturb them. Zechen continued, "The tree spirit on my side is a very ancient existence. It has experienced the same thing 6 times and witnessed the ancient tree king destroy the tree spirits 6 times. It believes that this is all part of the ancient tree king's scheme. It wants to expose the tree spirits, and then destroy them. So, those tree spirits can't die, at least not for the time being." Zechen continued, "The most important thing now is to take advantage of the ancient tree king's slumber and work together with the tree spirits to enter the depths." The creature that had been silent until now asked, "How do we work together?" "First, we help the tree spirits grow and then let them control this large forest. After we completely control the will of the forest, we attack the ancient tree king. Of course, during this process, some tree spirits will inevitably have conflicts due to their own development areas. This needs to be resolved by everyone." When Zechen spoke, he did not avoid the tree spirit king. At this time, they clearly understood Zechen's meaning. Bulai said, "If we kill the ancient tree king, how will the fruits be distributed? And who will be the new ancient tree king?" The tree spirit king's voice also sounded. It could give up the fruits, but it obviously did not want to give up its identity as the tree spirit king. The fruits can be distributed according to the amount of effort. As for who will be the new ancient tree king, I don't think it's necessary to find a new ancient tree king. "Why?" the tree spirit king asked coldly. "If the ancient tree king really dies, it's also the reason why everyone did their best. Everyone has contributed. Under such circumstances, we must not let the tree spirits fight again and determine who the king belongs to based on strength." Zechen glanced at the tree spirits and said, "If we decide to do that, then they will inevitably hold back during the battle. It might even affect our plan, and we won't be able to kill the ancient tree king. After talking for so long, you still haven't said what we should do." The tree spirit king said, obviously still holding a grudge about becoming the ancient tree king. "Although there is an end to this area, I have observed that this area can be expanded indefinitely. In that case, why must there be an ancient tree king? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to develop their own unlimited forces separately?" "You mean to let the tree spirits develop independently? And then all of them become kings? How can that be?" There can only be one king. The Tree Spirit King's voice sounding very dissatisfied. If there is only one king, then we will face the current situation. There will always be other tree spirits who will find a way to kill the king and replace him. Right now, we have 6 kings here and many other tree spirits. They live together in this forest. If there is no threat from the ancient tree king, they can develop independently. No, absolutely not. The Tree Spirit King said. There can only be one king here. Zichun looked at the others and ignored the Tree Spirit King. Although the Tree Spirit King was strong, he was more confident in the strength of the strong ones. He was more concerned about whether the strong ones would join forces and attack together. If everyone went all out, he believed that they could kill the ancient Tree King with their own strength. Of course, it would be better if the tree spirits could hold it back. After Zichun finished speaking, Goots looked at the others and said, "What do you all think?" Bly snorted and said, "Although I can't stand a mere level 4 being in front of me, I have to say that this is the best solution in this situation. What do you all think?" Goots looked at the others. The others shook their heads, indicating that they had no opinion. Then next, we will discuss this with the others. Stop all the infighting and let the tree spirits grow as quickly as possible. Then, we will go straight into the depths of the world. Goots said. I think under these circumstances, we should divide the areas to avoid unnecessary trouble. Andy suddenly said. The others nodded in agreement. They knew very well what kind of nature the tree spirits were, so they knew the importance of dividing the areas. The next step was to discuss the division of the areas. During this time, they needed the agreement of the 6 kings. During the division, it was inevitable that there would be some conflicts due to the size of the areas. Every Tree Spirit King felt that they had too little territory. Let them fight for it. It doesn't matter if I have more or less territory. While the 5 of them were fighting for territory, Jono chose to take a step back. This way, Jono's territory would be the smallest, while the other 5 kings would have higher territory. The 5 of them were satisfied, and everything began to proceed according to plan. All the fighting stopped, and the tree spirits began to expand their forces and advance into the depths. On the surface, the forest didn't seem to have changed at all. The forest's consciousness was still there. However, there were differences in strength between the consciousnesses, and they continued to expand into the depths. It's the same forest. If it's ruled by a king, it's naturally stronger. But if it's spread out, how can it kill a king? That human called Zichun is talking nonsense. The king under Goots' protection said unhappily. These complaints came almost every day. Goots pretended that he didn't hear them. He had his own plans. Because all the tree spirits were united, there were no more infighting. The process of entering the depths of the world was very fast. The original outer region had now become lush and verdant, with luxuriant foliage and ancient trees towering into the sky. The original inner area was now in ruins. The ancient trees had all withered, and yellow leaves danced in the air. The protective light shield around the sleeping ancient tree king also dimmed a little, as if it had been greatly affected. Finally, it was time to attack. Zichun and the others advanced into the depths of the forest. Everywhere they passed, the ancient trees flashed with green light. Those green lights were the tree spirits. After expanding to a certain range, they could use the ancient trees to move. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to control the tree spirits. Chapter 2790. Zichun and the others appeared. They were all the people in the forest. There were more than 100 of them, including more than 30 level 6 experts. Faces appeared on the ancient trees beside them. They were tree spirits. Other than the 6 tree spirit kings, there were 10 other tree spirits. They were second only to the kings and were already on the same level as the kings. After all, they controlled the path to the depths of the forest, and had become very powerful. The ancient tree king in front of them was surrounded by a transparent light barrier. The light barrier was dim, but one could see the fruits on the tree through it. There were more than 10,000 of them. The ancient tree king did not move at all. It was obviously still in a deep sleep. This was the best time to make a move. This was a great opportunity for everyone. There was a commotion in the crowd. Many experts were eager to try. Zichen looked at Goots. Goots and Bly walked forward. The two of them raised their palms and the surging aura calmed down. The experts calmed down. How do you feel? Zichen turned to look at Jono on the ancient tree beside him. I can sense that the king is more powerful than I imagined. We might not win this time, Jono said. If we lose, run. There will be a day when we can kill it, Zichen said. Jono nodded. The uneasiness in his eyes dissipated. Leave the rest to us. A cold voice sounded. It came from behind Goots. After all the tree spirits had gathered, it acted like a king, giving orders to the other tree spirits. It already had the air of a king. All tree spirits, listen to my command. Attack with all your might. Do not hold back. The tree spirit king shouted. Attack! As soon as it finished speaking, rays of light appeared on the tree spirits one after another and charged forward. These rays of light landed on the defensive light barrier around the sleeping ancient tree king, causing ripples to appear on its surface. All the experts looked forward. They could not help but feel nervous. There were ripples spreading out from those rays of light. B68? More ripples appeared on the light barrier around the ancient tree king. Chi! 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 This continued for a quarter of an hour. As the ripples spread out, the light shields were penetrated. Those rays of light pierced through the light barrier and then moved forward again, landing on the ancient tree king. The other experts knew how powerful the ancient tree king was. At this moment, they were also staring ahead to see if the ancient tree king was about to wake up. The ancient tree king did not wake up and remained indifferent. The rays of light that landed on the ancient tree king's body emitted a devouring power. They began to work together to devour the ancient tree king's vitality. Surging life force entered their bodies through the light, strengthening their souls. It was a wonderful feeling, and some of the tree spirits couldn't help but moan. The ancient tree king still had no reaction. Some of the lights were bright, some were dark, some were strong, and some were weak. During this period, every tree spirit displayed its strongest devouring ability. However, the devouring light behind Zichen was relatively dim. He looked back at Jono and asked in surprise. Is there a problem? Jono said. Something doesn't feel right. The ancient tree king shouldn't be so weak. Did we come too early? Is it still in hibernation and has almost no combat power? Zichen asked. If that's the case, its defense must be indestructible. I've experienced that era. Back then, even in the outside world, I could clearly feel the terrifying aura of the ancient tree king, Jono said. But now, it's so relaxed. I don't think it's normal. Then what should we do? Let's wait and see. If it doesn't work, we'll retreat, Jono said, his voice filled with reluctance. At this moment, a loud laugh sounded. It came from the tree spirit king behind Goots. At this time, the aura on its body had become incomparably powerful, and the light in front of it had already surpassed that of the other tree spirit kings. It was also the one who devoured the most life force at the fastest speed. The ancient tree king's aura had become weak, and its surface had even turned yellow. It seemed like it would lose its vitality and die at any moment. A cry of alarm came from the side. Stop! Quickly stop! Zichen turned around and saw that it was a level 6. At this moment, he was staring at the ancient tree king in front of him with an extremely ugly expression. The fruit on the ancient tree king's head was also slowly shriveling due to the loss of vitality. These people had come for the fruit. If the fruit was gone, they would have come for nothing. The two sides had a conflict of interest, and some experts stepped in to stop them. Scram! A loud roar was heard, and a violent aura surged out. A tree branch coiled around the tree spirit king and lashed out at a level 6 warrior. Slap! The level 6 expert was sent flying. Was it from behind Goots? 1C84? The spirit king's attack had infuriated the crowd. Wave after wave of berserk auras surged out. Whether it was the divine race, or the living race, they all released their auras because of the tree spirit's attack. Scram! Don't even think about stopping me, or else die. The cold voice sounded again, and even more branches extended out. The other tree spirits didn't move. They were still devouring the ancient tree king's vitality. Everyone, don't be rash. Seeing this, Zichen stepped forward and stood in the air. If this continues, the fruit will be gone, the level 6 expert said coldly. We have to pluck the fruit first, another expert said. Our goal isn't just the fruit. If the ancient tree king doesn't die, we'll be trapped here forever, Zichen said. Trapped? We came here for the opportunity. If we don't have it, what's the point of leaving? The level 6 expert said coldly. Our opportunity is the fruit, and it's going to be gone soon. Goots and the others didn't say anything. They wanted to wait and see. Zichen's expression turned ugly. They couldn't not see the problem, but they didn't do anything. We can't let the fruit disappear like this. Let's do it. The level 6 expert rushed toward the light barrier. Boom! His attack landed on the light barrier, and a surge of energy shook the barrier. A powerful rebounding force was transmitted from the light barrier. The level 6 expert retreated. Idiot, do you think a king's defense can be broken so easily? Other than us, no one can break this defense. The tree spirit king was very proud. Then I'll kill you. The level 6 expert's eyes flashed coldly. He rushed toward the tree spirit king. Pa! The branches moved again and hit the level 6 expert. The level 6 expert was sent flying. The tree spirits were very fast. The level 6 expert couldn't dodge them twice. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? The level 6 expert shouted. We worked so hard to help them grow, and now they want to destroy our opportunity. Some people's eyes flashed, and their auras surged. A battle was about to break out. Zichen, this isn't normal. The ancient tree king's defense is very strong. If you can't break it, we can't either. This might be the ancient tree king's scheme, Jono said. Zichen trusted Xiao Noa very much. He also guessed that something was amiss. He rose into the air and flew towards the light shield in front of him. The power of Yin and Yang surged on his body. The light gathered on his fist and landed on the light barrier. Boom! A powerful shock wave and terrifying energy surged. Zichen's body was sent flying. Idiot! The tree spirit king sneered. Zichen retreated and flew to the front of the tree spirits. Everyone, can you do me a favor? A few tree spirits looked up at him. Can you withdraw the energy light first, stop devouring, and try to break the defense again? Zichen said. The level 6 who wanted to make a move earlier also stopped at this moment. Everyone looked at Zichen, not knowing what he was up to. I think this might be a scheme. If you can open the light barrier when you withdraw the energy and attack again, then my guess will be denied. Zichen said. Human, stop dreaming. I won't cooperate with you. The tree spirit king said coldly. Zichen glanced at him and said, Forget it if you don't want to cooperate. Can't you guys cooperate? This is good for all of us. Jono took the initiative to withdraw the energy light. Then 2 more tree spirits withdrew the light. Then, a few more tree spirits withdrew the light. They knew that the tree spirit kings wanted to clear the area, but Zichen stopped them and allowed them to survive until now. Except for the 5 kings, all the other tree spirits withdrew their energy. Zichen nodded at these tree spirits. Then, he looked at the level 6 expert and said, Hurry up and rise into the air. Listen to my command and attack. Although the experts were unwilling, they could only do as they were told. Their figures soared into the air and stood outside the light barrier in midair. Above the tree spirits, new light of energy extended and fell on the light shield. The ripples were stirred up again, and the tree spirits began to attack. Zichen looked at this scene indifferently. The level 6 experts waited quietly. In the other 5 directions, the 5 tree spirit kings were crazily devouring the ancient tree king's vitality. They ignored the situation around them and became stronger and stronger. The frequency of the ripples increased. Soon, a sizzling sound was heard, and the light barrier was broken. Now! Attack! Zichen roared. Those powerhouses who were already prepared rushed forward to attack the spot where Tree Spirit had broken through the barrier. Boom! 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 Powerful energy surged, forming one powerful fluctuation after another, which spread out in all directions. Those experts were all blown away. At the same time, the energy attacks of the tree spirits were also blown away. In an instant, the defense of the light barrier increased several times, and at the same time, it produced a powerful energy wave. How is it? Zichen looked at the tree spirits. Something's wrong, a tree spirit said. At the same time, those level 6 experts also stared at the ancient tree king in the light barrier with vigilance. You damn guy, you're here to ruin my plans again! A cold voice sounded. The ancient tree king opened its eyes, and a powerful aura erupted. Chapter 2791. When the ancient tree king woke up, a violent aura surged around its body. Everyone present felt a strong pressure. This pressure was like a divine mountain hanging above their heads, ready to fall at any moment. Goots and the others, who had been observing silently, felt the violent aura through the light shield. Their expressions changed. They felt a strong sense of threat. The ancient tree king was staring at Zichen, its eyes filled with murderous intent. It naturally recognized him. Last time, it was Zichen who had stolen many of its fruits alone. It's you again, you damned human! Its cold voice sounded again. A green light passed through the light barrier and headed straight for Zichen. Whoosh! The green light passed through Zichen's body, and an afterimage disappeared. 16D0? Zichen's real body appeared on the other side. The level 6 experts retreated one after another. Their faces were filled with fear and trepidation. Through the ancient tree king's words, they clearly knew that this was a trap. They felt lucky. If they hadn't listened to Zichen's words, they would have been in danger. Damn it, let go of me! Damn thing, let go of me! Just as everyone was shocked by the ancient tree king's powerful aura, a furious voice sounded. It was the tree spirit king behind Goots. The 5 kings, including it, had not withdrawn their light before and had only been devouring it. Now that the ancient tree king had woken up, they could no longer do so. This devouring channel had been controlled by the ancient tree king, and it was devouring them instead. They cursed and tried to struggle, but it was useless. The ancient tree king's devouring power was even stronger. They couldn't break free at all and could only wait to be devoured. At this moment, the 5 kings could be considered to have truly sensed the power of the ancient tree king. The other party's aura was like the abyss and the sea, and they were equivalent to a rock in the abyss or a small boat floating on the sea. As long as the sea was angry, they could be destroyed at any time. A pressure from their souls made them feel the difference between them and the ancient tree king. Other than combat power, they also felt their bloodline. It was like a natural king meeting a lowly being. A deep sense of fear and helplessness appeared in the hearts of the 5 tree spirit kings. Their vitality was rapidly draining away. This speed was much faster than when they were being devoured earlier. The fruits from before had already become plump and translucent. Clearly, everything from before was just an illusion. Goots, save me! Save me! The tree spirit king behind Goots shouted. His voice was filled with fear and pleading. Goots' expression turned serious. He ignored the tree spirit king's pleading and waved his hand. Do it! A group of celestials rushed forward. Energy surged out from their bodies, and a terrifying aura instantly engulfed the area. Next, they attacked the light barrier. Boom! 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 The powerful attack landed on the light barrier, and a destructive wave of energy burst out. The light barrier rippled and trembled continuously. Cut off the energy connection first, the tree spirit king shouted. Its voice was still filled with fear. Whoosh! 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 One figure after another rose into the air and launched powerful attacks at the ancient Tree King's defense. No one paid any attention to the 5 Tree Spirit Kings, even though they were pleading non-stop. "Zichen, save us!" The Tree Spirit Goots was guarding saw Zichen flash past its eyes. Hope reignited in its eyes. The other 4 Tree Spirit Kings also looked at Zichen with hope, hoping that he could help them. Zichen dodged an attack and looked up at the ancient Tree King. He ignored the 5 kings. If the ancient Tree King was distracted by the devouring, he would definitely be happy to see this happen and kill the ancient Tree King. These 5 Tree Spirit Kings were extremely selfish. He couldn't stand them. The other tree spirits naturally wouldn't interfere. At this moment, they could feel the ancient Tree King's soul trembling. They were already planning to escape. "A bunch of ants. Do you think you can run away?" The ancient Tree King snorted coldly. Its aura suddenly erupted again. Green light rippled out from its body and spread in all directions. Cries of alarm sounded from behind Zichen. It was the tree spirits. They seemed to have been attacked. Zichen immediately turned around and saw the pained expressions on the faces they had manifested. "What's wrong?" Zichen asked. "The ancient Tree King is devouring our vitality through its roots," Jono said. "We have to cut off this connection quickly." Zichen nodded and leaped into the air. He stood in the air and gripped his saber tightly. The yin and yang energy on his body shone with a blinding light. Whoosh! He unsheathed his saber and slashed at the ground. The saber light broke through the ground and slashed at the roots. Boom! An energy shockwave sounded. The ground rumbled, and soil flew everywhere. The saber light was stopped by the roots. While the others were attacking the light barrier, Zichen was attacking the ground. This attracted many people's attention. "Attack the ground first and stop the connection between the 2 sides," Zichen said loudly and slashed again. At this time, he could clearly see the exposed roots. These roots were crisscrossed and shone with green light. "Ignore him. Let's continue attacking the light barrier. Once we break the light barrier, we'll kill the ancient Tree King," Bly said. "If we cut off the roots, the ancient Tree King won't be able to devour other tree spirits or absorb vitality from other ancient trees. Its combat strength will naturally be greatly reduced," Zichen said again. The saber light slashed down and cut off a large number of roots. However, after these roots were cut off, there was light lingering on them, and they were still trying to repair themselves. The yin and yang energy in front of Zichen turned into balls of light and flew out. Then, they formed small lotuses in midair. These small yin-yang lightning lotuses fell down, letting out continuous explosions. The power of lightning within it wreaked havoc on the tree roots. It was a law of destruction, destroying the vitality of the tree roots. "Don't just stand there. Doing this will only benefit us. There's no harm." Seeing that the others were still not doing anything, Zichen shouted again. His voice was a little anxious. This was because the tree spirits could not hold on for much longer. "Let's go!" Bly's figure flashed, and he appeared on the other side, attacking the ground. He had been targeting Zichen from the beginning. He did not expect that he would be the first to believe in Zichen and attack. Whoosh! 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 After Bly, more figures appeared. These figures rapidly approached the tree spirits and began to attack the ground. "Human, I want you dead!" One root after another was cut off. The ancient Tree King's devouring power was clearly weakened. It let out an angry roar, and green light shot out from the light barrier, heading straight for Zichen. The heavenly thunder wings appeared on Zichen's back. His body was like a phantom, leaving behind afterimages as he dodged these attacks. Goots and the others stopped attacking the light barrier, and started attacking the roots on the ground. During this time, even the roots of the 5 Treant Kings were cut off by them. However, this was not enough to save the 5 Treant Kings, because the 5 rays of light that connected the 2 sides through the light barrier still did not dissipate. They kept begging, but no one would help them. "Goots, you didn't keep your promise," the Tree Spirit King said coldly. "I protected you to become a king, allowed you to expand your strength, and fought for the greatest benefits for you. How can this be called not keeping my promise? Goots looked at them and continued attacking. But you're not helping us. It's not that I'm not helping you, but I can't. If I really don't help you, why should we save the other tree spirits? Goots said calmly. If you want to blame someone, blame the 5 of you for being too greedy. If you had trusted Zeichin a little, respected the other tree spirits a little, or been a little less selfish, things would not have turned out like this. The other powerhouses did not speak. They were not fools, as they could become Black Order powerhouses. Their intelligence was as clear as a mirror. The reason why they did not help was because of the benefits. Pooh! Pooh! Tree roots were cut off one after another, and the ancient tree king's devouring power was decreasing. Zeichin, there's more to the side. Keep moving forward. During this time, Jono would inform him of the location of the remaining tree roots. Due south. Zeichin would also remind the others to attack faster. During this time, the ancient tree king attacked him with green light again and again, but he dodged them all. Compared to the last time, he had increased a level, so his speed was naturally faster. Go to hell, human! Go to hell! The ancient tree king's killing intent towards Zeichin had reached its peak. More green light flew out, covering the sky and covering the earth as they headed towards Zeichin. Zeichin chose to teleport and dodge the attacks. Pooh! 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 More powerhouses joined in, and more tree roots were cut off, until the last one was cut off. At the same time, Zeichin flew over those cut-off tree roots, and yin and yang energy descended one after another, enveloping those broken tree roots. In this yin and yang energy, there was Zeichen's law of destruction. These laws wrapped around the broken tree roots, preventing both sides from repairing them. At this moment, the ancient tree king could only devour the vitality of the 5 kings. Just as Zeichin was considering whether to save them, he realized that the defensive light shield around the ancient tree king distorted a few times before disappearing. At the same time, more green light extended from the ancient tree king. Some went towards the powerhouses, but most of them landed on the ancient trees with tree spirits. Pooh! 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 These lights landed on the ancient trees, and at the same time, they also sealed the tree spirits. The energy lights turned into channels, once again devouring their vitality. Seeing this scene, Jono's expression became extremely ugly. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Zeichin!" Zeichin flew towards Jono. Jono's spiritual body left the ancient tree and headed towards Zeichin. Chapter 2792. Jono did not hesitate to abandon the ancient tree's body, and his soul flew into the sky. At this moment, the large ancient tree under his control instantly withered and lost more than half of its vitality. Some of this vitality was taken away by Jono, while some was devoured by the ancient tree king. After his soul left the ancient tree, the energy light that the ancient tree king had landed on the ancient tree no longer devoured the vitality. Instead, it went up and chased after Jono. Zeichen's world opened up above, and Jono flew towards it. During this time, he sent a voice transmission to the other tree spirits. Quickly abandon your body and leave this place with your soul. Otherwise, only death awaits you. The strength of the ancient tree king was completely within his expectations. Therefore, after the ancient tree king removed the light barrier, Jono took the initiative to abandon his body. This way, although his losses would be great, he could save his life. Just like the previous 6 times, even if the tree spirits joined forces this time, they were still unable to defeat the ancient tree king. Jono's reminder was timely. This was also his experience. If he wanted to live, he had to be decisive. However, the other tree spirits did not follow his instructions. It was not that they did not trust him, but that they were reluctant to leave this place, and were a little ignorant. A few of them did so decisively, but they did not completely abandon the tree body. Instead, after losing a portion of their souls and escaping from the ancient tree king's devouring, they used the tree body to escape into the distance. They planned to escape to the outside world and hide in their deep sleep like before. The devouring light was about to reach Jono. He knew that he did not have much time left. If he continued to delay, his soul would not be able to be saved. He did not continue to persuade him. With a flash of light, he entered Zichen's world. Those tree spirits were still quickly leaving, and Jono knew that they had no chance of survival. The light barrier around the ancient tree king shattered, and its body appeared. Those experts no longer attacked the underground tree roots and instead flew towards the ancient tree king. Swoosh! 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 These experts flew towards the ancient tree king one after another. Light surged on their bodies as they displayed all kinds of methods. Their goal was very clear, it was for those fruits. After a slight hesitation, Zichen followed. Since those tree spirits were unwilling to leave, he naturally would not force them. 111c. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the ancient tree king's body. A powerful wave spread out in all directions, bringing with it substantial vibrations that forced the nearby experts to retreat. Most of the tree spirits took the opportunity to escape, but the 5 kings remained. They wanted to run, but they couldn't. The 5 devouring lights were connected to their souls, so they couldn't give up even if they wanted to. Under such circumstances, they could only hope that they could last longer until these people killed the ancient tree king. But in the next moment, they despaired. All of you must die! The ancient tree king's cold voice rang out again. Balls of light appeared on its body one after another, and those balls of light quickly flew forward. The ball of light landed on the ground and transformed into a human figure. With a flash, he entered the ancient tree. Unlike the human figures that Xingjingwa had materialized, the human figures formed by the balls of light this time were even more powerful. They were the souls of the ancient tree king, and their identities were equivalent to clones of the tree spirits. After they entered the ancient tree, they immediately chased after him. Wherever they passed, ancient trees began to glow, indicating that these ancient trees were already under their control. Sensing this scene, all the tree spirits were in despair. Although it was easy for them to control an ancient tree, it was definitely not so easy. This situation could only mean one thing. These ancient trees were controlled by the ancient tree king from beginning to end. Even if they could control them, it was only temporary. As long as the ancient tree kings will descended, they would be able to regain control. The heavenly thunder wings on Zichen's back flapped, and his figure quickly rushed forward, leaving behind afterimages wherever he passed. Several streaks of green light followed closely behind him, obliterating his afterimages. Like the others, he was quickly approaching those fruits. After the souls flew out of his body, the ancient tree king's violent aura had clearly weakened. He had to take advantage of this time to speed up and obtain more fruits. Buzz! Energy fluctuations came from the front. The level 6 Bulai had already arrived in front of the ancient tree king. The energy around him surged, transforming into a huge beast. He was in the middle of the beast. The huge beast roared at the sky, releasing a powerful aura. Pa! 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 Ray after ray of green light rapidly lashed the giant beast's body, producing loud and clear sounds. The huge beast's speed was not affected at all, and it reached the tree trunk. In the middle, Bulai immediately reached out and grabbed at those fruit trees. During this time, he even used the doppelganger technique that Zichen had used before. Under the protection of the huge beast, one doppelganger after another grabbed at those fruits. It was obvious that the huge beast's defense was very strong. Damn it, get out of my way! The ancient tree king was furious, and more green lights swept toward Bulai. Buzz! On the other side, the void shook again, and a huge energy hand shining with divine light appeared. This huge hand went straight ahead. The huge hand was very fast, and wherever it passed, the green lights were left behind. It was the God-binding hand. The God-binding hand displayed by a level 6 divine general. Zichen glanced at Andy, who was currently focused on controlling the God-binding hand to grab at those fruits. A hissing sound came from the other side. The expert made his move, and a huge python appeared behind him. The python was thousands of feet long, and its head alone took up a large space. It opened its mouth, and a black hole appeared, swallowing everything in front of it. A powerful suction force fell on the ancient tree king. As the branches and leaves swayed, the fruits left the branches and flew toward the black hole. At this moment, the other experts also used their own methods to harvest the fruits. In the past, it would have been difficult for them to obtain these fruits. But now, it was much easier. It was obvious that the souls that had left earlier had a great impact on the ancient tree king. Goots also arrived in front of the ancient tree king. His body suddenly exploded into 4 figures. 5 before? They flew in 4 different directions. At this moment, no one could tell which of the 4 bodies was the real one, and which was the doppelganger. At this moment, no one held back, and they all wanted to obtain as many fruits as possible to reach a higher level. During this time, many people had already succeeded, and they were not satisfied with the current situation. They all wanted more. In this situation, Zichen would not hold back. He displayed his extreme speed, and the space around him began to distort, and then the 8 Saber Ancestors tablets appeared. With the Saber Ancestors tablets protecting him, his speed was even faster, and he was moving in a straight line. All the attacks that flew toward him were blocked by the tablets. In the blink of an eye, he was close to the ancient tree king. Buzz! Suddenly, the void trembled, and a large green net appeared in front of him, and fell on his head. This was the ancient tree king's attack, and it was a special treatment for him, because there were no similar attacks anywhere else. Seeing the net about to fall, Zichen's expression did not change, and he activated his world realm, teleporting to the edge of the net, and dodging the attack. Whoosh! 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 The moment Zichen's body appeared, the doppelgangers rushed out of his body and went straight to the fruits. There were so many doppelgangers, and they formed a black mass. When the people near Zichen saw this scene, their expressions couldn't help but change. How could this make him feel? 5 before? Thinking back to the last time, when everyone had only obtained 1 fruit, Zichen alone had obtained more than 20. Some even fell to the ground along the way. Now they had more than a dozen fruits, so how many could Zichen get? Behind Zichen, a divine doppelganger appeared. He formed a seal with both hands, and the god-trapping palm flew forward quickly. The palm fell at close range, and it caught no less than 100 fruits. Whoosh! At the same time, a gap opened in the void above Zichen, and hundreds of tentacles stretched out from the gap. As these tentacles moved forward, they turned into palms, and each palm could catch at least 1 fruit. Some of the doppelgangers were destroyed, but some had successfully reached the fruits, and each of them grabbed 2 fruits. At a glance, there were more than 50 doppelgangers. Zichen alone occupied an area, and he had taken over hundreds of fruits. This scene was not only shocking, but also enviable. The ancient tree king was not at its peak, so Zichen naturally had to seize the opportunity. His body flickered, and a large number of doppelgangers appeared again. At the same time, he held the long saber in his hand and slashed down. The sharp saber slashed at the branch in front of him, instantly cutting off a large section of the branch. The branch fell down, and many shining fruits hung on it. 5 before? When the others saw the fruits on the branch, they all subconsciously swallowed their saliva, and exclaimed in their hearts. During this time, some people tried, but they found that the attack was extremely weak and could not cut off the branch at all. They even destroyed some of the fruits that they should have gotten. Whoosh! The branch fell down, and some people nearby rushed over. If they could get the branch, they would be satisfied this time. At this moment, the space below distorted, and a black hole appeared out of thin air, and the branch fell into the black hole. The black hole was Zichen's world, and at this moment, his world had already spread out. Just like last time, the scene of hard-earned fruits falling to the ground would not appear again today. Chapter 2793. The saber in Zichen's hand was a 9 extreme weapon, which was sharp enough. At this moment, This sharpness was directly displayed, and a large section of the thick tree trunk was cut off for the second time. On this tree trunk, there were many shining fruits hanging. Buzz! When the fruits fell, the space distorted, and Zichen's world opened, directly taking these fruit trees and their trunks into it. Just from these 2 harvests alone, the number of fruits had reached a huge number. Apart from that, the other clones had also picked the fruits and returned to the group. The tentacles that the Brew Mother extended also picked the fruits, and the harvest was not small. The God-trapping hand also grabbed a large number of branches, leaves, and fruits. Such a harvest had long been envied by others. Die! Die, human! The ancient Tree King was completely furious, and its angry voice resounded throughout the world. The first time Zichen robbed it of more than 20 fruits, it was already furious. Previously it had even ruined its plan, so it had to appear in advance. Now that the other party had robbed it of hundreds of fruits, the anger in its heart was almost igniting the tree trunk. Although it was very angry, it was also a little embarrassed at this moment. If it attacked Zichen with all its strength, the 5 tree spirit kings would definitely take the opportunity to escape, and if it split its soul to chase after him, its combat power would be even lower. At that time, other people would obviously snatch more of its fruits. However, if it did not attack Zichen, and Zichen continued to plunder like this, it was afraid that he would snatch all of its fruits. The furious ancient tree king was a little embarrassed. Buzz! The void trembled, and one green light after another appeared. These green lights quickly swept towards Zichen, and a powerful aura kept surging. The green light was very fast, and when it hit the blade domain, it made cracking sounds and sputtered boundless energy. The attack was very strong, but it could not break the blade domain. When the other spiritual shields saw this scene, their faces were filled with envy, and at the same time, they secretly hated themselves for not having such a defense. If they had such a defense, they believed that their harvest would definitely not be less than Zichen's. When the energy of the green light completely dissipated, it still could not break the other party's defense. The ancient tree king knew that it could not delay any longer, or its losses would be even greater. It let out a sharp cry, and a ray of light appeared on its body. This was its soul power. After the light appeared, it immediately turned into a huge palm. His palm emitted a brilliant green light, surging with a vast and terrifying aura as it headed straight for Zichen. Wherever his palm passed, space would distort crazily, as if it was about to shatter. Sensing this powerful aura, the expressions of the surrounding experts changed drastically. They all retreated into the distance in fear. Boom! The palm fell on the Saber Ancestor's tablet, and a powerful force raged. The domain formed by the Saber Ancestor's tablet was distorted several times before it exploded with a bang. Within the domain, Zichen was swept away by a powerful wave of energy. He coughed up blood and flew backwards. Even after breaking through the domain, the palm imprint in the sky did not dissipate and continued to descend upon him. As the palm fell, Zichen felt the space around him being sealed by a strong force. A suffocating pressure fell on him, making him unable to move. His expression instantly changed, and a sense of impending doom shrouded his heart. Shwa! In the collapsing saber domain, 8 Saber Ancestor tablets appeared, blocking in front of him. Boom! As the palm imprint fell, a Saber Ancestor tablet was sent flying. Boom! The second Saber Ancestor tablet was sent flying. Boom! Boom! More Saber Ancestor tablets were sent flying. These Saber Ancestor tablets could not resist the palm imprint for even a moment, and were instantly sent flying. However, after flying for a distance, the Saber Ancestor tablet flickered and then disappeared into thin air. The experts who had been staring at the Saber Ancestor tablet in the distance were very disappointed when they saw the Saber Ancestor tablet disappear into thin air. After sending 8 Saber Ancestor tablets flying in a row, the power of the palm imprint was greatly reduced. The terrible pressure that fell on Zichen was slightly reduced. Zichen's thunder wings flapped behind him, and the power of thunder flashed. He broke free from the pressure and instantly disappeared from where he was. The palm imprint emitted a green light. After missing its attack, it continued to pursue Zichen. During this period, all of Zichen's doppelgangers had been shattered by the palm imprint. The divine avatar and the tentacles of the Brew Mother had returned to the world. Compared to last time, he had gained more, so after avoiding this attack, he chose to retreat without hesitation. He retreated by teleporting. The first time, he teleported hundreds of miles away, and after escaping the pressure of the ancient Tree King, he teleported thousands of miles away the second time. He was so fast that he disappeared in the blink of an eye. After the palm imprint chased for dozens of miles, it flew back unwillingly. One after another, the sounds of explosions rang out. Those were the sounds of energy exploding. Miserable cries rang out one after another. After losing its main target, the palm imprint began to destroy others. Zichen fled just like that, leaving the others behind. These people suffered the wrath of the ancient Tree King. The remaining power of the palm imprint killed several more experts before dissipating. The other experts were very unwilling to leave, so they continued to use all kinds of methods to snatch the fruit. Some succeeded, and some failed. Those who succeeded left with the fruit, those who failed were seriously injured and retreated, and those who were unlucky were directly killed. The 5 tree spirit kings were still asking for help, their voices getting weaker and weaker. At this time, everyone was busy snatching the fruit, so no one paid attention to them. In the end, their cries for help turned into mournful screams. Their souls dispersed, and they died completely. The ancient Tree King devoured their life force, and its aura became even more powerful. A powerful shockwave spread out, and all the experts were pushed back by this shockwave. This included the powerful level 6 experts like Goots. "All of you must die!" The ancient Tree King's cold voice rang out, and a tyrannical aura surged around it. At this time, it no longer needed to divert its attention to devour the 5 tree spirit kings. At its peak, the ancient Tree King was powerful and terrifying. "Go!" Seeing this, Goots and the others decisively fled. "Do you think you can leave?" A cold light flashed in the ancient Tree King's eyes, and more green light extended forward. This time, the green light was not only faster, but also more powerful. Some of the slower ones were directly entangled by the green light and dragged backward. They kept struggling, but it was useless. They were all swallowed up by the ancient Tree King. All kinds of lights flashed in front, and the others used secret techniques to escape. Zichen kept teleporting, again and again, toward the outside world. After obtaining so many fruits this time, he was confident that he could reach level 5 in a short time. This was because his method of breaking through was different from others. As long as he comprehended the 5th sword Dao, he would be able to level up. After leveling up, his sword territory level would increase, and his combat power would also become stronger. As he moved forward, he suddenly heard a scream. He looked toward the direction of the scream and saw a large patch of glowing ancient trees. At the edge of the glowing ancient trees, the other ancient trees were slowly withering. "It's a tree spirit!" At the same time, Zichen also saw a cold face appear in one of the ancient trees. He immediately recognized that it was a tree spirit, formed by the ancient Tree King's soul. In this face, another face would appear from time to time. Every time that face appeared, it would be contorted in pain, and it would constantly scream. This was a life and death battle between 2 tree spirits. For Zichen, this was a great opportunity. He didn't hesitate and directly descended. As he descended, the glowing ancient trees below attacked him one after another. Zichen's body was surrounded by the yin-yang light. These energies merged in midair, turning into a yin-yang blade that flew forward. Puff! 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 Wherever the yin-yang blade passed, the attacks of the ancient trees were all destroyed. His body fell from the sky and landed on the ground. The tree spirit who was fighting during this period saw him. The struggling tree spirit immediately launched a counterattack as if it had seen a chance of survival. Buzz! After landing, Zichen once again opened the Saber Ancestor's tablet and formed the sword territory. Zichen flashed into the sword territory. He held a long saber in his hand, and a saber light emerged from the tip of the saber. He used the saber light formed by the yin-yang energy to draw a circle in the sword territory. This circle cut off all the roots of the ancient trees. At this point, the two tree spirits could not escape from the sword territory. After doing all this, Zichen looked forward and saw that the tree spirit formed by the ancient tree king's soul had the absolute upper hand. With a shrill scream, the tree spirit was killed and devoured. Then, the tree spirit's body flashed and disappeared into the ancient tree. Buzz! The barrier of the blade domain trembled, and a beam of light was bounced back, landing on the ancient tree again, turning into a cold face. Zichen unsheathed his saber and slashed forward. Above the cold face, the pair of cold eyes flashed with a cold light. Branches fell from above, forming a tree wall that flashed with a green light. The saber light fell on the tree wall. As the energy trembled, the tree wall was cut in half. At the same time, the saber light did not slow down and went straight to the tree trunk. Light flashed, and a light shield appeared on the tree trunk, just like the light shield formed by the ancient tree king. The saber light fell on the light shield, and after a few flickers, it disappeared one after another. Whoosh! As soon as the first saber light disappeared, the second saber light appeared and went straight ahead. The tree spirit resisted again. Zichen's figure flashed, and he arrived at the other side, slashing out with his saber again. This was the range of his sword territory. It was very easy to fight against the tree spirit without the help of the ancient tree. After a few consecutive slashes, the tree spirit's defense was completely destroyed. In the end, Zichen's figure flashed and arrived in front of the tree spirit. The long saber in his hand slashed forward. Wherever the long saber passed, 4 sword intents of the general level lingered and surged on it. Puff! Chapter 2794. The ancient tree king had split out many souls earlier, and those souls turned into human bodies to chase after the other tree spirits. Wherever these souls passed, the ancient trees would be controlled by the ancient tree king again. Zichen stepped forward and picked up this glowing soul that had no consciousness. In his perception, this soul of the ancient tree king was very pure, just like those mother nests that he had refined back then. He put away this soul. At this time, the other ancient trees around him had already turned yellow, and too much of their vitality had been lost. His figure rose into the air again, wanting to find a similar opportunity. It was a coincidence that he could encounter it, but it would be very difficult to find it deliberately. Moreover, the reason why Zichen could succeed was because the explosion of the tree spirit before its death trapped him, right? B68? This allowed him to seize the opportunity to use his domain to cut off the tree roots. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill the other party. After a fruitless search, Zichen returned to the area where Jono was originally. Jono's former body had withered after losing its soul. It would not be long before this huge tree body completely withered, turned into ashes, and disappeared. After a few years, perhaps a new tree would grow out from the roots. However, whether it would become a new tree spirit was unknown. This was the end of the world. Zichen stopped here, and with a flash, he entered his own world. At this time, Jono was in human form, wandering in Zichen's world. Its soul would occasionally exclaim, and it was very curious about everything it saw. Zichen appeared beside Jono. At this time, Jono was floating above a valley. There were some small spirit beasts playing in the valley. There were spirit flowers everywhere, and the fragrance of the flowers filled the air. A stream passed through the valley, and the frolicking little beasts splashed a lot of water. Xiao Noa stared intently, his eyes flashing with light. "I've never seen these things before. Is this a new world?" Jono asked, its words filled with unconcealable curiosity and amazement. "This is the world I cultivated. Perhaps one day, it will become a real world." Zichen looked at the spirit beasts in the valley. He wasn't sure what this path would be like as he continued on. "This place is very big, and there are many strange creatures living here," Jono said excitedly. "If we develop here, it will definitely be very smooth, right? The world you are in is actually very big." Unfortunately, the ancient tree king can't accommodate other tree spirits. If the ancient tree kings gave all the tree spirits a chance and allowed them to expand as much as they wanted, the size of this world would be even larger, and more powerful ancient tree kings would be born. Unfortunately, the ancient tree king did not think so. Can I take root here? Jono turned to Zichen and asked. You don't plan to go back? Zichen said in surprise. If nothing unexpected happens, we can kill the ancient tree king next time. You will be the only tree spirit in this world, and the future king. Kings are very strong, Jono said. No matter how strong it will still die because we have to leave this place. If everyone had to leave, then the ancient tree king naturally had to die. This time, Jono thought about it seriously, then shook his head and said, No. I'll stay here. Unless you don't want me to stay in your world. I'm very willing, but it's mainly up to you, Zichen said. Of course, if you really want to stay in my world, then I know a better place. I think that place is very suitable for you. Where? Jono asked curiously. The world I came to? 5B4? The area of that world is more than tens of thousands of times larger than my world. It can be said to be endless. If you develop there, I believe that you will definitely become stronger, at least stronger than the ancient tree king. Of course, there might be some difficulties in the early stages, but my city is there, and my friends are there. They can protect you until you grow up. Is it the world you live in? Jono asked. Yes, my friends, my lover are all there. Zichen waved his hand, and space distorted, and the brood mother appeared in front of them. It was very surprised to be suddenly teleported here. After seeing Zichen, it respectfully called him master. Ever since they had come here, the mother nest's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Originally, it had been unwilling to accept Zichen as its master, but now, it was completely willing. The more it called him master, the smoother it became. It's a brood mother, and its situation is similar to yours. After I leave here, it will develop its forces around where I live, Zichen said. The brood mother naturally knew what kind of existence the tree spirit was, and it could not be compared to it. Because it was a higher life form, and in its eyes, even Zichen could not compare to it. Of course, it would not say it out loud right now. It knew very well how useful the tree spirit was to Zichen. If it was really willing to go, it would be of great help to Zichen. Once it grew up? 5B4? That would be even more incredible. Putting aside the difference between higher and lower life forms, the tree spirit was almost the same as it. The only difference was that it could not move. Although it could not move, it could control the movement of many celestials. What the brood mother did not know was that Zichen valued Jono's immobility. An immobile Jono would be the strongest defense outside Zichen's city in the future. As for the brood mother, it would be the strongest attack. Just think about it, he had an impenetrable defense, and an endless army of celestials. When he developed to a certain scale, who would dare to provoke him? There are humans and other creatures in that world. You won't feel lonely. And there's even denser energy of heaven and earth. Zichen said what the heavenly realm had. Of course, it sounded more like a lure. All right. Hearing Zichen's description, Jono nodded. It was also full of yearning for that world. It was equivalent to finding an impenetrable defense for the city in the future. Zichen was also in an extremely good mood. After he began to count the harvest this time, his mood became even better. The harvest this time was so great that he could squander these spirit fruits and improve his strength quickly. The golden body and the yin-yang doppelganger appeared one after another. They each took a spirit fruit and refined it, focusing on comprehending the 5th general level saber intent on the saber ancestors tablet. Zichen's real body? 5B4? He was comprehending the yin and yang energy. This was the greatest wealth he had obtained until now. It was also because of the yin and yang energy that he was unique. Therefore, as long as he fully comprehended the yin and yang energy, his combat strength would be greatly improved. In his left hand, the extreme yang energy surged, shining with a bright golden light. On his right hand, the extreme yin energy flashed, shining with a silver light. With a move of his spiritual senses, the two energies began to converge. The two energies met, then began to rotate and intertwine. This was still the yin and yang energy, which had not completely merged into a new energy. However, even if it was Jiao Rong, it still took Zichen a very long time to reach this step. The energy in his body was constantly converging in front of him. As the energy increased, Zichen's control was tested. At this moment, Zichen could completely turn this energy into a yin-yang thunder lotus, and the power of this thunder lotus would be unprecedentedly powerful. After feeling that he had reached the limit of his control, Zichen stopped transmitting the energy, and then let it continue to compress. During the compression process, waves of fluctuation spread out. These fluctuations were extremely powerful and terrifying. Ordinary divine generals could not get close at all. Boom! During the compression, there was a slight deviation in the yin and yang energy. This energy directly exploded, producing destructive fluctuations. Zichen's body was sent flying through the air, and there were wounds all over his body. 5 streaks of blood appeared on his body, making him look extremely embarrassed. Even the powerful perfect form was unable to withstand the tyrannical energy wreaking havoc. This was an indiscriminate attack, which hurt both the enemy and himself. Fortunately, he was only injured, and the rule breaking did not affect him. Zichen's body surged with light, and these wounds quickly healed. After that, he continued to sit cross-legged and tried to comprehend the energy, striving to improve his control of the yin and yang energy. Boom! 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 Time passed. Jono, who was traveling in Zichen's world, could hear the sound of energy roaring almost every day. Occasionally, when he saw Zichen, he would be covered in scars. Those clones were still refining the spirit fruits, using them to comprehend the sword intent. At present, it seemed that he was the only one in this world who was wantonly squandering like him. In other places, those experts also turned back. This time, all the tree spirits were wiped out, making them feel the power of the ancient tree king once again. As such, an alliance was inevitable. No matter what grudges they had in the outside world, if they wanted to leave this place, they had to form an alliance. Fortunately, the others also had a good harvest this time. After refining the spirit fruits, they also leveled up one after another. Those who were at level 5 had leveled up to level 6, and some of those who were at level 6 had leveled up to level 7. For example, Bly, B68, Goots and the other experts also leveled up one after another. After leveling up, they began to stabilize their strength. During this time, they could not forget about Zichen because he had obtained too many spirit fruits. If they could get those spirit fruits and refine them, they would definitely reach a higher level. They could level up to level 7 from level 6, and even level 8 from level 7. After they finished refining the spirit fruits, they thought of Zichen one after another. There was almost no need for discussion. Just a look was enough for them to understand each other's intentions. Thus, this last army of more than 100 experts began to look for Zichen. Zichen had just leveled up, and his true body was still comprehending the yin and yang energy, so he was still at level 4. At level 4, he could avoid being detected by level 5 experts, but he could not avoid being detected by level 6 and 7 experts. It didn't take long for his hiding place to be found. As the world was attacked, Zichen's figure appeared, and he saw experts appearing around him one after another. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.